Second place overall, Clement in fourth. The Grenadians forging ahead. Campbell, Trinidad and Tobago, comes stepping up. He's coming up high. And he's going to split these Grenadians at the very least. Coming into the home straight. Clement and Campbell. Clement and Campbell. Campbell tying up, but he manages to labor through to the finish line ahead of Gerald Clement and Shaim Phillip.
Well, Caleb Campbell was third going into this 400 meters, the fifth event, at 3,013 points. That win will move him up some more, or at least give him significant points. Clement was fifth going into this 400 meters. His teammate Shaim Phillip, was in second. So Caleb, chances are he could have made up some ground on Shaim Phillip of Grenada. Well, Terry, the first section of 2 completed. Those lads, they are finished for day number 1. That's 5 events done and dusted for them.
They might be in the ice bath before the start of the next 400. Campbell 49.56 confirmation, Clement second and Phillip third. The times will only matter insofar as how many points they will lend to their totals.
And earlier you said, Terry, that normally the second section is the faster section. It's switched around here. So the faster boys on personal best went first, and then the youngsters with slower personal bests over 400 are running the second section. Interesting that they would have done it that way.
Yeah, you usually want the event leaders or the hopeful to see what the others have done first.
So 2 more events left on the track. 2 more events left for day 1 of the 53rd staging of the Carifta Games here in St. George's, Grenada.
Interesting also to break down in terms of the overall standings, because Southern is the only man in with a shout of getting a medal in the second section, along with obviously the leader, defending champion, Tyrick Vincent. Vincent in black, run out of lane 5. Southern will run from lane 7. See him there on the left of your screen. Click on Southern. Paul Hewlett, British Virgin Islands. We have Tyrick Vincent, event leader, Trinidad and Tobago. Nassim Gerald, St. Kitts and Nevis, is not presenting himself to the starter. And Noah Mars, Guadeloupe, is in lane 3. I believe those might have been the lane assignments from this morning, because I think Gerald may have dropped out earlier. Yes, Gerald, in fact, did not start event number 3, the shot put. So he's been out for a little while. Should certainly be struck out of the start list for tomorrow's events. So it's Mars, Vincent, Hewlett, and Souden. Vincent steps up early. Looks to continue his fine run. Even though he won't necessarily have run with the faster heat, he will want to put down a very quick time and maintain or increase his lead in this decathlon after 5 events. Going into day 2. Oh, he's tying up something fierce at the moment, Tyreek Vincent. Souden just about reels him in, but just unable to get it done at the 11th hour.
Replay here as they come into the home stretch. Tyreek Vincent, the overall defending champion, did enough. Remember in the 1500 meters, Ashlyn Simmons of Barbados put in distance between herself and the better kickers. Something similar here done by Tyreek Vincent. And Souden just not able to close that gap before the end of the runway. 51.75 for Vincent, 52.07 for Souden of Jamaica, Hewlett of the British Virgin Islands 55.09, and Noah Mars of Guadeloupe 55.91. So you should be seeing the updated scorecards momentarily for the decathlon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So the final track event is coming up momentarily. 4x400 meters relay mixed. Eight teams listed. Let's see if the 8 teams show up for the final. They're being introduced now. So Guyana, the record holders, they went out first. They'll be in lane 1, the defending champions, Bahamas. Last year they ran 3 minutes 23.97. Not far off the record of 3:24.51 set by Guyana in 2024. Turks and Caicos Islands also here, they're in lane number 3. Trinidad and Tobago also being introduced. Barbados, they come next, they'll be in lane number 5. Lane number 6, they won bronze last year, 3:27.46 to win that bronze. They're in lane 6, that's Grenada. In lane number 7, British Virgin Islands. They make their entry now onto the track. And coming next in lane number 8, team that finished second last year behind the Bahamas, Jamaica. Their time 3:25.29 to show you the margin of victory for the Bahamas team. In last year's run.
Ghana will go with Tishon Easter, Akila Dover, Malachi Austin, and Tiana Springer to finish things off. Those last 2 names, gold medalist champions here at the Carifta Games. They have a pretty formidable quartet once again. Zion Shepherd, Sage Demerit, Lamont Moxie Jr. and Alexis Roberts for the Bahamas. For Turks and Caicos Islands, Rayvon Black, Ronisha Johnson, Lorano Missick, and Taner Gardner. Trinidad and Tobago lines up with Brian Scott, Kaya Hansen, Darian Whiteman, and Cheyenne Lewis. For Barbados, Nadal Seal, Kenedra Morgan, Zachary Wall, and Tania Lashley. Grenada has Kamal Joseph, Annie Logie, Kyle Ned, and Elisa Brown. The British Virgin Islands, Fritz Caden, Daniil Clark, Shamal Donovan, Michaela Logan, and Jamaica, Jabalani McLeod, Casey Ann Sewell, Paul Henry, and Shanika Lindsay. Grenada and Barbados on your screen right now.
Annalisa Brown, the 1500 meters bronze medalist, part of the Grenada team. That's competitor 261. Guyana stacking up with Austin and Springer. Certainly at this point in time could very well win back the title they lost last year, having won in 2024.
Yeah, that's the best view.
And your gold medalist and Carifta champion, Shanae Douglas, Jamaica.
Defending champion, the Bahamas. Jamaica took silver last year. Henry was on that team.
One more Carifta, that's the last one.
And Grenada were the bronze medalists. Kyle Ned was a member of that team as well.
And then we announce the top three podium finishes for event 31. Event 31, boys 100 meter dash under 20. Your bronze medalist, Trevon Stewart.
So the teams are ready. They're waiting for this final event of day one of the 53rd Carifta Games to get underway.
Silver medalist, Myron Wade, Jamaica.
Lot of excitement here today. Looking to end on a high in the mixed 4x400 meters relay.
So you enjoying the game so far? Everything going well?
This is the most fun track meet I have. As an American.
Atterbridge confirmed as a Carifta champion. Brendan Williams, organizational delegate, president of the Dominica Athletics Association, presenting that gold medal to the young man.
I wonder how long Tara Fenton has been waiting, because it has been some time since she was presented with her 400 meters bronze. Now she comes up for her 100 meters gold medal.
Silver medalist, Jesse Johnson, also representing Bahamas.
So the Bahamians went second and third in that 400 meters final. That 100 meters final, apologies.
Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalist and Carifta champion, this event, Tyler Fenton, representing Antigua and Barbuda.
Fenton 11.30, same as Jose Johnson of the Bahamas, and Brian Ward 11.63 of Bahamas in third.
2 finals, 2 medals, not too shabby.
Not at all. So the under 17 boys 100 meters goes next.
Presenting your bronze medalists, Jaquan Douglas, Trinidad and Tobago.
So we actually now have the completed results for the triple jump confirmation. Shauna Parsons of Trinidad and Tobago won with 13.12 meters. Leon Alfred of French Guiana 12.91 meters was second, and the bronze went to Melody Pugh of Martinique 12.57 meters. Christina Charles in fact was fourth and misses a medal 12.56 meters, her best. Zavine Bernard of Jamaica was fifth, 12.39 meters. Sabrina Atkinson of Jamaica was sixth, 12.34 meters. Seventh was Caitlin Smith of the Bahamas, 12.23 meters. Zonte Ferguson of the Bahamas, 12.07, was eighth, the top 8 in the girls under 20 triple jump. So again, Parsons, Trinidad, Alfred, French Guiana, and Pugh Martinique, the medalists in the under 20 girls triple jump competition. Those are the under 17 boys. Very unassuming Kai Kelly, but a youngster filled with confidence.
This is the end of this medal ceremony. Thank you very much.
Pretty much saying that he's his own competition.
After day 1 of the Decathlon, Paul Hewlett is in 9th place, 29.44. We have Jaime Williams of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 8th, 29.73. Noah Mars, Guadeloupe, 3095. He's in 7th. Alexander Knowles with the Bahamas, 3112 in 6th. Jarrell Clement, 3625. He is in 5th. Jaquan Sowden, 3717 in 4th. Philip of Grenada, 3,801 points in 3rd. Caleb Campbell, Trinidad and Tobago, 3,848. He is in 2nd. And Tyreek Vincent, 3,943. He is in 1st. Vincent was 4th overall in the 400 meters. And Campbell had the fastest time, 49.56 seconds.
So the mixed 4x400 meters relay is the next event on track.
I think we just about have time to kick it to trackside for an interview. Perhaps not.
Okay, so we are here with Shauna Parsons. Shauna, 7th last year and gold medal in Grenada 2026. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. It's honestly so surreal, the fact that I was able to jump 2 more feet and come first place when last year I was 7th. I just have to say thank you to my coaches, thank you to everyone who supported me, and Trinidad and Tobago for allowing me to represent such a beautiful nation.
All right, the triple jump, pretty technical. How do you normally prepare for this?
It's just repetition of practicing each phase and hoping that it comes together in the actual jump.
Well, I know you have one more year at the Carifta Games, and so we want to wish you all the best as we go forward.
Yep, a long jump tomorrow too, so hopefully I perform well.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clyde, as the Jamaicans and the Barbadians dash away at the moment based on the stagger. Problems for Bahamas. On the inside going well too is Guyana. So Guyana trying to take the lead with Tequila Dover. Jamaica on the outside trying to maintain the pace with Casey and Sewell, but Bahamas having had a slow change. They get right back in the mix, courtesy of Sage Demerit. So it's Guyana, Jamaica, and the Bahamas. The Bahamas won last year, Jamaica were second. Guyana, the record holders, won in 2024. A change of kit for them as well in this 4x4 mixed relay. And they have two big legs on anchor, Terry.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place. Because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.
Certainly agree, but so too I think does Motley.
Yes, they have a lot to come, and they are ahead.
Now on the
Malachi
runway,
Austin
get set for the
is
second
almost
heat,
certainly
also
going to
in
increase the
semi-finals
lead for
of the
them.
girls 400.
Bahamas, Jamaica, and Barbados give chase.
So down the back stretch they go. And the 400 meters under 20 boys gold medalist in Malachi Austin leads his team down the back stretch with the baton. Paul Henry, who was in that final last year, he has the baton for Jamaica. Barbados looking strong as well with Zachary Wall, and then the Bahamas behind them with Lamorne Moxie Jr. The gap closing, but Austin maintains the lead. Henry can't close it fast enough for the Jamaicans. They are in second, but Barbados in the mix as well. Tiana Springer gets the baton for the Guyanese, and you could say that it's all over from here.
All over bar the shouting. Alexis Roberts for the Bahamas, Lashley for Barbados, Lindsay for Jamaica. They'll be in the battle for minor medals, but it's going to be the young team, the men and women from South America, the mainland, taking the gold once again. Springer turns back on the jets as she gets a look at Lindsay.
The record is on the fret here. 3:23.51 is gone. Guyana wins, Jamaica in second. 3:20.78 if my eyes are seeing correctly.
She may not have got the individual record, but it appears that she does indeed have a new Carifta record with her name on it.
Was very unbothered here, Terry. Tiana Springer, the under 20 girls 400 meters gold medalist. Lindsay tried valiantly to close that gap but couldn't, and so too did Alexis Roberts of Bahamas. They get the bronze, the Bahamas.
Measured the race nicely, 3:27.9. It looks like it's rounded to.
So the record is gone. 3:23.51, no more. And just as they did in 2024, Team Guyana not only wins gold, they break the record. They shatter it, as a matter of fact. And a lovely photo for the album.
Austin and Springer have been part of every iteration of the Guyana team for the past 3 years. Springer has anchored each time. Last year didn't get the job done, but this year not only do they win, they get the record.
So Guyana, 3 gold medals on day number 1. That's quite the return for them. Jamaican team there getting silver. As day 1 comes to an end on the track. Henry, Lindsay, McLeod, and Sewell. But the Guyanese end the day with the shout 3:27.9, confirmation of that record. Jamaica 3:22.27, below the previous record as well. 3:23.11 from the Bahamas. That's also below that previous record of 3:23.51. The medalists in the mixed 4x4 100 meters relay. So Guyana there having a nice discussion post-race. Springer and Akila Dover. And Springer will go out on a high. Her final Carifta Games.
Gold, individual 400, completing the trifecta, and gold and a games record in the 4x4 mixed relay.
Thank you for coming out to game 1 of the 53rd Carifta Games. We've had so much fun today, a lot of competition on the track.
So still some medal presentation. I believe Clyde might have some interviews lined up momentarily as well.
Tomorrow, Sunday, April 5, 2020.
So the first of 3 days now completed.
Done and dusted. Not sure. I don't think the team scores are correct. Based on what I'm seeing here.
Trying to confirm the medals list.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to get here.
see online is quite incomplete. There's quite a bit missing. So hopefully that will be updated as the evening wears on. And we'll be able to start tomorrow morning with updated score sheet. Decathlon continues tomorrow, as does the Octathlon. Tomorrow morning, it's a short-ish session. We have the girls shot put under 20, the boys long jump under 20. Those both medals in which events will be decided, in which medals will be decided. We also have the heptathlon getting started. Boys high jump under 17 will be contested tomorrow morning. The first round of the 400-meter hurdles under 20 girls and boys. The 200 meters under 17 and under 20 girls and boys. And the discus throw, we will have the finals at 11 a.m. That's going to be our last field event and our last final tomorrow morning. So, another exciting day in prospect. But before we close out this evening, let's throw it back down to trackside for another interview.
I don't think I could get it from me when you're
You gotta come down a little. Okay, so I am here with the winning Guyana quartet. When you look at this quartet, you see quality, you see pedigree in terms of 400 running. Guys, how does it feel to be the champions of the 4x4 mixed relay?
I mean, it feels really good. Well, for me, the first time I'm running a 4x4 team and at an over base meet, so it's a good feeling.
All right, well, you have a quartet that says quality. You have Malaka, you have Shanika here. But just walk us through getting that baton and having to bring it home.
It was all an exciting experience. Everybody, the adrenaline was building up to us, you know. So we handled our race pretty well and it ended off with a bang. And that's good for last year. Well, me and him, the three of us last year. So, yeah, we just left a mark, you know.
It certainly left a mark, a new record.
And the fact is we wasn't even thinking about the record in the process. It just came, you know.
Right. The fact that you just went out there, you expressed yourself, bringing home a record. At the end of these games, as you said, three of you are leaving. What is it that you're leaving? What sort of inspiration do you think this will be for the Guyanese that are up and coming?
Well, I think this is going to be a great motivational booster for them. Seeing us come out here and represent year in, year out. Just to see Guyana on this kind of stage. Not only on this stage, but bringing home medals. Just a different feeling. And to know that this is my last one, bad.
We did it.
All right, wonderful. So there you had it, there you heard it. You really left a good mark, a final way to end day one. I mean, Guyana again in the medals, again gold. What can we look forward to come further in the championship?
Next goal from Guyana.
That's all for you?
That's all for me.
No. What a way to finish.
You jam this hour.
All right, so there we had it. Team Guyana, the gold medals at the 53rd Carifta Games to end day one of competition.
So that's how we're going to put a wrap on things on day one of Carifta Games 2026, a day in which we saw two records being broken, one in the 400-meter dash under 17 girls, and in the final event on day one, the mixed 4x400 meters. A day in which we saw brilliant performances from all of the athletes, and we're going to come back tomorrow for some more live action from 9 a.m. right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium Until then, we say so long, have a good night, and join us tomorrow for more live track and field action.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place. Because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children. Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place. Because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.
As we welcome you back to day 2, session 3 of day 2 of the 53rd Carifta Games held right here at the Carifta Games Athletic Stadium, downtown St. George's, Grenada. After some very electrifying performances yesterday, we are all set for day 2 in this thrilling encounter as the rivalry continues between the islands of the Caribbean. And to bring you the commentary this morning, I have with me Donald Smith. Later on, we'll be joined by Terry Finisterre and Clyde John in the mix zone. And I say a pleasant welcome to you, Donald, and happy Easter.
Thank you, Leslie. Good morning to all our viewers across the globe, as you mentioned. Happy to be here again. It's raining on the outside, but it's quite the day so far for the start of day number 2 of track and field action here at the Carifta Games Athletic Stadium.
So, Donald, yesterday we saw some very outstanding performances from almost all of the countries that are represented here, the 26 countries, over 700 athletes, and over 170 events to be competed on over the 3 days. And there must have been some standout performances for you, for all of us from yesterday. We saw the medals being shared nicely amongst the countries, especially the gold medals. But what would be some of your more outstanding performances from yesterday?
Well, I'll start with what, in my mind, is the best performance I saw for yesterday, and that came from a young lady from Barbados, and Ashlyn Simmons, who won the 1500 meters for under 20 girls, 4 minutes 36.94. Don't look at the time. What I liked was the strategy that she used to win this race. With roughly about 550 meters left in the race, she decided that, she understands what she said. She said post-race interview, she knew the Jamaicans had a good kick, a good finishing kick. So if she could have given herself a wide enough gap and margin between them, she knew she was in with a shot to win that gold medal. So based on strategy alone, I think my performance of yesterday has to be Ashlyn Simmons of Barbados in winning that 1500 meters for under 20 girls.
I thought she was particularly good as well, having a good knowledge of her competitors, knowing their strengths, having her own race plan. Yeah. And that's one of the key things with this middle distance races. You must have a good race plan. You could have good skill, good ability, but a strong race plan is good, and so she was outstanding. There were 2 record-breaking performances, the 400 meters in the under-17 category, and also the final event of the day, the mixed 4x400 meter relay, medley relay. Those 2 will obviously be good performances as well.
Yeah, Shamika McLean 52.47 in the under 17 girls 400 meters in a race that Tyra Fenton led for most of it. She would of course go on later to win the 100 meters for under 17 girls, but Shamika McLean came here with a plan. She would have won in Jamaica championships for the class 2 age group, and showed her class here in the home stretch. I think Kezra Thomas of Bahamas in that race also looked good too. And spare thought for Tyra Fenton, trying to get 3 gold medals here at Carifta 2026, only managing gold in an event that she was the defending champion in. But all credit to McLean. And you mentioned the 4x4 mixed relay. When you saw the lineup for the 4x4 mixed final, we knew immediately that it was a case as to how fast the Guyanese team would go. That previous record, 4 minutes 23 plus, would have been under threat with the likes of Tiana Springer and Malachi Austin being in that team. The other teams were not as stacked for the mixed 4x4, so clearly they would have been the team to beat, and running for 3 minutes 20 to get that win, in my mind, which is a new record. As you mentioned, I think the top 3 teams went below the previous record, and but that Guyana team, they know that, having run the 400 meters earlier, the 2 under 20 champions, Austin has mentioned, and Springer, they would have had the opportunity and the advantage to give themselves a 3rd gold medal, which they did.
And there were also some performances that we don't want to categorize as maybe a surprise, but events where athletes emerged and were victorious in those events. And a classic one to me was the 100 meters in the under 20 boys category with Otterbridge out of Bermuda. I thought that to me was a great performance. Amidst all the odds and the bigger names, if you want to call it that, a great run from him.
10.29 in the heats. Remember, I said that, he didn't look shocked in the heats. For me, he looked like, hey, you guys didn't realize that I was going to be here. He didn't make the finals last year when he was in Trinidad, but this year started off with that 10.29 in the heats, came back and lowered his own national under 20 record to 10.21 by winning handsomely. A lot of eyes would have been on the other competitors in that under 20 boys 100 meters, the Nyron Wades, the Ian George, Trevon Stewart of Trinidad and Tobago, Sanjay Seymour, who unfortunately false started, the Jamaican, who could have been there, but Otterbridge, unbothered, he basically said by running that 10.21 that my 10.29 in the heats was no fluke.
So we've come to appreciate Jamaica's dominance at these games. In the morning session, they were not yet on the gold medal table, but they started the afternoon really well with the first 2 events. I think they clocked the first 2 gold medals, and Jamaica really stamping their authority very early on day 1.
Yeah, we am I saying we? Yes, I'm Jamaican, but so let me separate myself and be more objective. Yes, we started slow in the field events, didn't get any gold, as you mentioned, rightly so, in the morning session, but the plan, I'm assuming, for the team is to just capitalize where they can, because even though Jamaica has been dominant for the last 39 years of the Carifta Games, the rest of the region has made improvement, and we were having a discussion off air earlier that there has been significant improvement from many other countries across the region. Sepko mentioned it yesterday when I interviewed him, that Carifta being that springboard for junior athletes to get into the senior ranks and perform, become superstars, so to speak. And I think we're not only seeing that from a Jamaican perspective, we're seeing it again from the Bahamas, from Grenada, Bermuda with Otterbridge, Trinidad and Tobago having some revitalization of their track and field coming through, Barbados in the mix as well. And it only shows that Carifta, it can't be seen anymore as just been a vacation for teams to come and enjoy the Easter break. And, it is a full-fledged competition that you're going to get challenged, and not because you would have been dominant in Jamaica, for example, you're not going to come here and automatically be the favorite. And that has been showing over the years, and it only makes for the competition to be more interesting. It doesn't become boring in my mind. I think a couple of years ago or some years ago, most events from the sprints right through to the middle distances, you could pretty much guarantee Jamaica getting a Quinello or a gold bronze or a silver bronze, or and this time around you're seeing the medals, the spread of medals being much wider than it would have been in previous years.
And that was very evident yesterday. We saw some of the smaller nations picking up gold very early. St. Lucia very early, Grenada, Antigua and Bermuda, Bermuda. And Barbados as well amongst the gold, and that speaks volumes for the development of track and field in those nations. But let's spare a thought for the local participation, because we're here in Grenada, and Grenada getting a gold very early yesterday in Dishon Smart in the javelin, 65 plus meters, and that really spurred on the local spectators as well, and the encouragement moving forward into day two.
Certainly, and I think from a host perspective, you always want your homegrown athletes, your hometown athletes, the future of the country to perform well, because it not only gets people to come into the stands, but it gives the persons who are behind them, the youngsters watching, to say, hey, if this person can do it, I can get there in the future. And that's what you want. A lot has been said about track and field across the globe and why some countries remain dominant. It's largely because there are examples rather, of successful athletes on the senior stage. So when you look at a Jamaica, for example, where the likes of a Shelley and a Usain and a Safa, Elaine Thompson-Hera, Sharika Jackson, Dion Hemmings from back in the day, Merlene Otti, Juliet Cuthbert, Flynn, all of these names from a Jamaican perspective would have been there, and even before them, from you go all the way back to 1948 with the likes of the Otto Wind, Herb McKinley, George Roden, Les Lang, those guys have set the platform. So everybody coming after them will see that, hey, these guys did well, I can do it too. So you have that development continuing. In a world where there are so many distractions, if somebody is quick these days, cricket, for example, is one of those sports that suffers from a drain of talent because wanting to be a part of the sport. And it can only get better when your junior athletes are doing well, so the future sees that and want to participate themselves.
And there are smaller nations that can really zone in on that. We have Grenada with the Kirani James, Alan Francis, new facilities or top-class facilities that has really propelled the sport in the Southern Caribbean and in the smaller islands. St. Lucia is getting a bit of that now with Julian Alfred, and we see what has been happening. They won 2 gold last year in the under 17 category, and already they are on the gold medal table. So those athletes that go from yesteryear have really laid down a good foundation, and the current ones as well. So Kirani James is here for the 3 days. Lyndon Victor is part of the coaching staff for Grenada, and Anderson Peters has been a key factor in the javelin development in Grenada as well, and that brings home the point that you're making. But let's move on to Trinidad and Tobago, who have been on the decline maybe in recent years, but we saw a resurgence last year, and then we saw them this year on day one doing very well, picking up some valuable medals as well. Trinidad and Tobago seems to be on the upsurge at the moment.
Well, last year, General Secretary Jehu Gordon, an Olympian himself, said that they were going to be a bit deliberate about development for the Trinidad and Tobago program, and you can see evidence of that. Last year they hosted, they did pretty well. They're trying to do the same here, and I think they have started off quite well. And they can only get better from here. Their track and field requires, you alluded to it, good facilities. It requires investment, and that's not easy to get, especially post-COVID. So it's going to take some time, but I'm liking the direction in which Trinidad and Tobago is going.
Just to let you viewers know that you've not missed anything at the moment. We just want to go through the events that are going to be staged this morning in session 3. This Easter morning, we're going to have the Decathlon boys 110-meter hurdles, the girls shot put in the under 20 category, the boys long jump under 20, Octathlon boys 110-meter hurdles, and the Decathlon discus throw. Heptathlon, the girls would make their entrance today with the 100-meter hurdles, the Octathlon boys high jump, the girls 400-meter hurdles under 20, the boys 400-meter hurdles under 20. The girls 200-meter dash under 17, The Decathlon boys pole vault, girls discus throw on the 17th, Heptathlon girls high jump open, and then we have a series of 200-meter events for the under 17 and under 20. As we see athletes line up here for the 110-meter hurdles in the under 17 category, and that will kick off this morning's procedures.
Yes, the Octathlon, the combined events, those continue this morning. We also will have the start of the girls' Heptathlon competition today. So both the Octathlon on the under 17 boys side and the Decathlon, those conclude by the end of today, and the Hep will go into tomorrow's final day. So the combined events get their time to shine at the moment. And as we see on track now, this is actually the Decathlon 110-meter hurdles event. 2 sections to come there. Section 1 on track. You get a look at the man wearing hip number 4. That's Tyreek Vincent, the defending champion. So Jaheim Williams of St. Vincent on the Grenadines currently in 8th position, 2,973 points. Tyreek Vincent in lane 4, he has 3,943 points leading. Shaheem Phillip is 3rd at the moment with 3,801 points. Alexander Knowles is 6th with 3,112 points in 6th. And lane 7, Caleb Campbell, who lies in 2nd overall at the moment. Off they go. First time of asking. Vincent got up well. So Vincent in charge. Shaheem Phillip has shattered the 2nd hurdle, but no such problems for Tyreek Vincent. Caleb Campbell, his teammate on the outside, also going well. A big run here for Tyreek Vincent ahead of Caleb Campbell, and maybe Alexander Knowles of the Bahamas going through for 3rd. But it's all about finishing fast in these events to maximize on the amount of points, Leslie.
Well, a strong run indeed by Tyreek Vincent. He is leading the Decathlon at the moment, and another impressive run here to extend the lead he has on the competition. And some of the other athletes really struggling. Shaheem Phillip, who is in 3rd for Grenada, crashed into a couple of the bars here, and we'll look to see how much points he would gather from this event, but a very good run from Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, good way to start the morning as well for them. We ended the first part of our morning, 14.20 the time for Tyreek Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago, 14.91 for Caleb Campbell, and Alexander Knowles, 15.80 of the Bahamas in 3rd. Jaheim Williams, 16.64 in 4th, and Shaheem Phillip, 17.35. He would definitely want to do over. Shaheem Phillip crashed in hurdle number 2, and as it stands before that race, he would have been 3rd overall, sitting in the bronze medal position, and that will not do him any benefits, Leslie.
Not at all. As we are saying, he needed to have maybe something close to a personal best. He crashed into a couple of the hurdles, and a 17.35 really would not earn him the kind of points he would have looked for, being in the 3rd position and wanting to maintain that in the early runnings of this event. Flight number 2 is next in the Decathlon boys.
And by the way, that 14.20 would have given Tyreek Vincent 949 points. So that goes to show you how good that run was. And for his teammate Caleb Campbell, 14.91 gives him 860 points. So he pretty much would now leapfrog, continue rather to stay behind his teammate Vincent. So the Trinidadians on course for a double in the Decathlon, Leslie.
Absolutely, yeah. Defending champion Tyreek Vincent really establishing himself very early from yesterday. He was in the lead, maintained the lead, and looking sharp already on day 2 of competition. We're going to see the 2nd flight. So we have Clement here from Grenada. Much was expected from him. I think he currently sits in the 5th position. That's Jamal Clement of Grenada. And he would really want to have a better day 2 to really challenge for any of maybe the bronze medal, I would think, at this point in time.
Definitely. Jarrell Clement finished 2nd overall last year, for in this group. Jacqueline Souden We'll have the long jump later on today. He's fourth at the moment with 3,717 points. He runs out of lane 2. Lane 3 is Paul Hewlett of the British Virgin Islands, currently 9th with 2,944 points. Lane 5 is the man Noah Mars of Guadeloupe. He's in 7th with 3,095 points. And in lane 6 is Jarrell Clement of Grenada. He's in 5th with 3,625 points coming into the 400-meter hurdles. By the way, the 14.20 seconds time by Vincent in heat number 1 would be a new personal best for the Trinidadian. We want to confirm, though, the wind reading for the first event, but that would be a new personal best for him if it stands as a legal wind. So Southern, Hewlett, Mars, Clement, no lane 4, which should have been Gerald Nassim. He didn't start the competition. So the second race is off and running. A good start for Gerald Clement on the outside. Southern on the inside of Jamaica is there, but it's Clement who is in front. Clement hits hurdles. Southern trying to come back on the inside from Jamaica, but look at Clement. The man from Grenada gets the win, 14.93. He had a few hurdle hits in the first part of the race, Leslie, but managed to stay upright and finish strongly as well.
Well, I think he understands where he's at in the event in position number 5 and wanting to really do well and do some personal best today. And he's really starting off the competition in a good way with a 14.93 on the flash time. Maybe a good start for him on day 2 as he looked to narrow the gap between the other 4 competitors ahead of him.
Yes, so 14.93 confirmed for Clement. That gives him 858 points. Jacqueline Southern 15.09 in second, and Paul Hewlett 16.52. He's third. That would give him some points as well. And Noah Mars 16.66, the man from Guadeloupe, in fourth. So that completes event number 6 of 10 of the Decathlon Boys event. We're now seeing the introduction of the, I think that's the long jump, Leslie.
Yeah, that should be the long jump for under 20 boys.
18 competitors listed in that event. The meet record 7.94 meters, one of the longest standing records at the Carifta Games. Kareem Street Thompson, the Caymanian, has that record still. No one able to get close to that mark in recent times. The competitors listed here: Jerai Lewis of Dominica, Marlon Prince of St. Martin, Aaron Messiah, who was in the final last year from Barbados, Carlin Archer of the Bahamas, Jacqueline Southern, who just ran in the 110 hurdles of the boys Decathlon. He's there from Jamaica. The defending champion Michael Andre Edwards of Jamaica is in the field as well. Joshua Williams, who was 7th last year, he's from the Bahamas. He's in the field. Malik Evans, who was 8th last year, from Turks and Caicos Islands, in the field. Cristiano Perez of Trinidad and Tobago. Jazair Best of Barbados. Michael Vandeveer of St. Martin. Jean-Yves Gomes of Anguilla. Elaine Walton of Guyana. Imani Matthew of Trinidad and Tobago. Javier Cato of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's been having a good season. He was in that final last year, finished 6th. Remige Laker DeWint, he's also in the field. Mr. Medal last year, was 4th in the long jump at the under 20 level. He represents Curacao. Randy Jones of Grenada and Christophe Caliste of Grenada are the 18 competitors listed in this field of the under 20 boys long jump final. Michael Andre Edwards has a seeded mark of 7.36 meters, and he'll be the one to watch. He too, in his final year at high school, looking to go out with a bang here at the Carifta Games.
Well, also in the lineup is Christophe Callis, who would have done well at this event in the under 17 category. A silver medal, I think it was. Last year he was second in the triple jump in the under 17 category. And now that he has matriculated into the under 20 boys category, is going to be an opportunity for him here. He has an over 7-meter personal best, but he would have to do up maybe a lot better than that to get into the medal round of competition.
Certainly, and looking at just the seeded times alone, the bulk of the jumping should be coming from Michael Andre Edwards, the defending champion, as well as the man from Curacao, Ramige Laker DeWint. And from Bahamas, Joshua Williams was gone up to 7.40 meters, the same as his teammate Carlin Archer, who also has that seeded mark of 7.40 meters. So should be an interesting competition as well, with the rain having subsided now.
As you speak about the rain, Donald, yesterday we had some very strong winds in the early morning that subsided towards the late evening. And we expect a similar thing. It's Easter Sunday, and it's a part of the year that is very most windy. But that really spoke about the kind of performances we saw in the morning as compared to the afternoon. For the jumpers here, they will be actually jumping into the wind based on the direction that the wind usually comes from. And that too can have an effect on their overall performances. But let's see, it's pretty much subdued now, the wind, but maybe it would pick up a little later on.
So the long jump has not started as yet, still awaiting the first jumper to go, which would be the man from Dominica, Jeriah Lewis. He's waiting in the wings. Also about to start is the under 20 girls shot put competition. They're at the far side of the venue, and in the shot you can see there just to the 200 meters, that's where the shot put is taking place, in front of that Kirani James sign at this magnificent stadium. Those are the 4 ladies that are taking part. So we have Peyton Winter of Trinidad and Tobago. She was the silver medalist at the under 17 level in 2024. Also there, Naomi Augustine of Grenada. And Naomi Augustine was 6th last year at the under 17 level. She'll surely finish much higher here because you only have the 4 competitors. And I'm not just saying that because of the 4 competitors. I think that she certainly has improved from the last 2 seasons, Leslie. So she certainly could be a factor in the medal conversation. Also in the field, Marla K. Lampart, the defending champion. She would have thrown 17 meters and 44, which stands as the record. And based on what she comes into the season at 13.40, she's still, though, I think, the one to beat here. And then rounding out the field, Abel Mills of Jamaica, who won the Carifta trials in Jamaica. And those are the 4 competitors in the girls under 20 shot put final.
So Donald, I find it rather interesting that we only have 4 competitors in this event from 26 participating nations. Maybe it speaks about what is happening at the federation level. But at Carifta here, we expect to see maybe a bigger field of competitors in the under 20 shot put.
At least 12.
Well, it certainly makes it easier to be on the medal table with just 4 competitors. And let's see what happens in the end. So we have 2 from Jamaica, 1 from Trinidad, and 1 from Grenada in the event.
So in shot now, that's Javid Noel of Grenada. And he's in, of course, the boys' Octathlon competition. They're now at event number 5 of 8. And this is the 110-meter hurdles for their event. We didn't have the scores yesterday for that event. I believe they have been updated since. And we are able to now provide you with the updated point standings in the Octathlon competition.
In lane 3, representing St. Martin, Messiah Wyatt. In lane 2, representing the Bahamas,
So, the man from Grenada, we have Javid Noel of Grenada in 1. In lane 2, we have Ashley Demerit of the Bahamas. Lane 3 is Messiah Wyatt of St. Martin. Lane 4 is Walter McLaughlin of the Cayman Islands. Lane 5, Jafari Edwards of Trinidad and Tobago. Lane 6, Niel Elaine, Trinidad and Tobago. And lane 7, Justin Shepard of the Bahamas. So the first time of asking, the athletes respond, and on the inside, the Bahamian Demerit has the lead, but his teammate now presses the issue on the outside. That's Justin Shepard, the Trinidadian Elaine, trying to split the two, but it's Bahamas 1-2 with Shepard leading his teammate Demerit across the line, and he loves that. A loud shout from Justin Shepard. His coach in the background there giving him that applause.
Well, it was pretty much an even contest here between the two Bahamians, and they were just going for a good time here in the end. Out of lane 7, it was a comfortable win to rack up some very valuable points in this event.
So we're still not seeing the scores for the Octathlon, so we're unable to give you an update as to where the competitors are in terms of positioning, this being their 5th event of 8. Hopefully that can be sorted before the morning session ends. The times though, 15:04 for Justin Shepard of the Bahamas. The Merit of Bahamas, 15.24. Tafari Edwards of Trinidad and Tobago, 15.32. Nail Elaine, 16.29 of Trinidad and Tobago. Javid Noel, 16.40 in 5th. 6 is Walter McLaughlin, 16.77. And Messiah Wyatt of St. Martin, 28.03. He had stopped initially, but continued to get a time so that he can continue in the competition. Getting a shot there off the stands. The rain still sprinkling across the grounds. The umbrellas have come out.
It's very early morning. We see breakfast happening in the stands as well. A number of persons opting to have an outdoor breakfast, if you want to call it that. But we expect a lot more fans to come on in. Yesterday, the main pavilion was filled to capacity, and there was some overflows and sprinkles in the secondary pavilion as well as on the bleachers. And today, Sunday, we expect the usual thing to happen throughout the Caribbean. People go to church, and then they use the afternoon session to participate in events like these. And so we expect some more coming in later on.
So you're not missing any action on the track at the moment. So we do have some updated scores for you before the 110-meter hurdles for the Octathlon. So we finally got our hands on this precious commodity. And thanks to the officials who are working overtime to provide us with the results. So the leader, before we went into the 110 hurdles, that was Justin Shepard of the Bahamas. He has 2,918 points. His teammate, and of course Shepard just won the 110 hurdles, so clearly would have increased his lead. Ashley Demerit, who was second, would also be second overall, 2,695 points. Javid Noel of Grenada had 2,619 points. He would have finished behind the two Trinidadians in the 110 hurdles, so maybe he would be caught now. Neil Elaine was fourth overall before the 110 hurdles with 2,498 points. Jafari Edwards, Trinidad and Tobago, 2,437 points. Messiah Wyatt of St. Martin, 2,392 points. And Walter McLaughlin of the Cayman Islands, 2,216 points. So that was the point standings before the 110 hurdles. And I can tell you that because Shepard would have won the 110 hurdles, he certainly would have increased his lead. And Demerit, his teammate behind him, would certainly has solidified his spot at the silver medal position with 3 more events to come.
And as you call it, we may see a change in the third position with the two Trinidadians, Neil Aline and Jafari Edwards, coming ahead of Javid Noel. And that may very well result in a change in the third position at the moment. But it's just the fifth event. They still have the high jump, the javelin throw, and of course the 1500 meters to round off their competition later on this evening.
Certainly. So the next hurdles event you'll see may be the Heptathlon girls 100 meter hurdles. They will have their start of their combined event. Shot there off the shot put on going. That was Peyton Winter of Trinidad and Tobago, deciding to foul that throw. So we're already in round number 2. The leader, Abel Mills, 14.66 meters on her first attempt. Marla K. Lampert, Jamaica, second, 13.81, and Peyton Winter, 11.11 meters on her first attempt in third. Naomi Augustine, Grenada, 10.09. The under 20 boys long jump has started already. This is competitor Joshua Williams of the Bahamas, a 740 meter jumper. And he shouts to the crowd asking for their assistance, giving them direction as to how to help him down the runway.
Well, I'm sure he's getting a lot of that because the Bahamians are here in their usual large numbers and their instruments as well.
Cruises down the runway behind the board. Still looks like a decent jump though. Gets the white flag.
Looks like a 6 meter jump.
So still in round number 1. So we have had 6 jumpers previously. 7 meters and 12 would have been the mark before, and that would be for Michael Andre Edwards of Jamaica. Didn't get to see the mark there for Joshua Williams. Now on the runway is Malik Evans of the Turks and Caicos Islands, comes in with a seeded mark of 6.16 meters. Again, the takeoff behind the board. He gets a white flag as well. So 6.83 would have been the mark for Williams. That's Joshua Williams of the Bahamas. Malik Evans has a personal best of 6.95 meters. Not sure if that was an improvement for him. On the runway is Jazeer Best of Barbados. Oh, it's actually the Trinidadian Cristiano Perez who goes next. He has jumped over 7 meters already this season. Gets the red flag, too much on the board.
This looks like the competitors for the Octathlon event for girls.
The Heptap.
The Heptathlon for girls, the 100 meter hurdles. Charles Best is about to take his first jump in the long jump under 20 boys. Also a 7 meter jumper.
he gets a red flag as well. Overstepping. Wonder if he's related to Tino Best, the West Indian fast bowler. Never forget that cricket test match in England some years ago. He was blasting the ball about the place, Tino Best. And
there was a Carlisle Best as well.
Carlisle Best, yes, there's him as well. I remember a statement made about Tino Best. Mind the windows, Tino.
Michael van der Veer, St. Martin, comes in with a seeded at 6.76. With the long jumpers, Donald, most jumpers tend to want to get the best jump, their first jump. And others would just want to register a legal jump as their first jump. So there are different approaches that these jumpers take towards the long jump. But they generally tend to find that only when they're under tremendous pressure, you get a very good last jump to either get a medal position or just to qualify into the final rounds. But the mindset of most of them is to get a good jump the first time out.
So right about that, Leslie. This is Jennifer Gomes of Anguilla.
Taking off from behind the bowl on this occasion. I just want to relook his run-up as we see the ladies in the heptathlon getting themselves all ready for the 100-meter hurdles.
Interestingly, Jennifer Gomes, based on my checks, appears to also be a good footballer. So multi-talented is the man from Anguilla.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's a good basketballer as well, based on his build.
Yeah, quite tall as well.
And that's a typical thing that happens in the islands. Athletes or persons generally tend to do multi-sports in growing up and then specialize in the ones they think they're most better at, or maybe one that they can develop a career out of. But growing up, we all played almost every sport.
So last year we saw the Vincents of Trinidad and Tobago, the brother-sister pair from Trinidad, taking the combined events. Taneet Vincent, she'll be getting her competition started momentarily. Her brother leads the Decathlon competition at the moment, Tyreek Vincent. So it's a very athletic family. And that's Curate Robley on your screen.
Well, one of the Grenadians in this event, Montisha St. Bernard, she's actually from the sister isle of Carriacou, and she was the winner at the multi-events at the Intercall recently. And she has been a bright spark for that event for Grenada, so we look forward to see how well she would do in this event. I'm sure the folks out there in Carriacou, the sister isle, are all glued to their sets now, looking to see what Montisha can do here today.
Yes, the girls being introduced for Section 1, the Heptathlon 100-meter hurdles, the first event of 7 for them. Lane 1, Kessie and John of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lane 4, Montisha St. Bernard of Grenada. Lane 5, Zaza Franz of Curacao. And in lane 6, Kiori Robley of Trinidad and Tobago. The first event for the girls' heptathlon competition. I want to say a big thank you, big welcome to our listeners from across the globe. Those tuning in via Cable Bahamas in the Bahamas, CBC TV Barbados, CBN TV the British Virgin Islands, GBN TV Grenada, TVJ, that's Television Jamaica in Jamaica, Helen TV in St. Lucia, and of course our international audiences, those viewing Carifta Games, some for the very first time. Welcome if you're joining on our digital streaming platforms, FloTrack, and the US and Canada, as well as World Athletics platforms. It is Carifta 53. We are live in Grenada, and it's day 2 of action inside the Kirani James Athletics Stadium.
The first event for the athletes in the Heptathlon, they take it off with the 100-meter hurdles, and they have today and tomorrow to complete their suite of events.
So good start for Robley of Trinidad and Tobago. Curacau's Franz in the front now. It's Franz of Curacao in the blue. Robley trying to stay with her. It's Franz and Robley. Robley may have dipped in the end to get it. Very competitive run in that first event between Zaza Franz of Curacao and Kiori Robley of Trinidad and Tobago.
14:33 on the flash time.
14.32 seconds.
Official time now for Robley, 14.32. And Zaza Franz of Curacao, 14:36. Montisha St. Bernard of Grenada, 16:60. And Casey and John of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 17:37. A very close and exciting finish to this one, Donald.
Yes, Franz got a very good start, but Robley was staying close by her and then found something extra over the last barrier to dip or out-dip Franz of Curacao to get that 14.32 seconds. And that 14.32 seconds gives Robley 934 points to start the day off, and 14.36 gives Franz 928 points in her first event.
So they're ready for section 2, and we will see competitors from Jamaica, that's Baron Brittany. From Trinidad and Tobago, Tinnick Vincent, her bro is in the Decathlon as well. Sydney Douglas, Grenada. And Dravinska Costa from Curacao. And Naya Nesbitt from the Bahamas would round off the field in the second section of the 100-meter hurdles.
So they'd want to go faster than 14.32 seconds or get as close as possible to it. So Baron of Jamaica has a best of 14.39 seconds this season. 4,345 points to win at the championships, the high school championships just last weekend. Tinnick Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago, the defending champion, scored 5,053 points on her way to winning last year, so she knows a thing or two about these hurdles events.
It's Randy Jones here for Grenada, 6-meter jumper. He's also from the Sister Isles from Carriacou. So good representation from the Sister Isle. Comes in with a seed of 6.57 meters.
Second section, girls open.
Randy Jones actually participated in the multi-event at Intercall here. He was the long jump winner last year and opted to do the multi-event in 2026.
In lane 3,
So
representing
that heat
Trinidad
number 2
and
on track.
Tanique
That's Tanique Vincent, the defending champion on
And
screen.
in lane 2, representing Jamaica.
Ran 14.48
Brittany
last year. This is Barron, the Jamaican high school champion. In lane 2, the other competitors, Sidney Douglas in 4th, Grenada. Drevienska Costa of Curacao in 5. And Inya Nesbitt, or Inaya Nesbitt of the Bahamas in lane number 6. So based on times coming in, Vincent 14.48 and Barron 14.39. Good start though for Costa of Curacao. On the outside, on the inside, Barron also going well. It's Barron and then Vincent beside her. Brittany Barron of Jamaica in front of Vincent and then Costa. Barron wins it. Sure, she would love that time, you know. But I'm sure that's not the time.
Let's watch the time.
14.53 in the background for Barron. So not faster than the times from section 1. Vincent stayed close with her. And Costa of Curacao in 3rd. Leslie.
Yeah, good run from Brittany from Jamaica, 14.53, just outside of what was returned earlier, the 14.32. But the defending champion, Tanique Vincent, at 14.65 in good position in the first event for these athletes today.
It's always good to get scoring going early. So that 14.53 gives Barron 905 points. She now sits in 3rd behind Curie Robley of Trinidad and Tobago and Zassa Franz of Curacao, who has, so it's 934, 928 and now 905. Vincent with her 14.65, that gives her 888 points, so she lies in 4th after the first event.
Javelin continues. We just saw a while ago a jump from Randy Jones. Now we have Christophe Callis from Grenada, a 7-meter jumper, personal best of 7.02 meters. That's what he jumped this year to qualify to meet Grenada's qualifying standard for Carifta, 7.02 meters. Christophe Callis. He knows what it is to perform at this level. He has a Carifta gold in his first year in the under 17 category. He also has a silver, and here he's now on the big stage in the under 20 category.
We'll give you some updated scores momentarily in the boys Octathlon after the 110 hurdles as we have the Grenadian on the runway. You can hear the sounds from the Bahamas or the Bahamian band in the background. Of course, it's Easter Sunday across most of the Caribbean region. In Jamaica, they call it Resurrection Sunday. And you can hear the band playing some hymns there in the background.
A morning devotion going on, maybe, for persons who are unable to make it to the church.
Especially seeing that we started at 9 o'clock here. The tuba, sound of the tuba there, leading things.
So Archer Carlin Archer of the Bahamas, currently leads the long jump at 7.30 meters. Michelangelo Edwards currently in second with 7.12, 7.12 meters. And Imani Matthew of Trinidad and Tobago at 6.93 is currently in the third position.
Very popular hymn being played there. Tempted to break out in song, Leslie.
We're going to have a moment for you to do that, definitely, Doctor. I heard you this morning, you know, quietly singing some of those hymns.
He holds the future as we continue to watch the long jump for under 20 boys. So the rain, we mentioned that it has subsided. It's cool. I believe into last night into this morning was quite cool here in St. George's. Get a shot of the band there, Leslie.
That's just a small section of the band.
Very
right?
small section. Quite relaxed this early morning.
I know the color code for the Grenadian spectators today is yellow. I see the Bahamians in yellow as well.
I told you that you guys are just supporting Jamaica. You know? Was it green yesterday?
It was green yesterday, it's yellow today, and it's going to be red tomorrow.
Oh, so only, but then again, we, so Adidas, they sponsor the Jamaican national football team, and they came out with a jersey, quote unquote away jersey, that had red in it to symbolize the color of Rastafari. And of course, many persons, including myself, are against red being a part of our national jersey because it's not a part of our flag and colors have meaning. So maybe tomorrow, because Adidas would have included that, it may have been a foreshadowing that Grenadians will be wearing red, so they will be supporting Jamaica tomorrow as well.
Well, the yellow, the green, the yellow, and the red are our national colors,
I
course.
know that, yeah.
And so it's an opportunity to have equal representation of the colors at the Carifta Games. But these are very vibrant. As we look at the backdrop here, you see the three colors nicely adorns the bleachers and the stands. And it's a representation of a number of things. Each color represents something, just like similar to Jamaica, I would think.
Yes.
Each color represents a different aspect of our culture.
So round 2 of jumping on the way. This is Aaron Messiah of Barbados.
Out of Jamaica, the bronze medalist, Makila Lampard.
And the man from Barbados is currently in joint or tied third position with 6.93 meters. Lot of speed down the runway for Messiah. The leader in the competition, Carlin Archer of the Bahamas with 7.30 meters. Michael Andre Edwards, the defending champion, in second with 7.12 meters. And we mentioned the tie for third, Imani Matthew of Trinidad and Tobago, the same 6.93 meters as Aaron Messiah. We'll tell you Messiah's mark for his round 2 jump as we see the next man on the runway, Carlin Archer, who leads the competition. He goes next, round 2. Under 20 boys, long jump final.
2,392 points. In 5th position, Jafari Edwards, Trinidad and Tobago.
Pretty long list of competitors in the long jump, 18 of them.
18.
In 4th position, 2,498 points, Niel Aline, Trinidad and Tobago. Currently in the bronze medal position coming into today, 2,619 points, Javid Noel, Grenada. In the silver medal position coming into today's events, Ashley Demetra Jr., the Bahamas, 2,695
So the man from the Bahamas
points.
waiting to go.
And leading the
It's
boys
Carlin
at
Archer,
Decathlon, heading into
waiting to
the
get the
event,
all clear from the
Justin
officials.
Shepherd of the Bahamas, 2,918 points.
Still waiting to go down the runway, Carlin. Michael Andre Edwards there of Jamaica, the defending champion, not happy about something. And now Archer is ready. We do have an update as well, Leslie, in the shot put. It has completed, as a matter of fact. So Carlin there, that looks to be a decent jump again, you know. One of two athletes over the 7-meter mark already in the long jump. So confirmation, Abel Mills gets the gold medal, 14.66 meters in the under-20 girls shot put competition, ahead of the defending champion Marla K. Lampart, 13.81 meters, and Peyton Winter, Trinidad and Tobago, the bronze, 11.11 meters. So Abel Mills gets that win, and went to my alma mater as well, St. Catherine High back in Jamaica. Abel Mills, now in college, overseas.
And just for reference, Naomi Augustine of Grenada picked up the 4th position with 10.47 meters. We only had 4 competitors, remember, in this event.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's completed so early, but an early 2 medals for Jamaica, gold and silver, to add to the overnight medal tally. And Trinidad and Tobago picking up the bronze medal here in winter.
This is Michael Andre Edwards on the runway, currently in 2nd position. He's the defending champion. Good use of the board. 7.66 man at his best. They've won the high school championships back in Jamaica. Gets the white flag as well.
Up next will be Joshua Williams of the Bahamas, currently in the 7th position, 6.83 meters. A 7-meter jumper comes in with a seed of 7.4 meters. So he's expected to maybe go above 7 meters today as well.
His teammate cheering him on as well. Behind the board would appear, at least from this vantage point. So a change in the leaderboard in the under 20 boys long jump. You can see the mark of 737 on the performance board. That was for Michael Andre Edwards, the previous jumper. He now leads the competition 7 centimeters greater than Carlin Archer of the Bahamas, who now sits in 2nd. Imani Matthew and Aaron Messiah still joint 3rd with their 6.93 meters. I believe Messiah is now firmly in 3rd by virtue of him having an extra jump. And if Imani Matthew jumps 6.91 or less, then it will be Messiah that occupies that 3rd place position by himself. It's Malik Evans of the Turks and Caicos Islands. He gets the white flag. He's currently in 12th position, Leslie, with 6.13 meters.
That's within the range that he jumped because his seated jump here is 6.16. So I think he's well on cue with his season performance.
Has jumped 6.95 though, so maybe not having the best of seasons this year for Evans. Cristiano Perez, maybe his parents are fans of Cristiano Ronaldo, even though his name is spelled with a K. Focused, looks down the runway, just memorizing and visualizing the steps and the phase that he needs to complete. He got good on the board, but changed something at the last moment.
Well, he's having a lot of difficulties because he registered a no jump in the first round. And second no jump here, he would really want to get onto the board and register a jump in the third effort.
Just saw Jacqueline Souden, the Jamaican, being taken across to the Discus area because he's also in the Decathlon. It's interesting for him, Leslie, to be in the long jump competition, now having to go across to do the discus throw in the Decathlon. So we have seen that with a few athletes over the years as well. Jazir Best from Barbados gets the white flag.
You ready to join in, Donald, to provide the vocals for the band?
I see Terry Finisterre glancing across as well. Everyone in the stands rocking and some singing as well. Sunday morning here in Grenada.
Michael Van de Veer from St. Martin. Currently sits in 11th position, 6.38 meters. Would certainly want to better this jump. Having a chat with the coach. So you're correct, Donald. The third position has been separated now. Joshua Williams of the Bahamas moves into third, 7.16 meters.
And he jumps over the two that were tied for third. And I think
So
he'll now be the third jumper over 7 meters, right?
So the fourth position is still tied.
Correct. But it shouldn't be tied because Aaron Messiah has an extra jump. So by right, he should be in the third position, and fourth should be Imani Matthew of Trinidad and Tobago because he's yet to jump his second attempt. So that should split the tie at this point. Team Bahamas there. This is the footballer from Anguilla on the runway, Johnny Gums.
Not too happy with this jump is Gums. I think he really didn't get enough flight on that one. He didn't land at all in the way that the coach would like him to land. Came down rather quickly. Gums is currently in the 9th position, 6.61 meters.
Speaking of Gums, I want to say a good morning to twin sisters, super throwers from the British Virgin Islands, Tinel and Trevia Gums, probably listening in on the broadcast. As we see the man from Guyana on the runway, that's Walton Elaine. They had a fantastic time. They had a gold rush last evening, 3 gold medals and a record in that 4x4 mix. Won the 400 under 20 boys and girls. Almost perfect on the board, but just a little over where he needed to be for the man Elaine.
Sweet. So Aline having 2 fall jumps, 2 no jumps so far. Just like compatriot also from Curacao, the Wint. Imani Matthew, Trinidad and Tobago, currently in the 4th position at 693. Has an opportunity now to separate himself from Aaron Masai of Barbados. They're both currently in the 4th position on 693. And the extra jump that Donald was referencing there is about to be taken, and that could very well separate the two officially now. Looks like a foul jump here. Indeed it is. The red flag goes up.
So he should now go into 5th position, and the Barbadian Messiah should occupy that 4th position solely at this point.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Javier Cato is about to take flight. Currently is in the 7th position, 6.83 meters. A decent 7-meter jumper as well. Focused. St. Vincent and the Grenadines not yet on the medal table. Got a decent piece of the board. A lot of flight coming down the runway. Let's see if he can better his previous distance of 6.83 meters.
So earlier mentioned that we were able to do some calculations for the point standings after the 110 hurdles in the boys' Octathlon competition. The leaders mentioned still Justin Shepherd of the Bahamas, 3,763 points. Ashley Demerit of the Bahamas in second, so it's 1-2 at the moment. He has 3,516 points, does Demerit. Third is still Javid Noel of Grenada, 3,307 points. In 4th is Jafari Edwards with 3,248 points. 5th is Niel Elaine of Trinidad and Tobago, 3,198 points. 6th is Walter McCaughlin of the Cayman Islands, 2,864 points. And Nessiah Wyatt of St. Martin, 2,393 points, is now in 7th position. So those are the unofficial updated scores, and I say unofficial because I did the calculations based on the scoring tables, and of course I think it's accurate, but of course it's unofficial results as we are providing. But the leader confirmed to be Justin Shepherd of the Bahamas and Ash Demerit of the Bahamas in second, along with Javid Noel of Grenada.
Randy Jones on the runway now, currently in 8th position with 6.65. His second attempt. got a decent piece of the board as well. Gets the white flag.
So we do have that top three all over 7 meters. The man on the runway, Leslie, he seeded as a 702 jumper. It's Christophe Caliste. Crowd loved that jump.
He would want to go past the 643 that he did on his first attempt. At least maybe make an attempt here now to go 680, 690.
So Leslie, you mentioned Caliste 702, his personal best coming in. 643 was his previous jump. Yes, 643 on round 2. Still waiting the round 2 mark for Caliste. It comes back at 676, so he has improved the mark, moving up to 10th, and he needs to get into the top 8 on his next jump. And at the moment, 683 is the 8th place mark, and that's Javier Cato of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So if he can get up to that PB mark of 702, he'll not only be in the top 8, but could be in the conversation for a medal here this morning.
Well, his colleague from Grenada, Randy Jones, is currently in the 6th position at 688. So I guess he might be motivated by that as well to join Randy Jones into the finals. But we do have an interview lineup, and I think it's with the winner of the shot put on the 20 girls. So Clyde, we go downstairs now to hear from Clyde and the interview with the winner of the shot put.
Okay, thank you very much, Leslie. I'm here with Abel Mills. Abel, I'm just learning that this is your first and final Carifta. Yeah. I want to say congratulations to you on your gold medal performance. Just bring us through that shot that you threw, 14.66 meters.
Oh, the first one? It was pretty slow for me. Like the technique was kind of slow, but I pulled it together and get it through and released the shot.
Well, your personal best is 15.38 indoors. What about the conditions? Do you think it was favorable for a good put?
It wasn't really favorable, but I came through and did my best.
All right, so anybody back home you may just want to give a little big up shout out to?
Shout out to my mom, my #1 supporter, my family back at home, and my family in the UFM.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that was Abel Mills of Jamaica winning the first gold medal of the day on day 2 of the 53rd Carifta Games. Back up to you, Leslie.
Well, thank you, Clyde, and we witnessing now the 400-meter hurdles.
For under 20 girls, it's the first section of 2. Semi-final, 8 to advance, the top 2 from each heat, plus the next 4 best times, well underway. And we can see Jenna Marie Thomas of Trinidad and Tobago, the bronze medalist last year, on the outside leading. On the inside now going well from the Bahamas, that's Samira Crawley. So Crawley now catches Thomas as they turn into the home stretch with just about 2 barriers, 1 now to clear. It is Crawley of the Bahamas and Thomas Crossfield of Jamaica, who has one of the fastest times this year, begins to press forward knowing top 2 will advance. She left it late but goes behind Crawley of the Bahamas, who takes the win in section 1. So Crawley very good in that race. Thomas led early, trained by the Jamaican Olympian Karen Stewart, Jenna Marie Thomas.
Pretty decent race here ran by Crawley. She led for almost the entire race, but a good strong run back here from Crossfield from Jamaica to pick up the second automatic qualifying spot going into the finals. Very strong finish.
It is, as we get the times. It's 1 minute 0051 for Crawley. 6-1. So 1 minute 0061 for Crawley, 1 minute 01. That's 1 minute 0102 for Crossfield. Those are your automatic qualifiers. 10121 for Thomas, and London of Barbados 10369. She's fourth, and then in fifth is the Grenadian, and her time 10841. It's always easier to punch your ticket automatically, Leslie. Less things to worry about when you have one more section to come, as you get another shot of the Bahamian crew. The Octathlon boys high jump is also in progress. They're the ones you're seeing on the screen. Man from St. Martin, that's Nasai Wyatt. Didn't have the best hurdles race, only gained 1 point from that. He had stopped, by the way, in that run, and then appeared to have continued, completing the race in 28.03 seconds. Only gave him 1 point, so he's well out of the competition here. So he's just looking to do his best in the remaining 3 events. That was a lovely clearance there from the man wearing bib number 70.
This is day 2 of the Carifta Games.
And that is Demerit, currently in second overall, the Bahamian. That scissor tight clearance. Not opting for the Flosbury flop.
Back to the Karate James Athletic Stadium. So much excitement in store for the rest of day 2.
So correction, it was Nasai Wyatt who just jumped. The one before would have been Walter McLaughlin of the Cayman Islands.
So we get set now for heat number 2. Nastasia Fletcher of Jamaica goes in 4. Doc of the Bahamas goes in 3. Tania Lashley of Barbados, she goes in 2. Liliana Rose of Trinidad and Tobago goes in 1. Top 2 will advance automatically, plus the next 4 best times. We head over to the start for heat number 2.
So the athletes in heat number 2 of the 400-meter hurdles in the under 20 category. A call to order. Top 2 goes on to the final. Next 4 best times will join them as well. Rouse, Lashley, Dean, and Fletcher.
Nastasia Fletcher, the one to watch in this one. She won here at the under 17 level back in 2024. Didn't participate at Carifta Trials last year. Won at the high school championships this year. Has a nice rivalry going with Kellyanne Carr back home. Those two good friends, as well as we see Fletcher down the backstretch being caught here by the Bahamian Darvanique Dean, who was second in 2024 behind Fletcher. So Dean in front based on the stagger. The Bahamian top 2 will automatically be in that final, and Darvanique Dean of the Bahamas in cruise control, similar to her teammate in section 1, Samaria Crawley. And now Fletcher takes over the lead. It's Nastasia Fletcher, slows a bit, over the final barrier and create some distance between herself and Dean. A sub 1 minute time for Nastasia Fletcher of Jamaica, taking section 2.
Well, a good strong run here. She had some challenge from the Bahamas in Dean. At one time, Dean was actually in the lead, but once they entered the home straight, Hazeway Fletcher really used her extra strength and speed and technique as well, even though she slowed down to the final hurdle. But a good, comfortable and strong run from Nastasia Fletcher from Jamaica. 59.25 is her time as the automatic qualifier. And for Dean from the Bahamas, 59.85. These two would be the automatic qualifiers. Lashley from Barbados, 1 minute 2.41 seconds, and Rouse from Trinidad and Tobago, 1 minute 2.58.
So, let's do the math, Leslie.
Seems
so 101.21 will be in the final. 101.02 will also be in the final. That's Jenna Marie Thomas. Well, let's go back because Crawley won of Bahamas and Crossfield. Those are your auto 2 from Heat 1. Jenna Marie Thomas with 101.21 is one of the 4 that's into the final. We also have Lashley at 102.41, also advancing. We also have 103.69 from London of Barbados, and rounding out the rest of the qualifiers will be Rose 102.58 of Trinidad and Tobago. That will be good enough to get her in. Was the maths right, Leslie?
Well, I'm hoping it's correct, because I've been tracking the times as well, and you seem to have it covered here. But as you mentioned, it's unofficial. We're going to get the official lineup for the finals from the designated officials. But nonetheless, just to bring you viewers up to date with what's happening, these are our predictions going into the finals.
So back to the long jump competition. That's Jazir Best of Barbados on the runway. Footage being seen now. That's the high jump in the boys' Octathlon competition. That was Walter McCoughlin of the Cayman Islands. Quick switch again back to the long jump, Leslie. That's Van der Veer of St. Martin. 637 meter jumper at his best. Storms down the runway. Nice movement off the board and in the air. Currently in 14th position, Van der Veer, 6.38 meters is best. And this is round 3 of jumping in the under 20 boys long jump. We mentioned at the start some 18 boys started in the competition. 10 will be cut from the remaining 3 jumps after the end of the 3rd round. 8th place at the moment, still at 6.83 meters from Javier Cato of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Say good morning to the people across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Some good friends from that island probably tuning into the coverage. It's day 2 of the Carifta Games here in St. George's, Grenada. We're live at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. This is Gums of Anguilla on the runway. Outside the top 8 at the moment. And he gets a red flag, so no improvement for him. It shows on his face he's not happy with that jump at all.
So that being his third jump, he will not advance into the top 8 for the finals. And that will bring close to his Carifta long jump competition 2026. Walton Aline is the man next on the runway from Guyana. And at the moment, he has not recorded any jump. He had 2 no jumps on his 2 previous attempts, so you just want to get one in on his third and final attempt.
Now or never for Alain of Guyana. And you know, that seems as if he's going to register a mark. Will it be better than 6.83 meters? That's the question. By the way, the height of the bar crossed there for the Octathlon boys high jump, 1.63 meters, 1 meter and 63. As we see the next track event coming up. That's the under 20 boys 400 meter hurdles semi-finals. So 2 sections, top 2 sure to advance, and then the next 4 best times. Jaden Hendrickson in 2 of St. Kitts, Robert Miller, the defending champion of Jamaica, in 3, Josh Thomas, Grenada, in 4, Jacario Wilson, he's in lane number 5 of the Bahamas, Rashad Gibson, Barbados, in 6, and Amari Brown, Trinidad and Tobago, in 7. Well, they are brought back here. Let's hope that is nothing like we experienced yesterday. Jacario Wilson, by the way, the Bahamian, was the under-17 champion last year. This is his first year at the under-20 level. So he should be one to watch in this race alongside Robert Miller of Jamaica. Zan Davis comes up in the next heat. He was second last evening behind Austin in the flat 400 meters. Did give Austin a run for his money off the curve, similar to what Zion Miller did last year. Another Bahamian, and we keep mentioning that that Team Bahamas, they have a number of Zions in their team. As we await the decisions of the officials at that recall.
Well, we certainly cannot deal with another episode of what we got yesterday in that 400 meter event. We see the yellow card comes out.
Which lane was it shown to?
Lane number 4, that's Josh Thomas of Grenada.
And normal listeners, when a yellow card is shown, the general guidance is that's a disturbance of the start. So unless the starter indicates specifically what the caution was for, it's usually a disturbance of the start that is mentioned as being the reason for the card given. Of course, a yellow card can be given for a number of instances as they're sent back to their marks. Hendrickson in 2, Miller 3, Thomas 4, Wilson in 5, Gibson 6, Brown in 7. Robert Miller, the Jamaican, in lane 2, And Wilson 5 of the Bahamas in lane number 5, the ones to watch here. Miller wasn't able to finish the race at the high school championships. Had some bad luck in 2 years in a row. Down the backstretch now he looks good, but look at Jacario Wilson of the Bahamas. He's cruising at the moment. He has gone by the Barbadian Rashad Gibson in lane 6. It's Wilson, but look at Robert Miller, the defending champion in the bright yellow of Jamaica. He takes over the lead now as they turn for home. It's Robert Miller. Miller looking comfortable here as he turns into the home stretch. The Jamaican in front of Wilson. The Trinidadian now, Amari Brown, gets into the picture and gets into the mix. He's going to give Miller something to think about. It's Miller and Brown. Brown glancing across. Miller wins it. And Miller gets it ahead of Amari Brown. Wilson run out of it with the Grenadian Josh Thomas finishing strongly as well. 51.91 the flash time, Leslie.
Well, it's going to be a real battle for these two in the finals because definitely Omari Brown from Trinidad and Tobago, who picked up the second position here and automatic qualification, really eased up, looked across, glanced across, and these two are going to have a lot more to share in the finals later on.
Most definitely. Miller there having a glance at the clock. Has won a gold medal every year since 2024. Robert Miller, he won the gold in the under 17 section right here in Grenada in 2024. In Trinidad last year, won it at the under 20 level and has booked a ticket to the final here again in Grenada in the under 20 level where he's the defending champion. So that was section 1 completed. So the height of the bar down by the Octathlon, still 1.63 meters. And if you clear at this height, that's 488 points.
So with the long jump, the third rung has been completed, and we can safely say that the 8 finalists have now been decided. And let's just go through them very quickly. So Michelangelo Edwards of Jamaica, still with the best jump at 7:37. Colin Archer, Bahamas, 7:30. Joshua Williams, also of the Bahamas, 7:16. Aaron Messiah, Barbados, 7:12. Manny Matthew, Trinidad and Tobago, 6:93. Jariah Lewis of Dominica, 6:91. And 7th, we have Randy Jones from Grenada at 6:88. And the 8th position to round up the finalists, Java Cato of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 6:83.
So a nice top 8 there. That bronze medal battle will be interesting. Williams and Messiah of Bahamas and Barbados respectively.
Grenada Cooperative Bank and Grenadian General Insurance Company Limited.
A mere 4 centimeters separating the two.
Of course, as the day continues, we'll acknowledge our sponsors, ensuring that they understand how much we appreciate their support.
So heat number 2 getting ready.
Can also tell you in the Decathlon boys discus throw, Tyrick Vincent, the current leader in the event, he is leading the discus with 41.49 meters. Shaim Philip of Grenada is currently in the second position with 38.39. That's after 2 rounds. Jaquan Souden of Jamaica, he is in the 3rd spot in that event at 36.73. The top 3 so far in the discus throw for the Decathlon boys.
Watkins of the Cayman Islands. He goes in 4. And Akanye Samuel Francis of Team Unstoppable St. Kitts.
So section 2.
He goes in 2.
About to get on the way. Lane number 7 is Tyrell Johnson Rouse of Barbados. Wonder if he's related to the Lena Rouse of Trinidad and Tobago. Zion Davis, the silver medalist in the 400 meters last evening from the Bahamas, is in 6. Lane 5 is Giovanni Tyrell of Jamaica apologies. And of course, the people back home in Jamaica would crucify me for that. He's a Kingston College man. Would have won that Class 2-4 hurdles at Champs. Jamori Watkins of Cayman Islands in lane 4. And in lane 3, Kyle Ned of Grenada. And lane 2, well, the Grenadian is not there. But Akani Samuel Francis of St. Kitts and Nevis. He's in lane number 2. And Akani Francis won bronze last year. And in 2024 was a silver medalist at the under 17 level. So a good start already for Zion Davis of the Bahamas, just as he did yesterday in the flat 400 meters. Goes out quite hard, maintains that lead with just about 90 meters to go. And now Tyrell of Jamaica also looking strong. So Tyrell, based on the stagger, takes over the lead with Davis on the outside from the Bahamas. The next best will be Samuel Francis of St. Kitts and Nevis on the inside. But Tyrell of Jamaica glances to his right. Problems though for the Barbadian. He goes down. That's Johnson Rouse on the penultimate flight of hurdles. Tyrell and Davis easily through to the final. Samuel Francis, he'll have to wait to see if his time will get him through. And with the few competitors in section 2, he might very well have a chance to aim for another medal.
Well, Giovanni Tyrell ran a very smart race. Davis, as usual, went out really hard, going down the back straight. But by the time they got to the turn, and the top of the turn, it was Giovanni Tyrell from Jamaica who really pulled away and to return a 52.08 seconds race to get an automatic qualifying position into the final. So too is Bahamian Zion Davis. And the next 4 best times will join them going into the finals.
52.08.
St. Kitts and Nevis, Samuel Francis, he was in the 3rd position at 53.68. Cayman Islands,
that's
Watkins was at 55.6 to pick up the 4th. And these were the top positions going into selections for the finals later on today.
Giovanni Tyrell ran 50.63 at the high school championships just last week, so quite quick. The height of the bar has gone up in the Octathlon boys high jump, 1.66 meters.
It's Javid Noel from Grenada having that clearance moments ago. Justin Shepard on his attempt now, using the scissors technique, clipping the bar in the process.
And clearing 1.66 meters gives you 512 points.
Randy Jones of Grenada on the runway now for the finals of the long jump competition. Got a decent part of the board.
So we're on the 20 boys 400 meter hurdle, Carifta. Top 2 from each heat will advance plus the next 4 best times.
Told you that Jamaica heard me, Leslie. Already getting comments. Freudian slip, listeners. Freudian slip. I'm sure Tyrell would forgive me and the Kingston College faithful. And coming off the week of championships just last week, certain things are still fresh in your mind. Jamaica College winning the championships, by the way, so one could forgive me for that.
Well, that's a battle you have to fight, bro.
I might have to stay longer in Grenada. The man from Dominica down the runway. That's a massive foul though. That's in the long jump competition.
Jariah Lewis. Dominica, we know their powers at Olympics in the long jump.
And the triple jump as well with Tia Lafond of, in recent times, the Olympic gold medalist from Paris. This man was in tied third for a little. He's in fifth now. That's Matthew, I believe. Yes, Imani Matthew of Trinidad and Tobago. .93 meters, his best mark so far. Hovering on that 7-meter mark.
He's had 2 no jumps. It was only his first jump that he jumped the 6.93.
And you mentioned, Leslie, earlier that some jumpers want to play it safe early, some want to get the big one early. He has decided to get the big one early and then play around with the rest of the jumps.
Beckoning the crowd for some support here to usher him down the runway.
The camaraderie being shown there on the benches, the competitors, his competitors cheering him on down the runway. Oh, that's a massive foul again. You love to see the wind speed because maybe that could be a factor here in terms of if they have a strong following wind. Yesterday we saw it in the opposite direction for the 100 meters. Trying to glance at the flag a while ago to get the directionality of the wind.
Well, typically they will be jumping into the wind once the wind is consistent with its direction. And so again, that can influence or have an impact on the level of performance here. They're jumping into, if it's the kind of winds we had yesterday, 6 meters per second and so on, 4 meters per second, we expect that it will have some negative effect on the jumping today.
Aaron Messiah of Barbados, currently in 4th position outside the medals at the moment. The motors down the runway. Lovely on the board there. I think of all the jumpers I've seen so far, he's one of the best in terms of using up the board. Messiah of Barbados, 7 meters and 12 already.
Well, he's only 4 centimeters outside of the bronze medal, and that looks like a pretty decent jump here, so that may put him maybe just ahead of Joshua Williams of the Bahamas. We'll wait to see what the jump is.
The height of the bar has gone up another 3 centimeters in the Octathlon boys high jump competition. 1.69 meters. The bar now at.
So 684 for
it's Messiah.
So that would still keep him in the 4th position. His best so far, 7:12.
And to the right of pitcher, we had Ashley Demerit of the Bahamas not able to clear at 1.69 meters on his first attempt. Joshua Williams, the man in the bronze medal position, left off pitcher, gets the white flag. 7.16 meters, his best so far. And with 2 more rounds to come, he knows that persons are chasing him. But he's also chasing those ahead of him.
Another clearance there for Javid Noel in the Octathlon high jump. Just looking to walk over the bar with the scissors. Looks very, very casual doing it.
Very. That's the merit of Bahamas. That was his second attempt at 1.69 meters. Appears to be the one of two competitors left in action. His teammate Shepard also there, sitting just behind that tent or bench. The man in the silver medal position, Carlin Archer, left off pitcher, 7:30 already. A little behind the board, the Bahamian fans love it. He gets the white flag as well.
Looks like a pretty decent jump. Already did 7.30 meters. 7 centimeters ahead of him is Michael Andre Edwards of Jamaica. So he's just looking for maybe an additional 7 centimeters at the moment.
Wow.
7:53. That takes him into the gold medal
lead
position.
So he means business here, Archer. Has jumped 7:40 before. And will Michael Andre Edwards respond? For the second time in the competition, he finds himself in the silver medal position, the defending champion.
Justin Shepard just clearing the bar here for Bahamas in the Octathlon.
And that's a new personal best as well for Archer. Well, confirmation of the wind speed though will need to be done. But that's his best jump all conditions. As Michael Andre Edwards of Jamaica gets ready to go in round number 4.
Got a decent piece of the board as well. The flight didn't look all that great, but seems to be hobbling a little bit. As Javid Noel attempts the high jump one more time. Again, the bar being his best friend on this occasion.
172 the height of the bar there. He has to maximize his points total here because he's in third at the moment. Just sitting a little behind the merit of the Bahamas, 3,516 to 3,307 at the end of the 110 hurdles. So Noel knows that if the Bahamians remain here, he has to remain as well to get close to them. 7 meters and 42 for Michael Andre Edwards. It's an improvement for him, but he remains in second position. And also want to say good morning to the world champion 100 meters gold medalist from the 2003 Paris World Championships. None other than the man from St. Kitts and Nevis, Kim Collins, celebrates his 50th birthday today. Good morning to you, Sir Collins. Hope that you have a blessed and fun-filled day.
Well, I remember quite vividly that 100-meter victory at World Champs. Maybe it was not the fastest, but a gold medal is a gold medal is a gold medal.
It is.
It was not a sub-10 performance, but again, once you line up man versus man, 8 lanes, winner takes it all.
There you go. So you're seeing the two events ongoing at the moment in the field. The long jump under 20 boys to the left, the Octathlon boys high jump to the right. So the merit of the Bahamas on the right. He'll go next at 1.72 meters. Still going with that style of clearance. Gets the red flag, the bar goes down.
On the runway also is Cato of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, currently in the 8th position, about to have his 4th wrong jump. A best so far of 6.83 meters. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is one of the nations we've seen some development in track and field. They now have an artificial track there as well that is helping in their development, and a number of clubs, athletic clubs in St. Vincent. Occasionally they go around the region as well. They participate in St. Kitts and Nevis. They come to Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago to participate in the various meets that are held regionally. So some development is happening in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we see Cato here now into the finals of the long jump competition. Got a fair amount of the board on this occasion. Maybe could have gotten a couple more centimeters, but 683 previously. That was on his first attempt. Jafari Edwards of Trinidad and Tobago. Just saw him moments ago in the high jump. So a slight improvement for Cato at 6.92 meters. That takes him now into the 6th position. Randy Jones, who is now on the runway, has been relegated now to the 8th position. Let's see if he can better his previous performances. We heard the ooze from the spectators. Doesn't look like a better jump than he had previously, which was at 6.88 meters. But Cato elevating himself to 2 positions up from 8th to 6th. Still outside of the 7-meter mark. He's at 691. And 624 for Randy Jones, so he'll remain in the 8th position. As we see the ladies line up on the track here.
On the 17 girls, 200 meters comes next on the schedule on the track. 3 sections to come, 8 to advance, the top 2 from each heat. That's the next 2 best times. Section 1, lane 8 is Micaiah Frederick of Grenada. Lane 7 from Barbados is Taylor Ray Wiggins. In lane number 6 from the Cayman Islands, Daquana Howell. Lane number 5, representing the Bahamas, the silver medalist in the 400 meters last evening. She won silver in this event last year. That's Kezra Thomas. Lane 4 is Cadella Victor of Dominica. Lane 3 is Daniela Clark of Jamaica. And lane 2 is Jill Peters of Trinidad and Tobago.
So there are going to be 3 sections here, the top 2 in each section, plus the next 2 best times would advance to the finals. If you look at the flags in the back, it's not as windy as it was yesterday morning around this time. We have Peters, Clark, Victor, Thomas, Howell, Wiggins, and Frederick.
Would feel this for the first section. Dominica represented in this one as well. Her mom, Desiree Lawrence, has been here since the first day cheering on her daughter. And I'm told that her family and friends in Dominica are tuned in live to the coverage. So good morning to the Lawrence and Victor family as they cheer on Dominica's own Kidella Victor in this 200 meters race.
Kizera Thomas of the Bahamas comes in with the fastest seeded time at 23 seconds flat. She'll have good challenge from Taylor Ray Wiggins from Barbados, and also from Jamaica, Daniela Clark, and of course Jael Peters of Trinidad and Tobago.
So we have an introduction being made here. The Discus girls on the 17 final. Ladies, they're shown on screen: Zoe and Plum of Jamaica, Tiona Jackson of Grenada, Tabitha Francis of Grenada, Dajane Rudolph of Jamaica, Rosaria Ward of Barbados, Neraya Arneton of Martinique, Tiarjane Green of the Bahamas, Gabriella Linton, who won the shot put earlier from the Cayman Islands, her teammate Kalia Hay, who took the bronze, and Alicia Thurston of the Bahamas, the competitors listed here in this girls under 17 discus final. The girls in the 200 meters under 17, again a long wait for their race to go off. They have been introduced already. Not something you want to see when athletes are held behind their blocks for some time. So now they're sent to their marks. Away they go for the first section of three. Top two sure to advance. The Barbadian in lane 7, that's Taylor Ray Wiggins. Got a good start, but look at the 400 meters silver medalist in 5, that's Kezra Thomas. And on the inside, Daniela Clark of Jamaica. The Jamaican leads at the moment. On the inside is Jael Peters of Trinidad and Tobago, but Kezra Thomas is just too strong. Thomas will win it. Close for second between Clark of Jamaica and Jael Peters of Trinidad and Tobago. With Wiggins on the outside, but Kezra Thomas, who won silver last year in this event, silver last night, looks so powerful and super in the home stretch. And Clark and Peters just couldn't keep with her.
Well, she ran a very powerful home straight and easing into the finish line as well with a flash time of 23.94. She has really sent out a message to the finals. 23.96 rounded up to. And the Jael Peters of Trinidad and Tobago, 24.31 to take the automatic qualifying positions. And Daniela Clark of Jamaica, 24.31 would be the next best time in third position.
So good way to start for Thomas. She's having a very good Carifta Games, the Bahamian. As we say good morning to the viewers on Cable Bahamas across there in the Bahamas. We're tuning in live to these Carifta Games here in Grenada. By the way, down in the discus throw for under 17 girls, The bronze medalist from the shot put is the defending champion, but 7.68, Leslie.
That would take the gold medal position at the moment, and that looks as though it's Archer from the Bahamas.
Yes, he has improved his personal best even further.
7.68 meters, the gold medal position here for Colin Archer of the Bahamas. Michael Andre Edwards is aware of that. He's on the runway now.
Well, he loved that, you know. He gets the white flag. Still think in his mind he wanted to go further. So that battle between Archer and Michael Andre Edwards hotting up with one section to come. The second section of 3 comes up next. The times on the bubble: 24.31 for Danielia Clark of Jamaica and 24.37 for Howell of the Cayman Islands. As we see the competitors for section 2. Leslie?
Well, we have some very familiar names in there. In lane 3, Tyra Fenton, Antigua and Barbuda, already with 2 medals in this championship, a gold and a bronze, and fancies a chance here for 3 or potentially 4 medals at Carifta 2026.
So they're sent on their marks. Angel Jeffrey Gaina in 2, Tyra Fenton, Antigua in 3, Faith Eatman, Virgin Islands in 4, Sharon Smith, Jamaica in 5, Tishona Bascom, Grenada in 6, Jolene Tomlin, St. Martin in 7, and Mackenzie Crabb, British Virgin Islands in lane 8. Set position. Oh, break at the start for sure. Lane number 4, by my eyes at least, Faith Eatman of the Virgin Islands appeared to have just gotten too quick of a step out of the blocks. No cheers there inside the stadium, and it's because the Grenadian has cleared the most recent height in the high jump of the Octathlon boys.
Certainly looked as though it was Faith Eatman of the Virgin Islands who got ahead of the starting pistol. We have not seen any decision from the starters. We see 4 fingers going up, and here comes the dreaded decision.
4, and the red card will come out for her.
Hesitantly, she would have to leave the track. Faith Eatman of the Virgin Islands. They're going to have another attempt at it. The 200 meters, flight 2 of 3 in the girls' 200 meter dash on the 17.
Tyra Fenton runs out of lane number 3, the 100 meters champion, the bronze medalist in the 400 meters as well. She turns into the home stretch ahead of the Jamaican Sharon Smith. Those are your top 2, and on the outside, Crabb of the British Virgin Islands in 3rd. But Fenton, on a canter in the home stretch, will win ahead of Smith of Jamaica and Crabb of the British Virgin Islands. So she's through to the final. Tyra Fenton was a bronze medalist in this event last year, and looking to go 2 places better to add another gold to her collection.
we made the point it's not very usual to have an athlete doing the 100, 200, and the 400 meters at the Carifta Games. And at 23:79, which is even faster than the previous heat, Tyra Fenton is about to make a huge statement in 2026.
Definitely.
So Krabby would have to see what time comes back in the third heat at 24:34. The previous heat we had both Jael Peters and Daniela Clark at 24:31. Imani Matthew of Trinidad and Tobago, currently in the 5th position.
And that's the final round of the Under 20 boys long jump. It seems such a long time ago, Leslie, that this competition started with some 18 jumpers. And we're in the final round with roughly 4 more jumpers to come in the competition. So they're running into a negative wind in the 200 meters. So as I presumed in the long jump, they were facing a positive, they were receiving a positive tailwind, it would appear. The height of the bar in the Octathlon boys high jump, 1.81 meters. That's Javid Noel of Grenada, 3rd overall coming into the high jump competition, not getting over on that attempt at the height.
.682 for Matthew. Still remains in the 5th position. Aaron Messiah, Barbados, currently in the 4th position. 4 centimeters ahead of him is Joshua Williams of the Bahamas.
So as we continue to follow the last set of jumps in the long jump, the final heat of the girls 200 meters on the 17 on track. Lane 8 is Amina Prasad, Virgin Islands. Lane 7 is from the Bahamas, Brian Ward. She was 4th last year. Lane 6 is Clean Prentice of St. Kitts and Nevis. In lane 5, Omara Samuels of Bermuda. Lane 4, Samasia Leonard of the British Virgin Islands. Lane 3, Tisana Harris of Guyana. And in lane 2, Eden Shiwa of Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, Chiwa of Trinidad and Tobago comes in with the fastest seeded time, and Brian Ward of the Bahamas, the next fastest seeded time. So we're looking at potentially lanes 2 and 7 for the early runnings in the final heat.
So off they go then. A good start already for Brian Ward of the Bahamas. She won the bronze medal last evening in the 100 meters. On the inside, Eden Shiwa of Trinidad and Tobago is making this a race indeed. It's Shiwa on the inside from Ward of the Bahamas on the outside. That's your top two, with Shiwa looking fantastic. Slows it down in the end as well, 23.94. Comfortable running here for the Trinidadian. Made it look easy. She adds her name to the conversation. So Tara Fenton will have some competition from her. Kieser Thomas, Brian Ward, of course, and Shion Smith.
Good, strong, and consistent run here for 23.93. The adjusted time, 24.24 for Ward of the Bahamas, and the Apprentice of St. Kitts and Nevis, 24.97. And then we have Harris out of Guyana, 25.06. Samuels from Bermuda, 25.17. Leonard of the Virgin Islands at 25.30. And Prasad, 26.68. Joshua Williams currently in third position on his final attempt in the long jump for the under 20 boys. Well, his bronze medal is secured for the moment because Aaron Messiah, who is currently in fourth from Barbados, had a no jump on his previous attempt. We still have, I think, a couple more athletes to complete the jumps. We still have Archer and Edwards. So I think the bronze medal is secured now because the others are already ahead of him. And so the bronze is secured for Joshua Williams of the Bahamas. Nice clearance here by Trinidad and Tobago in the Octathlon, and that's Jafari Edwards, it looks like here.
It is. The leader in the competition on the 20 boys long jump, Archer.
So Archer would remain at 7.68 meters and still leads, but Michael Andre Edwards still has the final jump in the competition, and he has an opportunity to challenge for the gold medal. So the bronze is secured for Joshua Williams of the Bahamas. The Bahamas would have 2 medals in this event. Currently they are at first and third, but Michael Andre Edwards, the only man in the competition who can change the order of the gold and silver medals. The boys 200 meter on the 17 dash is next, and there are going to be 3 preliminaries here. The top 2 of each would advance, and the next 2 best times: Jaden Goodridge of Trinidad and Tobago, Javante Hurst of the Virgin Islands, Talon Blake, Cayman Islands, Jamil Cornett of Guyana, Keone Esprit of Dominica, Emil Higgins of the Bahamas, and Tyrick Charles of the British Virgin Islands.
Jaden Goodridge, second last evening in the 100 meters behind Kai Kelly of Jamaica. No Kai Kelly in the 200s though. They're brought back.
Well, Goodridge is not here because we did see him pull up in the 100 meters towards the end.
Did hold that right.
And the lane is scratched at the moment. Lane 2 is scratched. So there is no Goodridge here. But he was at the lead going into maybe the last 20 meters in the 100 meters.
Yeah.
And we saw him grabbing onto the hamstring. Obviously an injury, he's not in. So both of them are not into the 200 meter finals, the top 2 of the 100 meters last night.
Leaves it open then. Emil Higgins, the Bahamian, had a very good start to his outdoor season, running for Kingston College in Jamaica.
So we had a foul jump from Michael Andre Edwards on his final attempt in the long jump. So we can conclude that Carlin Archer of the Bahamas picks up the gold medal, Michael Andre Edwards the silver, and Joshua Williams of the Bahamas the bronze medal.
So they settle back into their blocks for the under 17 boys. 200 meters. It's a semi-final round, top 2 short to advance to the final. Off they go then for the first section. Even at the moment as they turn for home, but now Emil Higgins of the Bahamas cruises off the curve in front. Lane number 4 is Talon Blake of the Cayman Islands, but Emil Higgins now being challenged by Charles of the British Virgin Islands, but Higgins shuts it down in the end. 21.95 the flash time for the Bahamian, ahead of Tyreek Charles of the British Virgin Islands and Talon Blake of the Cayman Islands.
Look back at the final 60 meters. Bahamas here really in cruise control and shutting it down with maybe 10 meters to go for a comfortable win and securing an automatic position going into the finals later on this evening.
So Higgins looking to shrug off his relatively conservative showing at the Boys and Girls Championships last week. See the times coming up there for the first section.
So Higgins at 21.92 from the Virgin Islands. Charles, that's Tyreek Charles, 22.07. Talon Blake of the Cayman Islands, 22.35. Keone Esprit of Dominica, 22.94. Javante Hurst of the Virgin Islands, 23.21. Jamal Cornett of Guyana, 23.98. The top finishers in heat 1 of 3 in the 200-meter dash for the under-17 boys.
Go across to the Octathlon boys high jump. Jafari Edwards goes clear at 1.84 meters on his second attempt. The Trinidadian fans love that. And just to give you an idea as to how many points you get by clearing 184, it's 661 points. That will do him a world of good to challenge for the bronze medal position. Heading into the high jump, he was in 4th overall. That's 3,248 points. And Javid Noel of Grenada, he had 3,307. So the points difference between the two heading into this high jump was a mere 59 points.
Well, Javid Noel is already out of the high jump, so it'll be interesting to see how the points rack up. But it's heat number 2 in the under 17 boys 200 meters, and we have Jaron Henry in lane 1 from Antigua and Barbuda. Philip Mitchell, who was disqualified through a false start from Grenada, he's in lane 2. Malik Kendall of Guyana in 3. Mario Ross of Jamaica in 4. Carvish Connor of Anguilla in 5. And we have Fubert Zaid Lighthorn of Bermuda in 6. Zion Bradford of the Bahamas in 7. And Adoni Kangu of the British Virgin Islands in 8. All of Grenada came out to see Philip Mitchell yesterday in the 100 meters. And the word on the street was some disappointment that he was disqualified. And here's an opportunity to see him now in the 200 meters.
Lane 3, float of the blocks. Looks back, then looks at his shoes.
Malik Kendall of Guyana.
Now he's doing something different than the other athletes. He didn't immediately put his hand on his mouth or on his head. He looked back at the blocks, then he looked at his shoes to say to the officials, hey, blame the shoes. It's not so lucky though he gets the red card, Leslie.
Well, that dreaded red card came out in his lane, indicating that the false start is accredited to him. Malik Kendall from Guyana.
Mario Ross of Jamaica was 3rd at the high school championships in the class 2 event. Ages 14 to 15. So off they go then for section 2. Top 2 short to advance, and already Mario Ross has covered the field as they turn now into the home stretch. Zidane Lightburn Ferbert is left back, the Bermudian. Ross is storming away on the outside from Bahamas is Zion Bradford. Another Zion is chasing. Mario Ross gets it. Close for second between Zion Bradford of the Bahamas and Jaron Henry of Antigua and Barbuda. Well, 21.44
on the flash time. Yeah, impressive. 21.44 as well. 21.48 the official time.
I think that's a new personal best for the Jamaican.
Zion Bradford also sub 22 at 21.86, and also is Jaron Henry of Antigua and Barbuda at 21.92. So the top three finishers here sub 22, and then we had Zion Lightburn from Bermuda at 22.17, and Philip Mitchell from Grenada at 22.22. Anthony Gangu of the British Virgin Islands at 22.55. And those were your top finishers here. Carvage Corner at 22.67. A quick one.
Yeah,
the second of the three preliminaries.
The bronze medalist from the 400 meters last evening, Zion Bradford of the Bahamas, and the man who missed a medal in the 400, Jaron Henry of Antigua and Barbuda, looked quite good just now. High jump action continues. That's Edwards charging into the bar. The height of the bar 1.87 meters. Jafari section of the crowd there. Heat and vibes.
We still have the final heat in the boys 200 meter dash on the 17. Some sub 22 seeded times coming in as well. Jalino Hamlet, we saw him being disqualified through a false start yesterday in the 400 meters. Only 14 years old from Barbados. Tyler Morgan of Jamaica. Giovanni Green of Grenada. All three coming in with some sub 22 seeded times. Also going to see Shamrick Smith of Bonaire. Delani George of Dominica. Gerani Welcome of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Joshua Allen of Montserrat.
As you mentioned, another Dominican, Delani George, in this final section. His mom in the stand supporting him as well. Delia Duvernay. Good morning to you, Delia. She's tuning into the coverage, supporting her son all the way from Dominica. The Dominicans here in a decent number to celebrate the small squad, as we see Jafari Edwards just applauding there to complete the competition in the Octathlon high jump. So his best clearance was 1.84 meters. That gave him 661 points, which means that he has potentially cut the distance between himself and that bronze medal position by some 25 points. And it'll be interesting to see the official scoring for him at the end of that high jump action. They're coming up to the penultimate event in the Octathlon, which will be the javelin throw. They have that next. Going to turn our attention to the discus throw momentarily for under 20 girls. That's ongoing. The start list there for the final section of the under 17 boys 200 meters being shown. So we're still in the first round of throwing in the under 20 girls discus competition. Zoe-Ann Plummer of Jamaica leads with 43.83 meters. Second is Dajane Rudolph, also of Jamaica, 42.35 meters. Third, a finalist last year in this event, Tiajane Green of the Bahamas. She was sixth last year. She's third at the moment, 35.28 meters. Fourth is Naraya Arneton of Martinique, 32.95 meters. Fifth, Tabitha Francis, Grenada, 28.62 meters. 6, Tiona Jackson, also of Grenada, 25.22 meters. And we have had a foul each for Jazaria Ward of Barbados and Gabriella Linton of the Cayman Islands. And the defending champion, Kalia Hay of the Cayman Islands, just through. And she has gone out to 35.99 meters, so she moves into the bronze medal position, the defending champion there. And let you know as well that the gold medalist from the shot put, as mentioned, had a foul on her first attempt. We have one more throw to come in round number 1. That's Alicia Thurston of the Bahamas.
So we get set now for number 33, number 17, boys 200 meters. Tyler Morgan, Jamaica, who's in the lead number 8. Jamaica Hamid of Barbados,
Well, the boys are lined up and getting ready to go. In lane 8, we have Tyler Morgan of Jamaica. Jalino Hamlet of Barbados is in lane 7. Josh Allen of Montserrat in 6. Dario Tavernier of Trinidad and Tobago in 5. Gerani Welcome of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in 4. Giovanni Green of Grenada in 3. Delani George of Dominica in 2. And Shanrick Smith of Bonaire, he's in lane 1.
Nice field this for the final section. Dario Tavernier of Trinidad and Tobago, Tyler Morgan of Jamaica. The ones to watch here. In the set position now. Cleanly away, first time of asking. And looking strong in lane number 6 already. That is Tavernier of Trinidad and Tobago. On the outside, Morgan is there from Jamaica, but Hamlet of Barbados in the mix. And then on the inside is Giovanni Green of Grenada. Now Tavernier begins to step forward. Tavernier of Trinidad and Tobago from Hamlet of Barbados. That's their 2 automatic qualifiers, with Morgan of Jamaica left back in 3rd. And then Green of Grenada. So pretty much to the form book based on seeded times, Leslie.
Absolutely. Another sub-22 performance in the preliminaries. Flash time 21.40 seconds. And really good run here by Dario Tavernier of Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados in the youngster Jaleno Hamlet would really want to redeem some glory for Barbados after that false start yesterday. And he returned 21.46. Tavernier 21.42, and Tyler Morgan of Jamaica 21.56, Giovanni Green 21.87, Josh Allen of Montserrat 22.26. The top finishers in the final preliminary in the boys under 17 200 meter dash. I believe that may just take Giovanni Green from Grenada into the finals at 21.87. And maybe a good reason for more Grenadians to come on down to the National Stadium later on today to see Giovanni Green in the finals of the 200 meters.
So we're going to throw you down trackside where Clyde John has another interview lined up for us. Clyde, over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. And I have here with me the youngster from St. Augustine College in Bahamas. I'm speaking to Colin Archer, the winner of the boys under 20 long jump. Colin, congratulations on a really good jump, a jump in your personal best. Yes, Tell us about that event.
I'm just happy I was able to execute and perform well and beat the competition.
All right, I know you also a good triple jumper. Which event do you prefer, the triple jump or the long jump?
I prefer the triple jump because it was my first event, starting off a track.
Okay, so he's in touch with his first love, but he's really a good long jumper, 7.68 meters. All the best. We wish you, best wishes as you continue in the long jump and the triple jump.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, so that was Colin Archer. Back up to you guys at the top.
Well, thank you, Clyde. The young man had a real battle on his hands here from the Jamaicans and the Bahamian, his other Bahamian counterpart. And the lead was going back and forth. Eventually, he had some very good jumps to win the gold medal for the Bahamas. Colin Archer of the Bahamas, the winner, the gold medalist in the long jump.
So another look inside the crown, inside the main pavilion at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. Having their mid-morning conversation, just some minutes after 11 here in St. George's.
Trinidad and Tobago have made some adjustments to their outfit today. Yesterday they were in the black with their images on it. Today they're in the white, and I'm suggesting that tomorrow they may be in red. Strong
so they'll
contingent.
be going with Grenada with the red.
So it will be a sea of red here tomorrow, most likely at the National Stadium. A very strong contingent from Trinidad and Tobago. We've always maintained very close relationship with Trinidad. It's only 90 miles away, and so it might just be the most economical trip to come to Grenada of all of the visiting countries. And there's always been a strong exchange between Grenada and Trinidad. Same thing happened last year with a strong Grenadian contingent going down to Trinidad for Carifta Games. The Trinis are here.
Well, we're going to go right back across to the discus throw for the under 20 girls. We're now in round 2 of throwing, and no changes to the top 3 as yet. Zoe Ann Plum of Jamaica leads, has a foul on her second attempt though. Najane Rudolph of Jamaica, no improvement for her, 38.94 in round 2. She remains in the second position. Rosario Ward of Barbados, she had a foul in round 1, 27.89 in round 2. She's in 8th. And Tiona Jackson has an improvement, slight improvement, 26.94 in round number 2, but she's in 9th position. .88 meters now for Green of the Bahamas. She just went out of the circle as we get a nice view across to the discus area, heading into that ring now from the Cayman Islands. Gabriella Linton had a foul in round number 1. She's, of course, the shot put gold medalist. Took that on the morning session yesterday. A standing delivery for the disc outside the sector again. So a red flag goes up for her. So 2 fouls back to back, Leslie, for Gabriella Linton of the Cayman Islands.
Well, she has one more round to register a legal throw. She would want to leave this Carifta Games with at least 2 medals. She already has a goal in the shot put yesterday. And if she's really a morning person, this is the morning to really register a good mark here in the discus throw.
The defending champion, Kalia Hay of the Cayman Islands, now in the circle. This is her better event. Nice form in the circle. Gets it out, but the red flag goes up. She doesn't like that, so she decides to... Well, she's having it measured. I'm seeing a red flag. So, not sure what's happening in terms of the measurement. So, round 2 of throwing. Discus throw action on the 20 girls. Now, Alicia Thurston. She's now in 5th position, 34.55 in round 1. Walks to the circle, or to the ring if you will. Right-hander, as most throwers are. Swings that one going to the netting, so that will be a foul for her. So no improvement for Thurston of the Bahamas in round number 2.
St. George, Grenada. It's such a delight to have you with us. Welcome to Spice Country.
So we're now in round number 3 of throwing. Zoe-Ann Plummer of Jamaica, who leads the competition, had a foul in round 2. She goes into the ring for her third round throw, 43.83. Remind you, is her best mark from round 1. Only 2 throws over the 40-meter mark. The other being Dajanay Rudolph, also of Jamaica, 42.35. She'll go next. Strong throw here from Plummer. She gets the white flag.
Thank you so much. The Investment Migration Agency Grenada, the National Lotteries Authority.
So she awaits her mark to see if it's an improvement on her 43.83. 43 meters 83 from round 1 for Zoe-Ann Plummer. Cool morning here in the capital city of Grenada. And heading into the circle is Theona Jackson of Grenada. Came in with 29.58, 29 meters and 58. Starts at the front of the circle. Plants her right foot down. Swings. And that one there clatters off one of the poles in the ring.
Very interesting way to develop the momentum for the discus.
Most throwers these days, they start at the back, spin with some speed, generate that momentum so that the velocity can push that disc as fast as possible, or far as possible rather.
You see the girls for the 200-meter dash on the 20, getting themselves ready. There are going to be 3 preliminaries in this one, and the top 2 of each of the preliminaries would advance automatically to the finals, and then the next 2 best times would join them as the non-automatic qualifiers. The first seat we will see Maria Montout of French Guyana, Melody Melfort of Guadeloupe, Akila Dover of Guyana, Talia Buckness-Small of the Virgin Islands, Kayla Christopher of Grenada. She was disqualified through a false start yesterday. Alex Roberts of the Bahamas, Kayla Charles of Trinidad and Tobago, and guess who's in lane 8? Chanel Douglas of Jamaica.
The defending champion won the 100 last night, slipped out of the blocks. When I saw the highlights last evening, thought she got a poor start, but was on course to run faster than that 11:03 record that has stood for a while. She now has a chance to touch that 22.77. Shawnee Miller-Weber now. That was her record back in 2013, the Bahamian. Waiting for the starter to send them on their marks.
Douglas comes in with a seated time of 22.58. She's running out of lane 8.
And she has gone much faster than that, as you would know, Leslie. At championships, would have broken the Jamaica under 20 record, which stood at 22.50 for some time since 2018. Brianna Williams would have won that double gold in Tampere, Finland back that year, would have set the record at the World Under 20 Championships.
Kayla Charles of Trinidad and Tobago comes in at 23.90. So lane 7 and 8 would lead off this one. The expectation is that Chanel Douglas would really emerge from the turn in the lead and maybe be on cruise control going on.
More than likely that will be the case. 22.36 at her best, so she has some class to show in the set position. Off they go here. A good start for Grenada's Kayla Christopher in lane 5. Shania Douglas on the outside in the home stretch. Pressing forward as well is Kayla Charles of Trinidad and Tobago and Roberts of the Bahamas, but Shania Douglas shuts it down. Goes across the line ahead of Roberts of the Bahamas and Kayla Charles of Trinidad and Tobago. 23.43 for the 22.36 athlete from Jamaica.
Well, that 23.43 doesn't do justice to what we saw here. She really basically walked over the finish line, and we expect a lot more from her into the finals later on this evening. But 23.46, Alexis Roberts of the Bahamas, 23.58, Kayla Charles of Trinidad and Tobago, 23.65, Melody Melfort of Guadeloupe, 24.35, Akila Dover of Guyana at 24.52, Molia Mutut of French Guyana, 24.72, Kayla Christopher Grenada, 24.85, and Natalia Buckney Small of the Virgin Islands at 26.23.
So the defending champion into the final. Action continues as well in the discus throw. We have a change in the leadership of that. That's Dajane Rudolph of Jamaica, 44.64 meters in round number 3. Zoe Plummer, 43.76. That was her mark in round 3. Tabitha Francis of Grenada, she has 27.28 meters, so no improvement on her 28.62 meters. She remains in 7th. Jazaria Ward of Barbados, 25.58 in round number 3. She's in 8th position. So an update as well coming in the Decathlon. Leslie?
Yeah, we've just learned that Tariq Vincent from Trinidad and Tobago has broken the discus under 20 boys record with a throw of 41.49 meters. And also some sad news for Grenada. Gerald Clement has pulled out of the Decathlon, and he was one of the potential medal hopes for Grenada in the Decathlon. He has pulled out, but congratulations to Tariq Vincent, the leader of the Decathlon, who has just broken the record in the discus for the under 20 boys.
Also a new event best established there. They turned the mark that Joel Clement set last year, 37.97. As we continue to watch the girls under 20 discus competition, round number 3 at the moment. We also prepare for the next section, section 2 of the girls under 20 200 meters semi-final. Top 2 from each heat sure to advance to the final, and then the next 2 best times will also follow suit.
Lane 1, Melody Pearl, Martinique. Your lineup for event 34.
So heat 2 of 3 in the girls on 200 meters under 20. Melody Prue of Martinique, she's in 1. Sage Dimitri of the Bahamas in 2, and Ian Nurse Barbados in 3. They're on the starters orders, and we're going to see what they have to challenge for the likes of Shania Douglas and others in Heat 1.
So off they go then for section 2. Anaya Nurse of Barbados in lane number 3 is run a blistering curve. On the outside in lane 6 is Brian Barnett of Haiti, who was 6th last year in that run. But look at Anaya Nurse storming forward. It's Nurse in charge. No one getting close to her. Nurse wins it. Closer second between Barnett of Haiti and Demerit of the Bahamas on the inside. Now that's what you call a fantastic curve from Anaya Nurse.
Yeah, she came off the curve in the lead and really powered her way through the home straight onto the finish line. Bahamas in Demerit on the inside picked up the second position, and Haiti Barnett picked up this 23.36 for Nurse, 23.58 for Demerit, and Barnett at 23.62. Vanukia of Guadeloupe 23.98, Pugh of Martinique 23.99, Shadi John of Grenada 24.05, and then we had Rogers of the Virgin Islands at 24.85, and Johnson rounding off the 8 positions in this, the second preliminary in the girls 200 meter under 17, I beg your pardon. Under 20, correct.
So Nurse missed the medal last evening in the 100 meters. She's into the final of the 200 meters. Look quite strong there.
We still have the final preliminary to go in the girls 200 meters under 20. And we see the results here. Nurse at 23.36. Faster time than the previous heat. Demerit at 23.58. Barnett at 23.62. She would fancy her chances getting into the finals as well. And so too might be Vanukia of Guadeloupe, the top 4 finishers.
23.98. Certainly has gotten a lot cooler over the last 20 minutes or so.
Today, the yellow day at the National Stadium. As far as the Grenadian supporters are concerned, that's what the Federation is asking them to wear today. Yesterday it was green. It really mixes with the Bahamian contingent who are also wearing yellow today. And I'm sure there'll be loads of Jamaicans wearing yellow today as well.
For sure. So we continue to get a shot off the crowd. The lone Jamaican flag there in between the British Virgin Islands and supporters from Grenada. So you're speaking with some of your Barbadian friends earlier, Leslie. They have a nice little crew just below our commentary position.
So I was saying to them, Donald, that, you know, whenever the Barbadians' names are called on the stadium microphone, they scream and they make so much noise, and the whole of Barbados is hearing them because it's coming through the microphone. And she said to me, yeah, we got the screenshot, we got the video of you saying that online yesterday. And so they are so thrilled and so happy that the folks back there in Barbados are hearing their screams loud and proud whenever the Bajans are called on the stadium microphone.
And I will use this opportunity to say good morning to my Barbadian friends. Second home for me. Lived there for some 4 years. Big up to the University of the West Indies Cavell campus and to the residents of Oxnard and Wanstead, as well as Blackrock, some of the communities that I would be quite familiar with in the parish of St. Michael across there in Barbados. Good morning. Hope that you're tuning in to the coverage here of our broadcast as the rain comes back out of nowhere here at the stadium. Colorful umbrellas across the ground adds to the already colorful Carifta Games, Carifta 53. By the way, I'm still haunted by that jab yesterday.
Well, that was a cultural explosion.
It was.
Of Grenada's culture in totality. What was on show yesterday was snippets of the various traditional and cultural pieces. So we have what is called the jab, which we have made a name for within the region now. And then there were the other aspects like the short knee, something we call the veko, and there were various aspects of our traditional culture. The belly dancers and so on were there as well. And the jab, which is something that is, I don't want to say unique, but something that we have grabbed onto here in Grenada and really have marketed. We have a jab festival. Is the biggest part of our carnival, if you ask me. And people really come to see and to be part of this jab experience. So there you saw it yesterday in the full regalia with the helmets, with the horns, the chains, the oil, the body covered with the engine oil and the black paint and so on. And that is a really staple in the Grenadian traditional culture and carnival.
And I think that's one of the experiences you get with Carifta. You get to see the different countries that hosted their culture coming on show as we see the next section, section 2 of the under 20 girls 200 meters on track.
So in
section 3, sorry.
Section 3, we will see Naomi Theodore of Trinidad and Tobago, Nyasha Harris of Belize, Katisha Ambrose of Antigua and Barbuda, Saraya Doreska of Haiti, Arima Turner of Bermuda, Natri East of Jamaica, Mavon Ville of Martinique, and Deschanel Thomas of St. Kitts and Nevis. Natri East of Jamaica.
Natri East, yes.
Definitely one to look out for in this preliminary. She should emerge here as the top finisher and to secure an automatic spot into the finals.
So they are on the starters' orders in the set position. Away they go then for the final section of the girls under 20 200 meters. On the outside is Dictionary Thomas of St. Kitts, but look at Natrice East. Runs a strong curve as is expected and cruises into the home stretch. It's Natrice East. On the inside is Theodore of Trinidad and Tobago, and Thomas on the outside trying to come back. It's Theodore and East. The Trinidadian in lane 1 might have edged it.
Indeed, at 23.74 on the flash time, it looked as though it's Naomi Theodore of Trinidad and Tobago and Natrice East of Jamaica would have picked up the second automatic qualifying position. Remember, the top 2 emerges automatically into the finals, and then the next 2 best times from the 3 preliminaries will join them as well.
So, very close, you know. Natrice East gets the nod.
23.77 for Natrice East. Also 23.77 for Theodore. And Thomas of St. Kitts and Nevis at 23.92 was in 3rd position.
Maybe the rain affecting the runners in this final section just now. See there, Noel Francis, World Athletics writer in his Jamaican regalia, and being told I've not said good morning to Jamaicans.
You have a lot to account for when you get back, bro.
I'm counting them. 10:47 a.m. in Jamaica. Good morning to all the listeners on TVJ and TVJ Sports Network. Hope that you're tuning into the coverage. I've seen your feedback. I've seen your remarks. We thank you for tuning into the coverage here of Carifta 53.
Well, the Trinities can find anything to celebrate. There's absolutely nothing going on the track. And they're having the time out there in the rain as well.
All needed now, Leslie, is a little paint and you get a nice juve going. As it's raining, they have the water.
That's the choreographer right there. Yesterday
Yeah.
he was issuing all the commands to the Trinidad posse.
Yeah, was in charge of their section last year as well, when the games were held in Port of Spain.
Trinities always give you a good time, a good party as well. And they're here in Grenada in true style, true fashion. So that would bring around we have one more round of events on the track, which is the 200-meter dash for the under 20 boys. We have a much light morning this morning.
Well, at least on the track, the field event continues because we do have the combine eventers going. I think the high jump for Heptathlon girls supposed to be going as well.
Yes, that's true.
The pole vault for the decathletes should have also started. As we see some of the competitors there in the Heptathlon being given final instructions from the officials in the high jump area. So they will be introduced momentarily.
So far, they have completed just one event, the 100-meter hurdles. And their current position here, we have Robley out of Trinidad and Tobago. She's currently in the lead on 934 points. Sasa Franz of Curacao on 928 in second. Brittany Barron of Jamaica on 905, currently in third. Tenick Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago in fourth on 888. Jovienska Costa of Curacao in fifth on 811. Inaya Nesbitt of the Bahamas in sixth on 781. Montisha Saint Bernard Grenada in seventh on 642. Casey and John of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in eighth on 555. And Sydney Douglas of Grenada in ninth on 480 points. And then as we mentioned, next for them would be the high jump. And then they have the shot put. Another section of the spectators who are here this morning. And they've been here very early. I got here just about 8 o'clock and there were already long lines trying to get into the main pavilion.
Be remiss of me not to say good morning to Nzinga Mawuto, the chairperson for the liaisons. We've been attached to most of the teams and special guests and delegates.
I like the term special guest. I like the term special guest that you're using. I say no more on that.
Good morning to you, Nzinga. She has been quite the help for us here at the Carifta Games in Grenada.
So Terry Fineste has joined us in the position here. He's going to come and give you some great company as well. He's been doing a fantastic job. He's a man doing a lot of things in Grenada over the weekend. He's covering St. Lucia, he's covering Carifta. He's here and there, he's all over. And Terry, we want to say a special good morning to you and welcome to the broadcast and to Carifta 2026 as we continue to bring it to all the folks throughout the region.
Terry had the best seat in the house, in the booth. Looked very comfortable. So we're going to take a quick break as we switch commentary positions for a bit. Send you back to your respective studios. We'll be returning in a short moment from now.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity. Maintain curfew.
53rd staging of the Carifta Games here in St. George's, Grenada. And we're live for this morning session of day 2. The under 20 boys 200 meters will come up next on the track. We also have the Heptathlon high jump competition that's about to start. That will be the second event for the girls in that competition. The pole vault for the Decathlon also to commence. And those are some of the remaining events here on this first session of day number 2. I'm Donald Smith, taking you through the action in this session alongside Terry Finister. You heard the voice of Leslie Smith earlier. Terry, you have been on the ground since morning. How has it been looking outside apart from the rain?
Well, praise and worship session well underway for much of the morning. During the break, I imagine we'll get more of that from the Bahamians. We had the Trinidadians with the guitar as well under the stands. And as far as the track and field is concerned, some interesting developments. We've seen action in the shot put girls, where the defending champion, record holder, was beaten by her fellow countrywoman. And as well, we've seen action in the combined events continuing. The long jump we saw just a little while ago, and now the very exciting 200 meter series. The fans along the home straight have been very, very into the 200 meters. They've been giving great voice, especially obviously for the local favorites, for the Trinidadians as well, who are out in their numbers. I actually also hit the Carifta Cultural Village put on by the Grenada Tourism Authority. And to encourage people to go over there, they're going to have a medal ceremony there this afternoon. So some of the events from last evening are going to have their medal ceremonies over in the Cultural Village, where there's plenty of food, drink, craft, books. So a lot happening around the Kirani James Stadium on the first session of day 2 at the Carifta Games.
So you have been out on a boat, man.
Yes, I did not eat, but I saw the food. I saw that there is plenty of food. And the Decathlon seems to have lost Jarrell Clement, unfortunately, pulling out the champs, gold medalists last week in Jamaica, and
silver medalist from last year in the Decathlon.
Hometown favorite. They would have been looking forward to seeing him do his thing. But now we're back with the 200 meters in the under 20 boys.
4 sections to come in that event, so only the winner from each of the sections will be guaranteed a place in the final, and then we'll have 4 to qualify by time. So 4 non-automatic qualifiers to come. 19.93 seconds is a record from Usain Bolt back in 2004. And you're looking at the competitors in heat number 1. Giovanna Bridgewater of the Bahamas in 8. Ronaldo Register, Turks and Caicos in 7. Delbert Joseph, Antigua and Barbuda in 6. That's Antigua and Barbuda. Lane 5 is Rajon Charles of the US Virgin Islands. Lane 4, Jaden Green of Barbados. 3 is Zacchaeus Charles of Trinidad and Tobago. And lane 2, Tishon Easton of Guyana.
Has been such a good meet for the Bahamas that they had to correct their medal tally on the standing and say that they had been given one too many. They are set.
So off they go then for the first section. Jaden Green of Barbados has gotten off to a flyer. Charles of Trinidad and Tobago just on his inside chases, and Bridgewater of the Bahamas on the outside is there, but it's Jaden Green of Barbados running strongly and away from the field, and from Guyana Eastern. But look at the man Green of Barbados going across the line for the win with a fast closing to Sean Easton of Guyana and Giovanna Bridgewater of the Bahamas on the outside. But that first 50 meters or so pretty much did the job for Jaden Green of Barbados.
Yeah, broke the saga very early and just came into the home straight just ahead and was not to be caught. We saw obviously Hamlet earlier, overcoming that disappointment from false starting in the 400 last night. At the finish line, the entire Bajan press corps had a little interview with him just to ask him about his thinking, his emotions going into the 200, and now Green putting his name on the board, and he will be going into the finals tomorrow of the 200 meters under 20 boys.
So the winner guaranteed a spot in the final, and you can see the times there on the clock. 20.49 for Green, Easton 20.54, Bridgewater 20.76, Zacchaeus Charles 21.01, Ronaldo registered 21.72, Albert Joseph 21.73, and Rajan Charles 21.95. All the times there, so 2 sub 21 seconds times, but the wind positive 5.4 meters per second.
And we saw some heavy winds yesterday, 6.0 meters per second. Again, some heavy winds this morning. We did notice last evening that the winds had died down somewhat and were reasonable. So we're hoping that the same will be true tomorrow evening for the 200 meter finals.
For sure.
Action continuing in the heptathlon high jump. And the girls beginning competition this morning. So we have 3 combined events taking place simultaneously. The decathlon for under 20 boys, the heptathlon open, as well as the octathlon for under 17 boys.
Competitor 47, Inaya Nesbitt, about to take her second jump of the competition. The height of the bar 1.29 meters. So you won't see most of the young ladies entering at this height. Nesbitt, one of the shortest competitor in the heptathlon. Going clear first attempt at 1.29 meters.
Early going still, but Trinidad and Tobago's Robley taking the first event, the 100 meter hurdles, 14.32 seconds, and leading with 934 points. Jaja France of Curacao is in second. She has 928 points from the hurdles. Brittany Barron in third, 905, and Tanik Vincent, her brother, leading the decathlon, and I think he's well on course for another gold medal. Set a personal best earlier this year in the pole vault, so I think he's ready to come and show us his prowess and extend that Carifta record for the decathlon. Tanik Vincent in 4th place in the heptathlon girls at the moment.
And Trinidad looking good in the decat for gold and silver. Caleb Campbell looked well going into the discus throw, and behind them would have been Shaheem Phillip of Grenada, who was in that 3rd position. As we get a look at the second heat of the under 20 boys 200 meters. The lane assignments for this one: lane 8 is Daryl Daniel of Grenada, lane 7 is Michael Vanderveer, who has been quite busy already this Carifta Games. He's from St. Martin. In lane 6, the man from Barbados would have just seen his compatriot Jaden Green winning. That's Jakai Brewster. In lane 5, from Montserrat, Ralston Daly. Lane 4 is Judah Ash of Antigua and Barbuda. And in lane 1, Elijah Smikle of Jamaica College, brought in at the last minute due to injuries. Smikle, the Jamaican, ran a good leg for the Jamaica College team in their 4x1 run.
The man Van der Veer in lane 7, you said he's been very busy. He's done the 100, finished 14th overall, 10.75 seconds. The long jump, 6.43 meters. And now he goes again in the 200 meters, hoping for better results in this event.
Brewster of Barbados, believe he was at the Carifta Games last year as well. As one of those unique first names. Jackie Brewster. Away they go then for the second section. And Brewster got the best of starts just as his teammate did in the first section. Smichael on the inside of Jamaican for Grenada. Daniel on the outside. It's Brewster and Smichael. Smichael powering through in the home stretch. Smichael of Jamaica from Brewster. And look at this strong finish from Daniel. Smichael wins it. Daniel of Grenada on the outside, maybe second. We'll wait the replay as well.
Those two athletes in second and third will both be looking at the clock very closely, seeing if they can get by on time. One man who does not need to check the clock, Smichael, he's through. Nice high knees coming down the home straight. And of course, Daryl Daniel, the hometown boy, hearing those roars from the grandstand and coming through to take second place in the heat. And this heat considerably slower. The wind
quite helpful to the first heat.
Helpful to the first heat. 0.9 meters per second this time around. So just 21.07 for second place, Daryl Daniel. And he'll not be pleased with the lack of cooperation from his hometown wind.
Yeah.
You would expect better.
So the competitors for the third section getting themselves ready.
We're going to see Sanjay Seymour back in action. Jamaican just running out there of his blocks. That looks like a change of uniform for some of the Guyanese, Dequan Farrell. Shout out to Emmanuel Archibald and Roll Tooney monitoring the broadcasts from Guyana.
Emmanuel Archibald, the South American 100-meter champion, very good long jumper as well, trained in Jamaica as well. Spoke to Coach Michael McIntosh last evening regarding Sanjay Seymour. See if he was okay, and I'm told that he is. Just wanted to get that quick start last evening in the 100 meters. The 200 meters, in my mind, his better event. I'm no coach though. He would have prevailed at the championships 2 years running now, Sanjay Seymour.
Well, he'll want to make no mistakes in this one.
Height to the bar 1.32 meters in the Heptathlon girls high jump competition. That was Grenada's Montisha St. Bernard going clear on her second attempt at that height. As we see section 2 on track, section 3, sorry, on track. In lane number 8 from Montserrat, Aiden Corbett. Lane 7 from Trinidad and Tobago, Trevon Stewart. Lane 6 from Martinique, Mehdi Jean Eli. In lane 5 from the British Virgin Islands, Mario Carter. Lane 4 from St. Martin, Adio Williams. Lane 3 from Guyana, Dequan Farrell. And in lane 2 from Jamaica, Sanjay Seymour. Stewart of Trinidad and Tobago looked quite good in the 100 meters. yesterday evening. As they're sent to their blocks. In the set position now. Off they go for the first time of asking. And Trevon Stewart is expected from Trinidad and Tobago. Turns off the curve, but the rest of the field catching him up. Sanjay Seymour now on the inside. Storms forward with those high knees. Moves away from the field. Stewart of Trinidad and Tobago finishes fast. So too did Declan Farrell of Guyana.
28.8 the flash time. We'll wait confirmation. 21.07 for Daryl Daniel in the previous heat to finish second. He is the man on the bubble. Seymour coming into the home straight and just leaving everyone in his wake. Makes no mistake, doesn't mess about. 21.27 for second, and so Daryl remains safe for the time being. Stewart will not make the final. At the moment, Jaden Green winning the first heat, Elijah Schmeichel winning the second in 21.00, and then of course Seymour winning that most recent heat. And the qualifiers by time thus far: Tishon Easton of Guyana, Giovanni Bridgewater of the Bahamas, and Daryl Daniel of Grenada. And I'm sure the Grenadians will be very pleased if it remains exactly that way as far as the time qualifiers are concerned. But in the high jump, they are now at 1.35 meters. Robley, the event leader, has now entered and cleared at the first time of asking, 1.35. Sydney Douglas, Jaja France, Imaya Bisset, Nesbitt, and Montisha Saint Bernard all went clear at 1.32 meters.
.227, that is Sir Franz of Curacao.
Franz with a, in fact that's Costa, I believe, unless Costa already went.
That's Franz 227, her number.
Okay, Franz, so Franz clear. This is a second height. Yes, confirmation just coming through here.
Brittany Barron also cleared. That's the high school champion from Jamaica.
No stress there, just a nice easy scissors technique. Bar is still pretty low for her.
And now Sydney Douglas of Grenada.
Vincent still not getting involved in proceedings at this stage.
Long time to rest as well.
She goes to escape the sun.
Nice shelter. White flag goes up for the Grenadian. That's Sydney Douglas.
Just Nesbitt to go if she decides to try this height. And it does not look as though she will. She's not taking her shirt off. She did clear at 1.32 and 1.29, but passing. Only so much energy and so much effort the body can give. And so in the regular high jump, it's incumbent that the athletes know when they're going to come in, how many jumps they're going to do, what heights they're going to try, where they're going to pass, and even more so in the combined events where you have to do several
other events over the course of the day.
All about strategy.
So they will go up right now to 138, and perhaps we will see Tanique Vincent at that stage. Kalia Hay threatening the Carifta record. She's still a little ways off it, 47.06 at best. The Cayman Islands as a discus throw under 17 girls.
It's interesting, Terry. Moments ago it was raining. Sun is back out in its glory. As we see the Bahamian Nesbitt clearing at 1.38 meters. Well, bar went down rather.
Knocking it down at 138. So she decided to pass. Will she regret foregoing those points at 135? From St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Kezian John.
Expecting that in another 3 to 5 years that the team from St. Vincent and the Grenadines that will be sent to the Carifta Games will be not only bigger, but will potentially be getting more medals. They have been improving in that area as well. They do have some coaches being trained now at the GC Foster College in Jamaica, which has done a very good job, I would think, for the Jamaican coaches.
I want to shout out Michael Olivier. I know he's said to me that he's relaxing on his couch.
Yeah.
Lived and worked for quite a while in Jamaica.
Best stint would have been at St. Elizabeth Technical for some time. The father of the reggae icon or artist, Protégé.
Zaza France of Curacao goes clear. So we're seeing a nice little procession of clearances at 1.38 meters.
Quickening the pace of the competition as well.
Yes, Costa, Kezian John. Costa and France both from Curacao. Kezian John, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Montisha, St. Bernard from Grenada. They've all gone clear. Here's Baron, Jamaica. This time opts for the Fosbury flop. And gets over at 1.38 meters. Sydney Douglas from Grenada. She knocks it down. Interesting thing, of course, about the horizontal events, you're last until you start. So right now, Tanique Vincent is in last place.
That's a vertical
jumps. Yes, so Tanique Vincent right now is in last place.
And she looks very comfortably, you know.
She's quite unperturbed.
And folks, if you're looking at the screen, just under the bench where the high jumpers are sitting, that's Vincent relaxing, getting the shade from the bench. As we see Nesbitt going for her second attempt at 1.38 meters. And she's over.
Nice, it's nice clearance.
So she doesn't regret it, Terry.
She shoots herself over the bar very nicely. Well done.
We're now at the final section of the under 20 boys 200 meters. Egan Neely of Bahamas, you remember that name. He's back here in Grenada. He's in lane number 8. Lane 7 is Ian George, the 4th place finisher in the 100 meters last evening. Lane 6 is Nazario Gums of Anguilla. Lane number 5 is Dane St. Hilaire of Turks and Caicos Islands. Well, lane 6 is actually empty. Gum's not there. Lane 4, Jaden Jackson was in that 100 meters finals last evening from the British Virgin Islands. The newly minted 100 meters champion is in lane 3. That's Miles Outerbridge of Bermuda. And lane 2, Kennedy Coggins of the Virgin Islands, the US Virgin Islands. He completes the field. So they wait to be put in a set position and a break at the start there. And that's the man from Turks and Caicos Islands, Dane St. Hilaire, immediately grabbing the back of the left leg. So well out.
Some of the athletes did say that last evening they were hearing superfluous sounds at the start, but whether he heard something or not, he will no longer be part of this event. St. Hilaire gets the red card and departs. So we're down to just 5 athletes. We have 1 false start, and then we had an athlete just absenting himself, the person of Gums from Anguilla.
First steer at under 20 for Egan Neely. Won in the under 17 section last year as they're cleanly away second time of asking. And that lovely running form of Ely on the outside, but Outerbridge with his chain in mouth turns onto the home stretch with the lead. Is Outerbridge the 100 meters champion? Neely on the outside trying to come forward to reel him in, but it's Outerbridge with the win here in the final section. And Neely will have to wait to see if his time is fast enough, as the man who won the double 200 and 400 last year, Neely, entering the competition for the first time here in Grenada, sees Outerbridge cruising away from him.
Yeah, and Outerbridge, we saw him yesterday dominating the 100 meters, coming through with the fastest time in the heat, setting a national record for Bermuda and lowering that national junior record later in the evening and taking gold in the event. He's come back in the 200 and he started as he means to finish. Cheers going up from the crowd. I think that's not confirmation. The young man Daniel will miss out and Neely will advance to the next round. So Neely into the final on time. He places second in 20.83 seconds. Yes, 20.63 seconds, 20.63 seconds, and Outerbridge 20.54. Second fastest time, joint second fastest along with Tishon Easton, and Tishon Easton had that roaring wind, whereas Outerbridge ran with a wind of just 0.7 seconds, 7.7 meters per second. Tishon Easton had a wind of 5.4 meters per second to finish second in that opening heat.
As we turn our attention again to the Heptathlon event, the second of 7 events for the girls. The bar has been raised again.
1.41 meters. And they're nearly all clear at that height.
Costa, the most recent clearer. St. Bernard takes it down as well on her first attempt. (1.41 meters). Eurovenska Costa
from Curacao, Kezian John, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Inaya Nesbitt of the Bahamas, all clear. Montisha St. Bernard and the event leader, Carrie Robley, have knocked it down at that height thus far. Here comes Jaja Franz. Franz presently in 4th overall. Well, 4th in this event, the high jump. The officials just double checking the bar. France, unbothered by the delay, goes over cleanly.
523 points earned if you clear at 1.41 meters. And as Terry would have explained, with these combined events starting from yesterday for the boys, and the girls would have started their competition today. The faster you run, the farther you throw, the higher you jump, or the farther you jump, is the more points you'll attain in each of the disciplines. Baron there touching the bar, but the bar remains up, goes clear first time. At 1 meter and 41. Sydney Douglas is next on the runway for Grenada.
Vincent now having a conversation.
I think that's her teammate.
Yeah, but she's at the back chatting. So she is at the back having a conversation, and she is a former high jump champion at the under 17 division in Carifta. So she'll be very, very comfortable going a lot higher than what these young ladies are attempting at the moment.
Here's her teammate on the runway now, Carrie Robley.
Robley missed the first time at 1:41.
This is the second Carifta Games.
Hear those horns in the background.
Doesn't break the plane. That's the most important thing.
She has about 25 seconds just about now to make that jump.
She's up and over. So they were practicing their high jump clearance Friday evening, just before the games. Pole vault also in progress. That's pole vault Decathlon. Could separate a lot of these young men. They're just at 2.15 meters. Said yesterday, Donald, that it was a very healthy field. Attrition has had its way. We're down to 7 young men from 10 starting yesterday. We're down to 7 in the Decathlon. And let's hope that the pole vault doesn't claim another 1 or 2.
Definitely. Bar taken down by St. Bernard of Grenada. Heard yesterday Jason Peters said after the 400 meters that he was tired. I was having a conversation earlier this morning with one of the officials here that several of the Jamaican athletes have been indicating that they're feeling tired. The Carifta Games come in just a week after championships, where many would have exerted their efforts over, well, in excess of 2 events, some as much as 4 events. And then add the travel factor as well. And I bring this up because Jarrell Clement, who studies in Jamaica, who won last week as well over 10 events, pulls out of the competition here. Maybe he too feeling the burn from back-to-back competitions in a short span of time.
It's never easy on the body, the decathlon in and of itself, much less having to do 2 decathlons in the space of 3 weeks.
That seems to be Sydney Douglas of Grenada getting over on her 3rd attempt. Bar goes down, so I think it was the other way around. It was St. Bernard who cleared on her 3rd attempt, and Douglas takes the bar down on her 3rd attempt, so she'll exit the competition. Bar to be raised again. Pole vault decathlon on the left, high jump heptathlon on the right.
So Douglas will have to be satisfied with 1.38 meters as her best mark. She is the first athlete though to exit the competition, so we still have a ways to go before we start seeing the field whittling down and Tanique Vincent coming into play as the best high jumper in the competition by some distance.
So Tyreek Vincent is on the runway in the pole vault of the decathlon. Cruises down the runway, slows it down as the rain starts again. The weather here, Leslie, is
Leslie didn't do
bipolar.
the rain dance. Leslie was meant to do the rain dance this morning to keep the rain away. Did the other one. You had to go clockwise, Leslie, not counterclockwise. And the praise and worship session was underway. And he tries again. Can't quite make out if he made it.
Robley there clearing at 1.44 meters. That was her first attempt.
The increment for high jump and indeed for the vertical events, for both vertical events in the combined events, tend to give quite a bit of points. So any advantage you can get in high jump or pole vault is going to be very, very favorable for the better jumpers. And the Vincents, both in action at opposite ends of the field. Tyreek and Tanique. Tanique not yet in action. She's in the event, however. And the rain has chased her from her comfortable perch. She is now under the tent.
Ooh. Nice clearance there from the Vincentian. Kisan John. This is Driveneska Costa of Curacao. She's almost over.
I think her calf caught that. They're at 144. John and Robley are over. There's one Grenadian remaining, St. Bernard. She's going to make her first attempt at 144. Two athletes have knocked down thus far. Now make that 3. So Saint Bernard, Nesbitt, and Costa will all require second attempts at 144. I think we will start to lose a few more athletes at this stage. We're going to be hitting it down to trackside for another interview.
Yeah, tell him you just need to change.
But before that, action continuing in the high jump Jazza France. Another athlete who will need more time to think about this height. Brittany Barron has a clean slate thus far. And let's see if she can stay in the hunt for more points. I think we're ready with that interview at the moment. Let's head back down trackside. Okay, we're being asked to hold off.
So we are here once again with the defending champion in the girls discus, the under 17 girls discus, Kalia. Hey Kalia, a really good throw, a performance over 47 meters. How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel like it just proves that all the hard work that I did paid off.
Okay, you came into Grenada, looking to throw. I mean, well past your personal best. Did you feel that sort of energy and that vibe from your throwing today?
Kinda. I was trying to break the record, the under 17 record, but I felt a little short from it. But there's always next year, and next year I will break it.
So you will be under 17 next year. You're moving up.
No, I'll be under 17 next
Under
year.
17. So another shot at it. All right, Kalia, it's been good chatting with you. Congratulations again, and good luck in the future.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Very confident Kalia Hay that she'll be able to break Cedrica Williams' record, 47.94 meters from 2019. She did go over 47 meters, did Hay? If she can stick in the event, let's see how it goes next year, as we just witnessed a fine clearance the second time of asking at 1.44 meters. Costa. Jurevienska Costa. Saint Bernard joins Nesbitt with 2 X's next to her name. And Saint Bernard will have expended quite a bit of energy. She came in early in the first instance, so she cleared 1.20 meters, 1.23, 126, 129, needed 2 tries at 132, went 135, 138, needed all 3 at 141, and now she's going for 144. I'd be surprised if she gets it. France over at 144. She joins Casey Ann Johnson, Vincent and the Grenadines, Carrie Robley, Trinidad and Tobago, and her teammate Costa, Jurvenskia Costa of Curacao. Barron, second attempt, 1.44 meters. Pretty straight approach, and goes for the scissors. She basically just ran into the bar, and she was too far into the bar to really be able to get a good clearance.
So crossing the pole vault for the Decathlon boys, that was Caleb Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago going clear at the height being challenged now.
only seeing the opening height on here, 2.15 meters. Not sure if that's what they're going at the moment. 7 athletes. We've got Noah Mars of Guadeloupe, Caleb Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago still in there, Jaime Williams, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Shaim Philip, Grenada, he carries the hometown hopes, Tyreek Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago. We also have Souden of Jamaica, Jaquan Souden, and Alexander Knowles of the Bahamas. Hewlett BVI, Clement, Grenada, and Gerald St. Kitts and Nevis have all dropped out. Tyreek Vincent leads overall with 4,892 points. So far, it's Trinidad and Tobago 1-2, Caleb Campbell in second, 4,708. Souden in the bronze medal position, 4,556. And Clement is still in the standings. He is fourth, but he is not continuing in the competition. But that's after the 110 hurdles earlier this morning, and Saint Bernard goes clear 144. And at the other end, so too does Shaim Philip at 215. Girls Heptathlon, second event for them.
Vincent there, well, that's actually Robley. It's the far end of the picture.
Vincent won't be interested in this competition for a little while. Probably will come in, I would think, somewhere around the 1.5 mark. From 1.5, they go up in increments of 3 all the way. So from 1.5 is 1.53. By then, certainly they will have lost a few more athletes. So we have 3 athletes who are trying again at 1.44. Brittany Barron, Jamaica, Inaya Nesbitt, the Bahamas, and Saint Bernard. Well, we just saw Saint Bernard clear at that height.
We have 6 athletes and we attempted the first site, full 7 meters.
Robley, Trinidad and Tobago on the right hand of your screen. Takes the bar down.
I think they would have gone up to 147 because Robley's already been clear at 144. Can't quite make out there. Yes, they are at 147. So 147. The expression on the face of young Tanique Vincent says, these heights are not for me.
Not interested.
Casey and John, 1.47 meters. And she's over. Nicely done.
Probably a pretty good hurdler as well. They ran the hurdles this morning. Take that back, 17.37. That's Costa.
Here comes Saint Bernard. Spice action at both ends.
Philip just not able to go clear. I think that's his third failure.
I believe so. And if that is indeed the opening height, there is no indicator board. But I think that may be the opening height for them. That would be quite damaging for him. Ooh. You hope that she's okay after that. Not just a question of not getting the height, but she smacked into the upright. Calling for some medical assistance.
Right into the stanchions there, or standards as you call, depends on where you are in the world. The vertical bars that the horizontal bar is attached to. She clearly hit it with some real power. Not able to move just yet.
I think a leg went into it. Could perhaps have saved her from going into the ground because she was very far on the other side of the mat. I think we should be getting a replay of that while she's being taken care of.
Zaza Franz of Curacao on the runway. She'll be going next at 1.47 meters. Has to wait a bit as medical attention comes to Montisha St. Bernard of Grenada.
Action ongoing in the high jump, heptathlon, the pole vault, decathlon. Bar starting in the pole vault at 2.15. They started here quite a while ago in the high jump at 1.20 meters. Oh, they're up to 2.9 in the pole vault. So it seems that Shaim may have
registered a mark.
Yeah. Unless he went in late, which can be disastrous. Don't want to say too much about my boy Kidon from Jamaica back in 2009.
Kidon Samuels.
Kidon does not like to be reminded of 2009.
I will not help you. I have no part to play in this.
But I love him. They're going up to 2.95 in the pole vault, so we'll be taking some action there as well. Montisha St. Bernard has been taken off the pit.
Looks like Caleb Campbell.
Unsuccessful clearance for him at 2.95. I don't think we have live results from that event. Robley unable to go over 147 on the first time of asking. Pole vault action continues. Is that Hewlett of the BBI back in the pole vault as he returned to the Decathlon? Because he's the only BVI athlete entered in the event.
He was in 8th last evening, or 9th rather.
Yeah.
This is Caleb Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago. On the left of picture, his teammate on the right in the Heptathlon, Robley. And the bar goes down for Campbell.
He gets over, but the pole knocks it down, and at the same time, Robley unable to get over at 147.
Now Robley has a decision to make here. Does she go third attempt at 147, or does she have the bar raised to the next height? She likely take the final jump at 147. Vincent is going to be entering the competition shortly.
Kezia and John, the only athlete, in fact, herself and Costa, the only two athletes over at this height. There's a young man from the BBI.
You're right, Hewlett.
Hewlett seems to have returned to the competition. I was confused a little while ago because I knew that that the athlete from the BBI was out. But he seems to have returned. Not a bad attempt.
Almost flew off the bed. Is Vincent going to attempt 147? Well, the bar has gone up, so I was correct that Robley might decide to go at the higher height. The bar raised to 1.50 meters. And Tanique Vincent, the defending champion in the Heptathlon, now enters the competition. I believe she was sitting in 4th overall at the end of the first event, which was the 100-meter hurdles. She had garnered 888 points after running 14.65 in the hurdles.
So I was right. She's coming in at 150. And there are 5 athletes aside from herself remaining.
And Caleb Campbell goes clear at the third time of asking.
That was Caleb Campbell on his final attempt. Clear height of 2.95.
2.95 meters the height of the bar in the pole vault.
So that's Campbell.
And Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago.
Decathlon, that is discipline number 8.
Remaining in the competition.
That's final attempt for the British Virgin Islands.
Vincent comes in out of the rain.
We'll take a height of 2.95 meters.
A 171 high jumper. Started her Carifta career, the Concord athlete, at the age of 14 back in 2022 with gold in high jump.
From British Virgin Islands, spread a height of 2.95.
The officials, Leslie, also waiting out the rain. So the high jump area is now empty. Everybody is trying to get another tent.
It's the only sport that, or one of a few sports that continues in rain, except if there's lightning, as we experienced last week at Champs in Jamaica, the final day affected by severe lightning storms.
Common in Texas.
Yeah, it caused a 2+ hour delay of the championships.
I recall Helsinki, the World Championships. Pouring rain. Competition continues.
But last year in Japan, Tokyo, for the World Championships, the final day, the men's discus final impacted by that rainstorm that we had. The competition continued. It wasn't the safest,
The
but it
quality,
ended.
yes. Well, that was perfunctory.
Made it look very easy, Vincent.
I've got a mark.
Yeah.
Are you all happy now? I've got a mark. It'll be interesting to see, in fact, how she maneuvers the heights, whether she's going to go for every height. I don't think she will.
Reserve a lot of energy as possible, or conserve a lot of energy as she can.
And especially because I'm sure this height is going to claim at least 2 or 3 more athletes. So she'll be jumping with perhaps 3 more young ladies as the event continues.
And that was Kissan John of St. Vincent and the Grenadines taking down the bar on her first attempt. Now we have Costa of Curacao.
That was
She
a nice
takes on
quick
the bar.
approach, but again, perhaps a little bit too close to the bar on takeoff. And her calves smack into it. Teammate Jaja France.
First attempt coming up at 1.50 meters. And the bar goes down for her as well. So 4 attempts at 1.50 meters, only 1 successful. That's Tanique Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago. Second attempt coming up now for John of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Terry did mention that we could see a few more athletes exiting at this height. Oh, she's over. Brilliant clearance from John. She's shocked as well.
That's a lovely work by that young lady. She'll be pleased to get up in the points.
She looked back to say, it's still up. Now, Drvienska Costa of Curacao. Second attempt at 1.50 meters. She's motioning to the officials about something. Seems to be happy now. She took your advice, Terry, but still not able to go clear. She cleared much further away from the bar, or took off further away from the bar, but came down on it. So she'll have one more attempt at 1.50 meters. Franz now of Curacao is next.
Francis smacks into the bar. So John and Vincent, the only athletes over at this height. The 2 young ladies from Curacao, unable to get it on the first attempt. Robley and Bernard, the only athletes remaining. And it looks like Robley and Bernard will await 153. Oh, nice! Costa over. Gets it right this time.
That's another number 7 is girls number 17 Heptathlon high jump. They are attempting a height of 1.50 meters.
Her teammate Franz will go for her final jump now. Final attempt rather at 1.50 meters. The bar stays up.
She is pleased as punch.
So they all survive at 150, Terry. So 150 claims no victims. Bar will go up again.
Robley and Saint Bernard, though, Robley is one miss away from exiting.
Well, it's interesting because she's not attempted 150
after missing twice at 147.
Yeah. So is it that those two competitors are still in the competition or are they retired?
We shall see as they proceed. There doesn't appear to be an indication of a scratch, but I did say that Saint Bernard had done the most jumping. She had gone 10 heights
before getting injured.
Yeah, and of course, yes, she got knocked out. She's still in the competition area, but I don't think she's able to continue. Hewlett, bar's gone up.
Red flag for him.
We'll let you know momentarily where we at. So we've gone from 295 in the pole vault. Kizzy and John.
That was our first attempt at 1.53 meters. Don't mind the number 3 on the measurement, the performance board.
Should be at 3.05 meters in pole vault decathlon men.
Now they adjust the performance board. I think Costa can go clear at this height as well.
Yeah, I think she's capable. She's just not got her technique entirely right. And for a combined events athlete, that can often happen because you don't have time to concentrate on multiple events. So you sometimes decide that you're going to focus on the events that you're strongest at and see what happens with the rest. And especially when you're this young.
Franz now, first attempt at 1.53 meters. Jumps into the bar. But the time in between jumps for some of these athletes so short, not a lot of time to conserve energy. John now, second attempt coming up for her at 1.53 meters. She has switched to the Flossberry flop for these heights. Left off pitcher, that's Hewlett of the British Virgin Islands. The bar goes down for him again. The Decathlon boys pole vault.
See that white line just at the base of the mat? That's the line that she dare not encroach. Cross that line and that's a legal attempt.
Bar goes down for Costa again. Second attempt coming up now for France. Zaza France of Curacao at 1.53 meters. Again, you're listening to live coverage of the Carifta Games here in Grenada. Morning session, day 2. Into the bar again for France.
And still no sign of our leader from Trinidad and Tobago.
She's just relaxing again. She finds the best places to get shade.
I'm actually surprised that Saint Bernard is still in the area because I would have thought that she'd have been taken off. for medical assistance.
She has her heads down, St. Bernard, as John goes for her third and final attempt. The bar goes down, so she exits with a best of 1.50 meters.
As expected, Tanique Vincent opting not to go at this height. So Kezianne John, she gets 150.
621 points with that as well.
Costa again. She's on the clock, so she can't not jump or not attempt indefinitely. Oh, fine work by that young lady. We did say that she could go higher, and she proves us right. No commentators curse on her. Spread eagles herself, kicks the legs, and she is over 1.53 meters. Yurivienska Costa. Oh my, St. Bernard is coming back in. Oh no, she's leaving. There we go.
So that means then that Franz will have her third attempt at 1.53 meters. Or maybe St. Bernard is going to be coming back.
Well, I hope St. Bernard can just continue in the competition as a whole, because that was a really bad spill, and one hopes that they can give her the support that she needs in order to continue. She is returning to the high jump area, is St. Bernard, as conferred with her coaches, and will in fact try 1.53. You're hopeful that the crowd realizes what's going on and gives her the support that she needs, gives her some applause, cheer her on. France just saw Costa over at 1.53.
Souden keeps jumping into the bar. That's his second attempt at that new height.
Franz is out. So Franz and Kezianne John both out at 1.53 meters.
I think that may be it for St. Bernard as well, or is she going to? She has another jump.
Yes, she has one more. And she does not make it. Even the scorer seemed a little bit confused because her first attempt at 1.53 is not reflected on the on the card. But brave attempt by her. So they should be at 3.05 meters. Just saw Souden unable to negotiate that height in the pole vault. Tyreek Vincent, I believe, can go 320 plus. He'll just have to judge when he's coming in. Tanique Vincent
156
coming back at 156. Could be just two athletes remaining, herself and Costa, depending on what's happening with Robley. Oh my.
So easy.
That was a disdainful clearance.
So then,
and he gets it.
Over.
Southern 3.05 meters, so he remains in the hunt for points in the pole vault, remains in striking distance, and remains amongst the medals at the moment. Costa is 153 her limit. She's going 156. Shaim Mitchell.
Does that a lot aborting the run-up?
She does that quite a bit.
But has a lot of time left. Well over a minute on that clock. So if you're looking at the high jump competition, there's a clock there that notifies the athletes as to the amount of time they have to take a jump. As you see the bar going down for Costa. When it gets to the 15-second mark, if the jump is not taken, a yellow flag is raised by the official so that the athlete knows that they only have 15 seconds left in which to take that jump. Shane Phillip to your left of picture in the pole vault of the boys under 20 Decathlon competition. Bar goes down again for Costa. She'll have one more attempt at that height.
Not sure how old Costa is, but she looks as though she has some potential. I think she's 18 this year, 17 at the moment. So has another year remaining in the event. Specialties listed as 100 and 200, but she's spreading herself out here. Short run up and Shaim Mitchell is over.
Shaim Phillip.
Phillip, my apologies.
That's it for Costa's competition. Ends with a best clearance of 1.53 meters. She got 655 points as a result of that.
And now Tanique Vincent can pass to whatever height she desires. Among the listed heights. So she can move up to 159 or just go straight to 162 or all the way to 168. Oh, so close there. Everybody else, Donald, is packed and ready to go. It's just Tanique Vincent.
But it works out because earlier she was the one waiting on everyone, and now they have to wait for her. Unless, of course, there are multiple chaperones down there, the multi-eventers that will take the ready athletes to their waiting area. The combined eventers, they don't normally get to go back to the regular call room area or even into the stands until their event ends. They usually get a nice room.
The two combined events male, combined events female, and they're sequestered in there with the combined events referees. Tenik Vincent
waiting for the new height. It will be shown momentarily to us. 169 or 59? 159, Terry.
So she goes up in the regular progression for the time being. This should prove no match for her. I would not guess that she would go up by another 3 centimeters though. I anticipate that she will go up to 165 or higher.
By Tenik Vincent.
She actually holds the event record. .169. She's going up to 162. So she's continuing the progression. Walk in the park for her. She's over 162. 165.
Building that slow rhythm to get up to that 169, which would equal the record she would have set last year. A lot to come in the afternoon session as well. The combined events on the boys' side, the Octathlon and the Decathlon will wrap up later on in the evening. Southern gets over on that new height. We'll also have the under 17 boys high jump final later on, as well as the under 17 girls long jump. We'll have the heats of the 4x100 meters relay for under 20 boys. The other events are straight finals, which will end the show for tonight. We'll have the heats or semi-finals of the 800 meters. The under 17 girls, the under 17 boys shot put final will also be on the cards. We saw the prelims of the 400 meter hurdles earlier. The finals will be later on this evening as well. So to the boys under 20 javelin throw final, the under 20 girls long jump final, the 3,000 meters open for girls, and the 3,000 meters under 17 for boys, as well as the high jump for under 20 boys will be on the cards. And as I mentioned, we end with the 4x100 meters relay. So a lot of action mostly in the field later on this evening. We do have some very interesting track finals as well. The 3,000 meters for the girls and the under 17 boys, and of course the sprint relays.
Vincent now passed her season's best 160, but she's well capable of going into the high 160s and even low 171s.
So the increments now up to 5 centimeters. Or is it still 3, Terry?
Still 3.
Not 165, no.
The boys should be at 315 in pole vault. Back in the pole vault area, I couldn't make out. Was that Tyreek lying on the ground?
Couldn't make it out either. Would have taken his last jump some time ago.
Seems the Vincent twins make themselves comfortable wherever they are. Whether it be between two benches, beneath the tent.
And the bar has gone up to 1.68 meters now.
Still has not even troubled that bar, really. Keep in mind, this young lady still has another year at the Carifta level. Might be hoping to make an impact at World Under 20 as well. Philip gets it.
That's actually Mars, seems, Guadeloupe.
Ah, 330.
He has been one of those silent competitors.
He's been in the mix. And it now just comes up 335 they're at.
Well, she's going to attempt an event best, Terry, in the high jump. That would be 1.71 meters. She holds the record, or she has the best mark ever in the high jump for the Heptathlon at Carifta Games. Tanique Vincent. This man here re-entering the competition, Caleb Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago. Passed several heights.
Missed twice at 325. Now trying 335. Oh no, very untidy. And he doesn't get over at 335. So his best will be 315. He'll finish third in this discipline. Souden remains alive. And Souden has cleared 325. The second time of asking came in a bit late. So he started at 285, passed at 295, cleared at 305. And then needed 3 tries at 315 and 2 at 325. But he's in the bronze medal position and looking to see if he can steal a march on Caleb Campbell, who is in second.
And at the same time, Tanique Vincent will be going first attempt at 1 meter and 71. That's 1.71 meters.
Doesn't get it. Not the first time. Goes into the bar. Souden has gone as high as 3.60. So he's quite capable in the pole vault. And is clear. 335. 2 here. Of the Decathlon. Campbell apparently does have one more try. Caleb Campbell. He last went clear 3:15. Makes it over 3:35. So he keeps pace with Southern. Southern, as I said, quite a capable man in the pole vault. 171 the height in the high jump, and she's over. That's a new
event best
mark for the Carifta Games.
And most importantly, she continues to rack up the points. That's now 867 points by virtue of her clearing 1.71 meters. Tanique Vincent of Trinidad and Tobago, the defending champion in the Heptathlon competition. She's going to have a word with her coach to see, do I go higher or do I end it here? Coach showing her replay of her jump. The bright smile on her face, quite happy with herself as she should be in clearing that new event best.
Over in the pole vault, just 3 athletes remain: Mars, Guadeloupe, Southern, Jamaica, Campbell, Trinidad and Tobago. Go up to 3.45 meters. Mars unable to get over. 1.74 would be the next height for the high jump heptathlon.
Well, no movement down by the high jump area regarding the change in height, but they are making a change to it. They're doing the measurements now. May go up to 174, 175. Mars, by the way, has a personal best of 358 in the pole vault. Vincent deciding to take a short rest again.
.345 the height for Campbell, Southern, Mars. Campbell, Trinidad and Tobago on the runway.
Still doing some measurement down by the high jump area to confirm the new height. Ensuring that that height is precise.
First time, Campbell over 345. First time of asking. He'd be delighted with that clearance.
So the bar being raised to 1.74 meters for Vincent in the high jump of the heptathlon competition. First attempt coming up now. Bar goes down on her first attempt.
At the other end, Souden tries to follow Campbell. Doesn't get over.
So that clearance at 1.71 meters. So Tanique Vincent equaled her personal best in the high jump. So she is not only attempting a new event best here, but also a new personal best in the competition. She amassed 4,796 points at the Trinidad and Tobago Carifta Trials this year.
Herself and Robley, the only competitors on that occasion. Mars knocks it down at 3.45.
Vincent about to take her second attempt at 1.74 meters. Bar goes down again. Much closer than the first effort, Terry.
Yeah, went into it a little bit. She's got solid support. As I said, they've got a combined events coach with them, the Trinidadians. The head coach also jumps coach. So she's got some very, very solid support as far as her preparation and participation.
Ooh. The pole there just wobbling a bit before.
Yes, didn't cooperate. Alan Morrison, the combined events coach for Trinidad and Tobago, land of the hummingbird.
Giving some specific instructions there to Vincent.
Twins from Cunupia. So she'll have another try at 174. Mars goes at 345. And goes clear at 345. Noah Mars. Came in down in 7th place, but will be looking to climb the rankings.
So final attempt coming up for Vincent at 1.74 meters. Ooh, fortunate for her, the bar goes down. So she ends the high jump aspect of the girls' heptathlon competition with a best of 1.71 meters, equaling her personal best, gaining 867 points.
Soudan not much better an attempt this time, did not have as much difficulty the pole as he did prior. He's telling us this is how you could have gone over. At 1.71 meters, 867 points. She's in pretty good shape. The event leader, Robley, she could only manage 1.44 meters. That leaves her back in 555 points. So Vincent nearly doubling her point total. After running in the 100 hurdles of 14:65. Going 1.71 in a second event. So already 1,755 points for that young lady.
So just the final event of the morning session to conclude. The pole vault in the boys' Decathlon competition. And just to confirm, persons were asking, the under 20 girls 400 meters final from yesterday. Tiana Springer, it was the winner, 52.47 seconds. Kadia Rock repeated as the silver medalist. She's from Barbados, 53.21 seconds. And Devine Dickinson of Jamaica did in fact receive the bronze medal at 54.12 seconds. Most persons would have seen her running under protest. An appeal was lodged at the end of that race, and the Jamaican team were proven successful, and as such, Dickinson was awarded the bronze ahead of her teammate Brianna Brown.
Disqualification 2 in the mixed 4x4. The Bahamas were in the third position. They were in the bronze medal position when they crossed the line, but they were disqualified, and Barbados elevated to bronze. Understandably, most teams, when they come to run this event at the moment, running national records, national junior records. Barbados setting a national junior record, and the Carifta record going down by some 3 seconds to that magnificent team from Guyana.
It's amazing what having three quality runners on your team can do.
Ingson, originally named as a member of the team overall and as a part of that squad, one can only imagine what would have seen. So Campbell takes his time. He is literally one of the last athletes competing It's just him, Mars and Souden. 2 knockdowns thus far. Didn't quite get up the pole.
He's trying to not only catch Tyreek Vincent, but he's trying to move away somewhat from Souden and Philip.
Yeah, he'll want to create just a little bit of distance between himself and Souden in particular. Souden currently in 3rd. The discus points are not updating, so not sure what the standings are there, but the standings for the pole vault have updated up to 3.35 meters. So as at 3.35 meters, Campbell in 2nd place, Souden in 3rd. Mars down in 7th, but he won't get into the medal mix. Are they raising the bar, or are they just making adjustments? Yes, they are in fact raising the bar. So looking for a bit of space, a little bit of breathing room as they go into the last couple of events. Javelin throw in the afternoon session, and then everybody's favorite, Donald,
1500 meters. Where lactic doesn't happen at the end but at the start. Picture of Caleb Campbell, the Trinidadian.
I've coached a couple of decent combined events athletes. Half the job is just keeping them mentally engaged in the event because it's no picnic to go through between 7 and 10 events over the course of 2 days. And then your training load is such that you see your 100-meter athlete come out and do 560s and he's done for the day. And you are doing shot, you're doing your high jump, and then you still have to go and do the same 560s that he had to do.
So Campbell took down the bar. Now Mars, the only other remaining competitor, I believe, in the competition from Guadeloupe. Interestingly, the last 2 major events that I've been at, the Olympic Games in Paris 2024, the Tokyo World Championships, Sundays always seem to catch me doing the Decathlon pole vault competition.
It's fate. And there goes Mars. Mars is over. You would need a big clearance though for him to get anywhere close to the medal positions. Although, again, we don't know where he finished in
the discus throw.
Discus throw. I think I may have that. Let me have a look. It's not in the official results.
So he was 7th in the discus. His mark 27 meters. It was done in round number 1. And 27 meters in the discus gives you roughly 406 points. So well off the pace. For Noah Mars. Was the bar raised again for Campbell?
Yeah, so they've updated the individual result for the discus, but they've not added it in to the decathlon as yet.
Ooh. So that's it for Campbell. He ends his competition. So the question is, will Mars continue in the competition?
Sits in 7th, there's Mars from Guadeloupe. Campbell, on your screen right now, is in 2nd. Lost a little bit of ground in discus throw. We'll have made up a little bit of ground here in the pole vault. Javelin throw still to come in the afternoon session.
Mars looks like he'll be going again. Lot of laughter down there between the athletes and the decathlon.
Has to be. You with these guys for 2 days. You're coming down to the end. You may never have met any of these guys before, but you're spending 2 days together.
Yeah. By the end of the Carifta Games, they might have a decathlon WhatsApp group going.
Yeah, absolutely. If they didn't have that from last night, boy, how's your ankle feeling?
Yeah.
You're good? You're ready for tomorrow? I would be very surprised. And these young people, they will have had all of these things put in place. So they have communicated. I met a couple of folks earlier who were here with their kids from Anguilla and Antigua and Barbuda, who competed in the Carifta Games, and they tell me they remember me watching them in the Carifta Games however many years ago. Made me feel old, but that's okay. That's all right. Lyndon Victor, saw him a little while ago working with the Grenada team in the combined events. I remember fouling him when he was a teenager. He's forgiven me, I think.
Was it a legitimate foul? That's the question.
It was. He troubled the bar. The bar kept moving. He hopped off the mat and ran away, but the bar kept moving and fell. So he wasn't thrilled about it, but he took it in good spirits. And now he has grey in his hair, which is not too pleasant for me. of the great champions, of course, of Caribbean track and field. Lyndon Victor has won medals at the Commonwealth Games and at the global level. He's gone on to great things. His brother Kurt Felix, two great Grenadian champions. Mars, Guadeloupe, gets over.
Is he making a run to get into the top 5 now? So just as Tanique Vincent did in the hep high jump, he's now telling the rest of the lads in the decathlon, I'm going again, guys. Got to wait a little longer.
Yes, I think everybody, let's see there, they're congratulating him. Well done. Might even get some coaching tips from his fellow competitors. That's just the nature of the combined events. I think he said, is he saying he's done or is he going on? They are going up.
It's going again. So we await the new height of the bar.
So he is going to go again, is Noah Mars. He's at 3.35 meters. That's 11 feet. We've seen, of course, the prowess of that man, Mondo Duplantis. Sets the world record every time he gets out of bed, it looks like. It's what, 16, 17 times now that he's set the world record?
Yeah, it's a lot.
I think someone made the joke that the Puma
and
accountants were very relieved at the World Indoor Championships that for once he just went out there and got his gold medal and went about his business. No world record for once. But yes, he keeps the money counters at Puma very busy. World record bonus. I would have taken that out of his contract by now. I said, listen, Mondo, we're giving you a flat rate. And that's it. We can't continue. Unfortunate there, Mars. And I say unfortunate, but he has won this event. He's leading by no small margin in this event. Has perhaps moved up a spot or two. Most of the athletes from the French islands have the opportunity to train and spend time in mainland France, so they get to participate in European competition as well as meets such as the Carifta Games. Similar, of course, to Guyana, who take part in South American competition and Carifta. So they get to compete in the South America under 20s, and then they get to come to Carifta as well.
Two more attempts to come at this height for Mars. Settles himself.
The loudest claps will come from his fellow competitors, his rivals.
The bar goes down for Mars. One more attempt to come at this height.
Doesn't have the classical build for pole vault. Heavy fellow, but powerful. So earlier in the piece, Mars would actually have won the shot put. Didn't do particularly well in the 100-meter dash and long jump. Both of them he got 9th, but he won the shot put with 13.08 meters, was 5th in high jump, 1.76, and 9th again in the 400. This morning in the hurdles, he was 8th, 16.66, 7th in the discus throw, 27 meters, and now he has won the pole vault. So a bit of an up and down competition for him, and not necessarily in complementary events, because you would have expected after winning the shot that he might have done better in the discus, but instead he's come out on fire in pole vault. Last competitor in the field on the second day, morning Easter Sunday. I think it was a little bit hasty there, needed to just get a nice extension. Doesn't get it, but he does win this event and gets some valuable points, which could put him in contention for a top 5 finish. I rather expect that he might have a bit of acumen with the javelin as well.
Based on his build as well.
Man from Les Abîmes.
So that does it for our coverage of this morning session. Quickly, Abel Mills getting that gold in the under 20 girls shot put ahead of Peyton Winter of Trinidad and Tobago and Malaki Lampert of Jamaica. And that was the first final that was on hand in the morning session. In the boys long jump under 20, Carlin Archer, 7.68 meters, got the better of the defending champion Michael Andre Edwards, Archer of the Bahamas, Edwards of Jamaica, and Joshua Williams of Bahamas, giving Bahamas 2 medals in that under 20 boys long jump final. And in the 400-meter hurdles, we saw some semifinals there, as well as the 200 meters. To wrap things up with the combined events that we have seen today, we'll resume our coverage at 3:30 p.m. local time here in Grenada for the afternoon session. So on behalf of my colleagues Terry Finisterre, Leslie Smith, and Clyde John, I'm Donald Smith saying take care, of a good lunch, and we'll be back at 3:30.
keep structure in place, because safety starts at home. Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place, because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children. Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place, because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.
Good evening wherever you are, and welcome back to the live action here at the Carifta Games Athletic Stadium, downtown Spice capital, St. George's, Grenada. We greet you with the news that it has been raining dogs and cats here at the National Stadium. Very, very overcast conditions. And while we were during the break, it was indeed a heavy downpour that had everybody scampering for cover. The good news is that we're going to continue. We're going to do an assessment of this morning's session and look towards what's going to be happening this afternoon. And we have a special presentation for you before we start on the track and field of a medal presentation that occurred during the break in the cultural village that has been specifically created for this Carifta Games. And it's one of the innovations that they've included in the Games in 2026 to have this medal presentation in the cultural village. And so with me, of course, is Terry Fineste from St. Lucia and Donald Smith from Jamaica, who has been bringing all the expert and exciting coverage to you for the last day and a half. Gentlemen, rainy conditions, obviously that would have an impact on performances. What do you make of the conditions that we have here this afternoon?
Well, we saw the kids soldiering through this morning through some pretty light drizzles for the most part. Yesterday, the rains were a little bit heavier and they were able to persist. We still saw in the evening session in particular some really outstanding performances in those finals. And I think we can look forward to more of the same tonight once we get a little bit of a respite from the weather.
Donald, the athletes performing under those conditions, what do you think the mindset might be?
Just to not get injured. I think that will be the biggest thing that will be on their minds. Just run within themselves, give off their best, but try to end injury-free. You talk about those persons who will be on the runway, whether on the jumps or in the ring, and the ring could get a little slippery due to the rain. So it's about finishing without any injuries. Similar to those on the track, you want to keep warm. And I think for most athletes, they won't be thinking about records per se. It's just about ending their competition and being injury-free.
Well, I'm sure if we were playing cricket today, we'd be a lot more concerned. We are still concerned about the conditions, but we're sure the track and field will continue here at the Carifta Games Stadium.
Yes, absolutely. It's a wonderful all-weather track. The kids, I think most of our kids, for better or for worse, are pretty used to being, to having to contend with the elements. And so they'll come out there, I think, and give them their best and compete in friendly rivalry and showcase their talents and abilities for the world.
Well, I'm not sure if any of you had the opportunity, I think you did, Terry, to visit the cultural village. Quite an impressive display of local products and entertainment as well. And just to mingle with all of the visiting people who are here in Grenada, there's been a truly good experience. I know, Donald, you have some intentions of visiting the center, the cultural village tomorrow as well, but it's something that I would encourage you to do and to have a sample of true Grenadian culture.
Well, I got my oil down, so that's a start.
And you saw the jab yesterday.
It doesn't have pork in it, for the record, but definitely going to go across there. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I heard the announcers making general announcement earlier in the day, asking persons to just go across there, and I think from what I've heard, it seems to be quite the place to be whenever there's a break-in session.
Well, I actually went across for the medal ceremonies, which we'll get to see in just a moment. And the first time that a Carifta medal ceremony has taken place outside the stadium. We did see it last year at Tokyo 2025, but obviously the presenters really the men of the moment, despite the fact that we had some really outstanding medalists, but we had Lyndon Victor and Anderson Peters presenting the medals. World beaters, Commonwealth champion, world champion twice, Olympic medalists. So those two gentlemen coming out there and being part of the experience, mingling with the folks, the patrons at the Carifta Cultural Village, was really a sight to see.
And that's very good, because many of our Grenadian Olympians are here for the Carifta Games. We saw Carifta Games, Hazelyn Regis Beckles, she's here. Shamin Ross, another one of our Olympians, is here. And so they've actually journeyed back to Grenada to show some support. As a matter of fact, the Grenada Olympians Association had a fundraiser on Thursday. It was a night cruise, all-inclusive, just to raise funds to support the local athletes for international and national engagements.
And you know, that's very important. I think one of the things coming out of post-COVID is that a lot of federations are struggling to, you know, get or track interest or investments to the sport. So whenever you can have persons who are a part of the sport, whether it be that they're former athletes, former administrators, current administrators, or persons who just love the sport, it's good that we can have them coming back and doing something like that until the sport, in my words, gets back to a position where it really is not fighting for the dollars, that the little dollars that exists, especially in a region as ours that is so small yet diverse.
On the positive side, what we are seeing here over these couple of days at the Kirani James Stadium really is a great advertisement, not only for regional togetherness, for, you know, the development of our young talents, but really for the island of Grenada as well, and for the Carifta Games on the whole. The Carifta Games, 53 years now, virtually unbroken, only COVID taking away a couple of years from the Carifta Games. We've seen so many wonderful champions coming out of this meet, going on to grace the world stage, going on to become world beaters. Anderson Peters, I just mentioned, 2016 right here, launching the javelin, setting a new record, Austin Seeley winner, and going on from there to become world champion. So I think once we persist with the Carifta Games and continue with that theme of regional unity and continued development of our young athletes, the financing will come.
Certainly.
Absolutely. If we can segue now, as we saw a while ago, it is still raining very heavily here at the National Stadium. To look at some of the field events completed this morning and to zero in on the performances as well. It has been quite an interesting morning here. We saw the long jump in the under 20 boys. There was also the discus, I think it was, for
girls.
The girls. Yes. The shot put for the under 20. Quite a number of these, and some high jump events as well. Just put in perspective some of these individual performances as we saw this morning. And maybe we can look at the under 20 girls shot put. We had 4 competitors there, and maybe not the best performances of these athletes based on the seeds that they came in with, but nonetheless some good performances.
Abel Mills of Jamaica, 15.27 meters, taking the win in the under 20 girls shot put competition, ahead of Peyton Winter of Trinidad and Tobago, 14.14. The defending champion from Jamaica, Marla K. Lampert, was third, 13.81. Clearly having some struggles this season, could have been likely injuries, as we see that the winning shot there from Abel Mills just now, she taking that one to get the morning started, with the Jamaicans earning another gold medal.
Terry, the boys' long jump was just as competitive. We had 2 athletes, the Colin Archer of Bahamas and Michael Andre Edwards of Jamaica, really battling, exchanging positions throughout the competition. And in the end, it was Archer of the Bahamas.
Yeah, in a large field, we started with 18 athletes registered for the long jump under 20 boys. Archer eventually winning out with his 5th attempt. He was in the lead, but he needed to get that insurance. He, on his 5th attempt, went 7.68 meters. Michael Andre Edwards of Jamaica, 7.47, also in that 5th round of competition. And taking the bronze, we had Joshua Williams of the Bahamas, and both Bahamians, 18 years old, so eligible to return next year once they continue performing at this level.
Donald, we want to move to the girls' discus throw under 17. Again, some very good competition there. About 45 meters being registered by the 2 top athletes. Cayman Islands shone brightly in Kalia Hay, and she had very good challenge by Dujane Rudolph of Jamaica. Good competition in the shot put for the discus, for the under 17s.
Most definitely, Zoyan Plummer of Jamaica led for most of the competition, from the first round up to about the third round. She would have led. Then Kalia Hay, who is the defending champion from the Cayman Islands, then took over leadership. Almost got close to, she wanted to get close to the record. She went over 47 meters, but not yet close to the 47.9. That is the record set by Cedrica Williams some time ago. Seems very long ago, that record was.
2019,
yeah. It's a very long time, it's almost 10 years.
Anything pre-COVID now
it seems very long. Yeah, so Kalia Hay defending her title, and she admitted to Clyde John in the interview that she has one more year at the under 17 level. So she wants to come back to not only win but to break the record. So that's on the mark for her, or in the back of her mind for 2027.
So too Gabriella Linton, her teammate from the Cayman Islands. So definitely something brewing in the Cayman Islands as far as the throws are concerned. They now have 2 gold medals in the throws at these games. Both of those athletes just 15 years old. We should look forward to seeing them again wherever Carifta is held in 2027.
Good news coming out of the Cayman Islands. But before we look at the multi-events, let's look at some of the preliminaries that were held on the track this morning. The 400-meter hurdles in the under 20 category, and to look first of all at the girls category. Some good performances there again. Sub 1 minute performance from Natasha Fletcher of Jamaica. Put in perspective what we saw this morning in the 400-meter under 20 girls preliminaries.
Well, Nastasia Fletcher, as I mentioned in commentary early. So as we looked at Natasha Fletcher in commentary, I mentioned that last year she was not a part of the Carifta Games. So what basically happened is that she came back here in 2026 and took the win in the prelims ahead of the Bahamian here, Darvinit Dean, who would have medaled. Well, this is actually the first section. Darvinit Dean of the Bahamas took it ahead of the Jamaican Maria Crossfield, and then the Trinidadian, who was a bronze medalist last year, Jenna Marie Thomas. So, but overall, Nastasia Fletcher, who was in the second section, would have topped all qualifiers with her 59.25, was making the point that in 2024 she won at the under 17 level. She was not here last year as her team at the high school level did not compete at the Carifta trials, and they competed this year, hence she's here getting Grenada. And as you can see in the shot here, that battle between Nastasia Fletcher and Crawley. Easy does it really, Leslie and Terry. I think she is in the form of her life. 55 at champs. So, yeah.
Well positioned and well placed to do even better in the finals. We look forward to that later on this afternoon. We want to move on now to the boys 400-meter hurdles in the under 20 category. And again, we had some very close and exciting performances there. Robert Miller of Jamaica, he advances with the best time going into the finals. Terry, your thoughts on the 400-meter hurdles under 20?
Yeah, defending champion Robert Miller coming in and laying down a big marker. He may be hunting that very, very big record. You talk about something being long ago. J.O. Gordon, 2010, 49.76, the record in the 400 hurdles. But Robert Miller negotiating the opening round with not a bother, and he is into the final with a time of 51, what did he run? 51 point. So he's looking very, very sharp going into the finals, 51 seconds under his belt. So he's looking to get under 50 seconds this evening, possibly.
Indeed, as we segue now into the girls 200-meter dash in the under 17 category, and right away a very familiar name would strike out at us. She already has 2 medals in this championship. I had the privilege to speak with her father during the break, and he was concerned about, not concerned, but he was interested in finding out about this unprecedented maybe occurrence with one person doing the 100, 200, and the 400 meters at a single Carifta. And we were trying to juggle our minds to see whether or not that has been done before. Terry, you were not part of that conversation.
I was listening in, and I don't think I can remember anybody
Neither can I.
who would
Not
have,
straight track.
Yeah, who would have done something so audacious.
And not just doing it, but medaling, and with good medals as well. When I say good medals, I'm referring at least to one gold already, and the favorite for the gold in the 200 meters as well. So, Donald, take us through the preliminaries of the 200 meters with Tyra Fenton, as we were referring to moments ago, leading the charge going into the finals.
Well, the footage you saw a while ago was the first section. Kaiser Thomas, who was a medalist in the 100 meters last evening. She, of course, came off the bend with the Jamaican right on her heels, but basically took it out. Quite powerful is Kaiser Thomas. She medaled in the event last year as well. And if there's anyone who's going to challenge Tyra Fenton over 200 meters, it's likely the Bahamian, who looked good in qualifying at 23.96. So that whole 200 meters has set up nicely between Fenton, Thomas, as I mentioned. They renewed their battle. And there's a Trinidadian who is in the mix as well, Eden Shiwa. She looked good in qualifying. This is a race with Fenton on screen. Fenton, if you look here in lane 3, turns into the home stretch, well ahead of the field, in cruise control at this point, and no one can get her back in this particular part of the race. Just so powerful, using that 400 meter strength. Great endurance from the Antiguan, and she's going to be tough to beat, I think, in that final.
I overheard a conversation that she was having just as she crossed the line. She said, food and rest. Food and rest.
The other thing too, she was very, very clear about the number of medals Antigua won yesterday.
Oh yes, very demonstrative.
So we're going to move now as we look at the final.
This is the final section. Shiwa in lane 2. Mm-hmm. So lane 2 with Eden Shiwa of Trinidad and Tobago. She also looked very powerful in that section. The Bahamian on the outside, Brian Ward, who medaled in the 100 meters last evening as well, also booking a spot in the finals. But Eden Shiwa shutting it down in the end as well. I think it could be a race between the three I mentioned, and I'll throw in Brian Ward for good measure.
So we have to move swiftly on because we have the presentation, but we will have to look at the boys 200 meter dash on the 17. We had maybe 4 or 5 of the athletes there going sub 22.
Yep.
And an interesting finals is set up for that as well.
Well, we actually had all but one of the athletes going under 22 seconds this morning. And in the first section, we saw Emil Higgins of the Bahamas, just 15 years old, coming through in 21.92, fairly comfortably to win that one ahead of Tyreek Charles, who's here. His mother is actually a former Carifta athlete, and she's here watching him.
Absolutely wonderful to see that. The girls 200 meter dash under 20. Again, some interesting and good performances, sub 24 right through. And Annie and Nuss of Barbados looks like a favorite going into the finals.
You said that, Leslie? In the under 20 200 meters? With Shania Douglas?
Under 24, I beg.
A favorite for silver.
I had something to drink during the break.
I am wondering.
That would be the biggest upset.
It would.
Perhaps in Carifta history.
Very much so. It's not going to happen.
And that's no disrespect to Anaya.
I love Anaya.
Yeah, she's a fantastic athlete.
Upset.
As you can see, Shania Douglas shutting it down. If you see the effort of the athletes behind her, just show you how comfortable she was in qualifying. That particular Carifta record could be on the chopping block later on if the weather holds up in lane 8. And someone who pretty much gets up and just wants to go back to bed quickly. That was how she dealt with that first section, Shania Douglas.
And that record held by none other than Shawnee Miller-Weibo
of the Bahamas. Good. So we want to move quickly again into the boys 200 meters now, Terry. And again, some brilliant performances. A little bit of disappointment for the Grenadian public. There were 2 speedsters there that Grenada was hoping to at least get into the final.
Yes, Ian
just
George
outside, Daryl Daniel with the 9th fastest time, so he's just outside of the top 8. But we must spare a thought for Jaden Green of Barbados and Outerbridge, the winner of the 100 meters, he's also in contention for medals.
Yeah, the wind played a significant factor this morning. Jaden Green coming through to win the first heat with a wind of 5.4 meters per second. He won in 20.49 seconds ahead of Easton from Guyana. And then in heat number 2, we had Elijah Schmeichel. I think you said he was a replacement athlete, Donald.
Yes.
Well, he is coming in to make a statement and make a name for himself at the Carifta level. I know he's done well at champs, but he is looking to come here and make his name on the regional and the global stage.
Well, let's look forward now to what the multi-event athletes were doing this morning. So we had the decathletes, we had the octathletes, and we had the ladies making their first appearance in the Heptathlon this morning. So let's zero in first of all on the decathlon, and some familiar names. The defending champion doing pretty well. They had the pole vault and
this morning they would have had pole vault, discus throw. They'd have had pole vault, discus throw, and 110 hurdles.
And 110 hurdles.
Everybody would have started the morning with the hurdles. 110 hurdles for the senior boys, and then the girls would have run the 100-meter hurdles.
And as it stands, Tyreek Vincent, the defending champion, we're getting a look at the Hep girls. That is...
So maybe we can just look at it here with the other Vincent, Tenik Vincent, doing well.
Twin.
So that was Robley winning the 100-meter hurdle. She led going into the second event, which was a high jump. But then from the high jump, the defending champion in the Hep, Tenik Vincent, would have gotten it. And now we go back across to the decathlon.
And Trinidad and Tobago having a pretty good meet in the combined event in particular. And you see there coming through Tyreek Vincent winning the 110 hurdles, 14.20 ahead of Caleb Campbell, also of Trinidad and Tobago, 14.91. They're also 1-2 in the overall standings, 58.40 and 56.05. And Jaquan Souden is in third place at the moment, and I think he's pretty safe in third place with 5,598 points, with Shaim Phillip of Grenada in fourth on 5,021. Octathlon boys?
Yeah, the octathletes here, the Bahamians, are 1-2 at the moment. They have pretty much decided that they're going to finish that way. And Shepard of Bahamas, Justin Shepard, he leads overall ahead of Ashley Demerit, who is second. And the last I checked, I think it was Jafari Edwards. Javid Noel of Grenada was third the last time we checked, which was after the high jump. Yeah. And behind him was Jafari Edwards of Trinidad and Tobago. So the Bahamians doing the bulk of the work in the Octathlon, and they have their final set of events this evening, as well as the boys decathlon as well. Those two competitions will end in this session.
Well, I know, Terry, you're looking forward to the 1,500 meters of these multi-event athletes.
Anybody who looks forward to the 1,500 multis is a sadist. it's a tough ask for them after they've done all of those events, but they're going to give it their best, and then, of course, they're going to get a nice meal and some rest.
The girls' heptathlon, overall, we have Vincent out of Trinidad and Tobago leading at the moment. Donald, you're going to take us through what we saw this morning and the remaining events for them.
Yeah, two events completed already, the 100-meter hurdles and the high jump. Tenik Vincent equaling her personal best, setting a new event best in the high jump, 1.71 meters, having been fourth after the 100-meter hurdles. Her teammate, Kiori Robley, was leading after the 100-meter hurdles, is now in third. And Zasa Franz of Curacao, she's in second overall, having won or finished second in the hurdles and finishing, I believe, third or fourth in the high jump. So those points tallies put those as the top three as well. But I really liked Jurivienska Costa of Curacao, especially the high jump. Had some very good clearances up to about 1.53 meters. So this competition potentially could get even more interesting as it go along. But Tenik Vincent certainly has thrown down the gauntlet to say that she's coming to defend her title.
Well, we have some interesting events in the field coming up this afternoon in the afternoon session. The girls will continue in the heptathlon, the shot put. The boys have the javelin, the under 17 octathlon. The boys high jump under 17 is also scheduled. We know outside is very slippery now. The girls long jump under 17, and then we have the 4x100 meter relay for the under 20. The girls 800 meter preliminaries as well. And the 3,000 meters, I think, should be coming up a little later. And a number of interesting events, maybe mainly field events this afternoon. But we're going to be here to bring it to you. A perspective on what to expect this afternoon, Terry?
Well, the relay is always an exciting way to end an evening. We will have the 4x1s this evening at the Karani James Stadium, but also some fantastic expectations for the field events, where we'll see in the girls' long jump, the defending champion is coming back, and she already has one medal on the track and is looking to see what else she can add to the bag. In shot put under 17 boys, it's going to be a pretty new field, but some guys there with quite a bit of pedigree, and it should be very exciting. And of course, the conclusion of the combined events this evening, certainly for the boys, the Octathlon and the Decathlon, is going to be a great finish. And obviously, Tyreek Vincent heading towards a record score in the Decathlon. I'm looking forward to seeing how he closes things out.
And you, Donald, your expectations going into the afternoon, Sunday afternoon?
Echo similar sentiments as Terry. I am looking forward to the 400 meter hurdles final, especially the under 20 boys. I realized that earlier we only had the semi-final round, one would say, for the under 20 section of boys and girls, realizing now on the afternoon schedule that we have a 2-section final for the under 17 girls, which I find really strange. I would love to hear why are they split it. Maybe because they're under 17s, but that's interesting to see as well. The 3,000 meters are on the cards as well. That one will be interesting to see. And of course, the 4x1s, those come up as well. We have heats of the under 20 boys 4x1s, and of course that will be the final event to close things off. So those are some of the things that I'm looking forward, at least on the track.
Well, from a local perspective, I know a lot of Grenadians would be tuned in for the boys 3,000 meters. We saw Mikel Moses breaking a record here at Intercol Games, and he's one of the newly found distance runners. We saw him pulling up yesterday, however, in the 1,500 meters. We hoping that he is fit and able to run today, and that's one of the expectations from the local public. Gentlemen, the stage is set, weather permitting. The rain has subsided now. It's still very overcast, and we're expecting maybe that the athletes would make the necessary adjustments going into the finals this afternoon. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go over to the medal ceremony that occurred in the cultural village during the break, and we're going to see the innovation that was included in this year's Carifta Games and some of Grenada's Olympians doing the medal presentation.
3.20 meters.
What's up?
This is our time, no. This is we time to shine, no. Watch your people to believe. We have enough faith. The spirit's on a high, no. Represent the border line, no. We're not from left to right, no. All the people who stand, just put up on your hands. This is our time, no.
Look out, bye.
Can I get some space when my girl going up? I give everybody the space. I need some space.
Thank you so very much. We can move now to event 7. We're going to back up to event 7. Boys long jump under 20. Your bronze medalist, Joshua Williams, Bahamas. Silver medalist, Michael Andre Edwards, Jamaica. 7.47 meters. And your gold medalist and Carifta champion is Colin Archer, Bahamas. 7.68 meters. We move now to event 18, girls shot put under 20. Bronze medalist Marla K. Lampart, Jamaica. 13.81 meters. Now your silver medalist Peyton Winter, Trinidad and Tobago. 14.14 meters. Now it's time to present to you the gold medalist and Carifta champion in this event, Abel Mills, representing Jamaica. A distance of 15.27 meters. We can go to event 24, girls discus throw under 17. Presenting your bronze medalist, Zoe-Ann Plummer, Jamaica. A distance of 43.83 meters. Now your silver medalist, Dejanay Rudolph, Jamaica. 45.13 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to present to you your gold medalist and Carifta champion in the discus throw for girls under 17, Kalia Hay, representing the Cayman Islands. 47.06 meters. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Anderson Peters, double world champion and Olympic bronze medalist. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Lyndon Victor, Olympic bronze medalist. Congratulations to all the winners. We see your excellence. We applaud you. Thank you. Ladies and gents, you're part of the Carifta Village 2026.
live action here at the National Stadium. A beautiful medal presentation ceremony. Grenada's two bronze medalists doing the presentation at the Olympics. That's Anderson Peters in the Decathlon, and of course, Anderson Peters in the javelin, and Lyndon Victor in the Decathlon. They also, in the case of Anderson Peters, double world champion, and Lyndon Victor, double Commonwealth champion as well in the multi-events. The athletes are making their way onto the track now for the events this afternoon in the evening session, and so we're going to be right here to bring it to you wherever you are throughout Grenada, the Caribbean, the diaspora, all over the world, and to do just that for you, Terry Finister and Donald Smith.
Thank you, Leslie. The afternoon session, day number 2, about to get on the way. Coming off the back of a interesting morning session. The girls' Heptathlon shot put event scheduled to start things off. That'll be followed by the javelin throw for the Octathletes, their penultimate event, event number 7, and then the boys' high jump under 17 final. Still raining inside or at this area, this part of Grenada, and Leslie, who is our resident meteorologist for this championships, has indicated that this appears to be an all-island rain, so might continue for a little bit.
Girls shot put will be getting underway for the Heptathlon shortly. That should be one of the first events that we see this afternoon. It will be up in the left-hand corner of your screen. That left middle of your screen. In the middle of your screen.
Yeah, basically.
Yes.
Athletes walking across from where the 100-meter start is towards the 200-meter start area. The umbrellas are out. The main pavilion, that's what you're seeing to the lower left of the screen in the home stretch. And our friend there from Trinidad and Tobago ensuring that the flag continues to wave despite the rain.
What I can tell you is that the stands, certainly the grandstand, building up very nicely this afternoon, and the stands along the back street as well, especially the upper deck, are getting quite full. So it looks as though we'll have a nice crowd this evening despite the early showers. We hope that they will have been early showers and that they will go away thereafter. Going to be heavy on field events this afternoon, this evening, both in the combined events and finals, street finals for some of those. Trini Posse very much in evidence this weekend. Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago, as Leslie would have said earlier, very close. Most of the time. Most of the time. They're mostly neighborly.
I was going to say potentially the cheapest flights in the region.
Oh yes, oh yes. I think it might be easier to go from Trinidad and Tobago to Grenada than from St. Lucia to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Sometimes to travel from St. Lucia to St. Vincent, where you can see one another literally, you have to go
Trinidad
around
first.
the Caribbean. You have to go to Trinidad. You might have to go to Barbados. But Inter-Caribbean has a number of excellent routes, so we are able to navigate and make our way. Had some trouble with my flight on Friday, but Inter got me right back on track, and I was able to touch down on schedule in the Spice Isle.
Is that a promotion for Inter-Caribbean? Maybe they could sponsor the broadcast next year as well.
Throw in a few free flights, I won't say no. I do enjoy traveling.
So you're not missing any action as yet Viewers, the competition yet to get underway, but will be getting underway momentarily. Looking forward, as I mentioned, later on to that under 20 boys 400 meter hurdles final. Robert Miller, the defending champion, he'll be in that one, and he'll have some competition from the man from Bahamas, Zion Davis.
The number to watch, 49.76. It's a big number. Jehu Gordon. Jehu, of course, started his career as a sprint and intermediate hurdler. Went on to greater fame as an intermediate hurdler. And Jehu now in administration. He is with the National Athletics Association of Trinidad and Tobago. Sits on their executive. Was a big part of last year's Carifta Games. He knows all too well what it is like to be at the games and how that can set the foundation for you to go on to great things going forward. Willem Belosian, another great Carifta name in the hurdles.
Coming to represent France.
Yes. So the athletes are out and they are getting ready for the long jump under 17 girls. The javelin throw under 20 boys will be coming up as well. Before that, I think we have the javelin throw for the octathletes.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's a name that we potentially might have looked at but didn't really mention, potentially because based on the seeded mark coming into this particular event, this particular athlete may not factor in the medals, but I'm talking about the local man, Deshaun Smart, who got that massive throw in the javelin throw on the first day, set things up for the Grenadians, got that gold medal. He's in the shot put later on, and I'm thinking that, I've already won a gold medal. Anything is possible in the shot put, even though in my mind he would need to throw close to the 1460 or 1470 mark to be in the conversation for a medal.
I think you need to go over 15. We have We have some
massive
guys in
throws,
there who are very capable. But who knows what he's... we know that, of course, the Grenadians have a very, very fine throws program historically. So he could produce something. Let's find out.
And Leslie just reminding us that Telesford will be in that conversation. Kazim Telesford of Grenada. He's well over that 15 meters, almost 16 meter throw this season.
Yeah, last year, and improving significantly from last year. And that's what the experience of going to Carifta at an early age does for you. Last year, he was 12th in the under 17 shot put. He comes back this year and he's absolutely a medal favorite. He's improved by some 3 meters and he is looking to get himself up on that medal rostrum later this evening.
So the young ladies will be going in the long jump for under 17 girls, receiving the instructions from one of the officials, potentially telling them where they'll be jumping, which position. They have set their markers already.
Just as was the case with the boys, we have 18 athletes entered for the event. We have Guadeloupe, Trinidad and Tobago, Curacao, St. Martin, the Bahamas, Grenada, Jamaica, Martinique, Grenada, Turks and Caicos Islands, Barbados, the Virgin Islands, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Lucia, all represented.
And interestingly as well, we have the top 2 from last year returning, Jose Johnson, who was a silver medalist last evening over the 100 meters, as well as Terry Forbes of the Bahamas. So the Bahamians, who dominated this competition last year, they're back again for a chance to defend their title. And based on the seeded marks coming in, Jose Johnson certainly the one to beat in this under 17 girls long jump.
Jackie Edwards, Bahamas, her record has stood since 1987, 6.14 in that event.
39 years ago. Don't ask me how I knew that number off the top of my head. But interesting to see some of these records on the card. Talk about Kareem Street Thompson's record.
We talk about him every year.
Every year he boys long jump.
Shout out Kareem Street Thompson. He's at the University of Texas, San Antonio. I think he had it was probably in the Cayman Islands with Hibbert.
Jaden Hibbert.
He had a close call with Jaden Hibbert, but the record survived yet another year.
Barely.
And he was on hand for that in the Cayman Islands. Was Kareem told us some stories which I'm still not sure I believe about his upbringing and how he learned to triple jump by jumping from one paving stone to the next on his way to school.
It's telling you that he's Superman.
I love Kareem. We're looking forward to seeing some results, Kareem and I, from the English Premier League. We share.
Don't say Liverpool.
No.
Awesome. But then again, do not say Arsenal.
No. Also no.
I'm afraid to say any other team.
We met, all I can tell you is that we once met the president of World Athletics, who's a Chelsea, I think he's on the Chelsea board, is he? And our team was playing his, and he was not looking best pleased, so we turned around and left the establishment where we met him and went about our business.
I guess you don't want to place on record that team here.
I don't, but I think we're happy with where we are at the moment.
I'm going to write it down, listeners. Won't tell you what he said, but if you see me happy afterwards, then we're on the same page.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
I knew you were a good guy.
Absolutely.
I knew you were a good guy, Terry. Leslie, though, is not so happy. Doesn't seem pleased at all. But I'm certainly happy as well.
Could be an exciting time in the high jump. The high jump, boys, very interesting from the just the seeding under 17 boys, because you could essentially throw a blanket over the field. There's not much to separate the top athletes from one another. We have a couple of 195 jumpers, we have a bunch of 190 jumpers, and of course on the day anything can happen, so we should see a very interesting competition in this high jump. The opening high jump of the games, the under 17 girls, was really gripping. It was really interesting, lots of changes of 14, lots of drama. So looking forward to more of the same in the boys high jump under 17.
So standing by still for the shot put in the Heptathlon. Camera shot showing the high jumpers in that under 17 boys final. Some they're preparing their markers.
14 young men will try to get over that bar. You'll see some starting a little bit early and some coming in as the bar gets higher and higher. They will start at 1.70 meters, 13 in fact, one boy not starting. Just two athletes returning from last year, and they finished 9th and 10th last year. Naim Simon and Herwins Guerriere.
The 4x1 competitors also making their way out as well. That's the only heats of relays you'll see. That's Maria Crossfield, I believe, running forward. She has the under 17 4 hurdles, well, under 24 hurdles to come. You're welcome, Leslie. So, heats of 4x1 for under 20 boys to come as mentioned. The other age groups, the girls under 20 and the two under 17s, are straight finals. The boys, though, they had a number of teams reporting, so they have to separate them via literal semi-final round.
First semi-final is going to feature St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, Martinique, the Turks and Caicos Islands, the Bahamas, and Guyana.
Interestingly, Terry, the first section has 3 teams that either did not finish or got DQ'd last year in Trinidad and Tobago. Bahamas, as you remember, they did not finish their race. Turks and Caicos were disqualified, as well as Guyana.
Yes, Guyana, very unfortunate on that occasion. They come in with a strong team this time around, and they'll want to pass the stick cleanly, get into the finals, and see what awaits them later this evening. And they're doing the heats now because they will be closing the evening out. So they'll get plenty of rest. Right about on time.
In these wet conditions as well. And the good thing it's an all-weather track, so, and the good thing is that you're not seeing any pooling of water, so that's good news for the runners.
So we've lost St. Kitts and Nevis early. They would have had Nassim Gerald in their number. He was part of the group for the Decathlon. Pulled out yesterday, one imagines with some sort of injury. I did speak with Kurt Felix of Grenada about Joel Clement. Says that he's been experiencing some discomfort in his ankle, and after the hurdles he was really feeling it this morning, and they made the decision at that point, upon medical consultation, to discontinue participation in that event.
So the under 20 boys look ready now. 5 go, as Terry mentioned, in this first section. You'd think based on form that could come down to the Bahamas in 6 and Guyana in lane number 7. Antigua in lane 3 could also be in with a shout. Take nothing away though from Turks and Caicos. They have likes of Raven Black, Ronaldo Registre, and Dane St. Hilaire in their lineup. They could prove to be a tricky customer today. The rain has subsided somewhat. The lights are on inside the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
The Bahamas, of course, picking up steam here in Grenada. They're also doing well in Martinique, the Carifta Aquatics Championships, leading. I think they're en route for their 7th consecutive title, something along those lines. So doing quite well, the Bahamas in the pool.
And as we are about to get started with the 4x1, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are in the world listening to this coverage, whether you're tuning in on Cable Bahamas in the Bahamas, CBC TV Barbados, CBN TV in the British Virgin Islands, GBN TV right here in Grenada, Television Jamaica, TVJ in Jamaica, Helen TV in St. Lucia, and to our international audiences who are joining via our digital streaming platforms, whether through FloTrack if you're in the USA or Canada, or on our World Athletics platforms. Welcome to this coverage. It's the afternoon session of the 53rd Carifta Games here in St. George's, Grenada. We have not started any action as yet. The first one on track is a 4x1 for under 20 boys, and it's the heats, the field events to start, the under 17 boys high jump, the Heptathlon girls shot put, and the long jump for under 17 girls.
Antigua and Barbuda, Martinique, Turks and Caicos, the Bahamas and Guyana, lanes 3 through to 7. Boys 4x1 relay under 20, semi-final heat 1.
So they're off and running here. Good start on the outside in lane 7 for Guyana, but being chased early by the Bahamas. The first change is made, it's clean. Lovely chase for Bahamas and Guyana. On the inside going well to in lane 3, that's Antigua and Barbuda. They have gone by the Turks and Caicos Islands. Bahamas and Guyana on the outside, but Antigua and Barbuda looking to close that gap. Martinique in the mix as well. Bahamas, their change is good. This looks like Neely of the Bahamas stepping away from the man from Guyana. And Egan Neely will take his team home ahead of Guyana and Martinique. 40.34 the time on the clock. Replay there of the final change. Egan Neely of the Bahamas anchoring his team to that victory.
Yeah, Bahamas coming through pretty straightforward fashion to take the first of 2 heats and to advance to the final later this evening.
And just to let you know, it's the top 2 from each heat that will automatically advance to the finals, and then the next 4 best by time.
So Guyana also through. Martinique and Antigua and Barbuda will await the results of the second heat. Second heat, though, should be pretty quick.
Yeah, the 3 medalists from last year, Jamaica, the gold medalists, Trinidad and Tobago, the silver medalists, and Barbados, the bronze medalists, will be in that race alongside Grenada, who were 4th in that final last year.
And whose boys will be fresh for the final should they make it.
Yes.
So first heats, 40.37 Bahamas, Guyana, 40.91. Martinique 41.47, Antigua and Barbuda 41.85, Turks and Caicos Islands 42.05. So Turks and Caicos out, Martinique, Antigua and Barbuda are on the bubble. Here comes Team Grenada.
Team Grenada will be in lane 2 for this semi-final.
Seems as if we also have the action commencing in the Heptathlon girls shot put competition. Saza Franz of Curacao, 8.86 meters with her first throw. And the second throw of the competition just made by Brittany Barron of Jamaica. We await the mark for Barron.
Just 3 throws they're given. Teams coming out for second heat of the 4x1 under 20 boys semi-final. Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Grenada, Barbados, the British Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands, US Virgin Islands.
So the mark for Barron comes back at 7 meters and 10. So she's in second position.
Event taking place right now, also the javelin throw. And that's the javelin throw in the Octathlon. Later on, we have the javelin throw under 20 boys, which should be an exciting event. Don't think he can challenge the record, but the defending champion, Addison James, from the Commonwealth of Dominica, will be in action. Will go over 70 meters almost certainly.
Let's hope so. 70-30 last week.
Set a new record at the ISA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Champs. Throwing here might be a little bit less impressive in the Octathlon under 17 boys.
Keyshawn Strawn's record, 79 meters and 89 in that under 20 boys javelin. Probably won't be challenged this year.
Will be interesting to see Keyshawn Strawn's career progression. We've seen the likes of Keyshawn Walcott go on to fantastic things in the same year, unprecedented in the same year. Anderson Peters going on to do great things on the global stage as a senior athlete. It'll be lovely to see Keyshawn Strawn follow that trajectory and go on to achieve wonderful things for the Bahamas as a senior athlete in the men's javelin throw.
I believe he was battling injuries the last season. Keyshawn Strawn.
Not easy on the body, the javelin.
Certainly not. So the second section about to get on the way. Under 20 boys 4x100 meters relay.
At the conclusion of this section, we will get down to the long jump. So Grenada, they'll have the likes of Ethan Sam, Kamal Joseph, Darrell Daniel, Kyle Ned, Barbados, British Virgin Islands, Jaden Jackson is going to be in there, Jamaica, Wade Michael, Robert Miller is slated to run. Let's see if he appears in the final. I don't think they will chance him in the semi. The US Virgin Islands, Trinidad and Tobago. Trevon Stewart, Keelan Hubert.
Those are the long jumpers being introduced as well for the under 17 girls competition. Cara LeBon of Guadeloupe. Shire Tobias of Trinidad and Tobago was 6th last year. Shaylee Martha of Curacao. Jolene Tomlin of St. Martin. The defending champion Jose Johnson of the Bahamas, who won the silver medal last evening in the 100 meters. Grenada's Leah Rose Charles. Jamaica's Dashanelle Clark. Class 3 athlete back home, under 15. You have Nora Jean-Elie of Martinique. Kaelinia Modeste of Grenada. Deja Reed of Trinidad and Tobago. Malaya Wilson of Turks and Caicos Islands. Haley Merritt of Barbados. Charlize Morris of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The returning silver medalist from the Bahamas, Therese Forbes. Mail Pemberton of St. Kitts and Nevis. Savanko Henry, the silver medalist in the high jump from Jamaica. Dejani Moses of St. Kitts and Nevis. And Barbara Maximin of St. Lucia. The 18 competitors lining up in that under 17 girls long jump final.
Now to the second heat of 2 under 20 boys 4x1.
Top 2 sure to advance. And then the next 4 best by time. In the set position, Jamaica, the defending champion, they got up well. They're already on the shoulders of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's Jamaica. Kamani Gordon gave them a brilliant start. Not the best of changes for them. And on the outside, Trinidad and Tobago, they're flying down that backstretch. Barbados on the inside, battling the British Virgin Islands. It's Trinidad and Tobago. Michaelan Woods has the baton for them on the outside in lane 7. The Jamaicans with Smichael trying to get back in the mix. Barbados, they've closed the ground. So too Grenada on the inside. The Jamaicans are in trouble. No such trouble though for Trinidad and Tobago. Grenada or Barbados. Trinidad is in. Grenada and Barbados. Jamaica will have to wait. 39-79. The silver medalists from last year are saying we are going to be the favorites going into that final. The Jamaicans unhappy. Relegated to 4th with Grenada and Barbados close on the line for that second automatic spot.
Yeah, I think Trinidad really excellent passing all around. Everybody got it in stride, no fumbling, really clean execution, and a really good run all around.
So that the shots that you hear from the Trinidad team, as well as the Grenadian supporters, so from section 1, 43.7, 40.91, the automatic qualifying times. Then 41.47, 41.85, 42.05 were the 3 times below that. Remember, it's 4 in the non-automatic spot. Subtract those 2 with top 2 from section 2. And it's interesting to see the time for Barbados or Grenada.
Barbados coming up 40.80, is it?
Barbados 40.50.
40.50.
So Jamaica is in with that 40.71.
Yes.
So Jamaica makes it through. They will make some changes to that team for sure.
Teams into the final, Trinidad and Tobago with Zacchaeus Charles, Trevon Stewart, Michaelan Woods, Keelan Hubert. Bahamas, Grenada, Guyana, Barbados, Jamaica, Martinique, and the British Virgin Islands. Grenada with a fine qualification. They finished 40.49 seconds. If they can repeat that this evening, they might be in with a shout. Trinidad and Tobago 2 years ago won at the Carifta Games, the 4x1, 40.45 seconds. Ian George absent from the Grenada team for the semi-finals. So still a lot of cards to be played later this evening. Donald, that semi-final setting the stage for what should be a very, very interesting final.
It certainly has. A lot of expectations now, especially from the Trinidad faithful. You can see them there on the live shot. The chance of TTO before. They're looking happy here. Why not? I think by the end of today, they're going to have another gold medal at a minimum. So the shot put for the heptathletes continues. They're on to their second round of attempts. Tanique Vincent leads after round 1, 10.34 meters. Zaza Franz of Curacao, 8.86 meters in second, and Montisha St. Bernard of Grenada, 8.37 meters. You see the boys in the under 17 high jump being introduced. 14 competitors listed for the under 17 boys high jump. Marius Naroy of Martinique, Emron Anthony of Grenada, Randall Monroe of St. Lucia, Deante Joseph of the Bahamas, Reagan Jacks of the Cayman Islands, Kimal Gishard of Guyana, Dwayne Saunders of the Bahamas, Seymour Burgos of Turks and Caicos Islands, Quentin Copper of Curacao, Evonte Nimlet of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bryson Walters of the British Virgin Islands, Naheem Simon of Antigua and Barbuda, Joshua Parchment of Jamaica, and Herwins Guerrera of Turks and Caicos Islands. I think this is the third time now that we're going to be seeing him in a under 17 high jump competition. The man from Turks and Caicos Islands, as we have the 800 meters semi-finals for under 17 girls on track.
In our first heat of 2, top 3 finishers from each heat will advance to the final, along with the next 2 fastest times. Annalisa Brown of Grenada is in there, along with Aya Stapleton, O'Shea Cummings, we saw her last evening, Kira Webster of Anguilla, Aisha Wajid, Haiti, Olivia Solomon, Guyana, Davey Farrington of the Bahamas, and Kamaya Graham, Jamaica. Cummins upset by her teammate last evening in what was a really outstanding 1500 meters.
Lila Carr proved too strong in the home stretch for Cummings, who's probably a little race rusty as well. Two laps around the track. Top 3 short to advance, plus the next 2 best times.
They will break here. Start to shake themselves out. Here comes Graham. In amongst the leading pack. There too, Annalisa Brown. Annalisa Brown last night a brave bronze medal in the 1500, ran 4:46. She's now out in front, but she is being kept company by the entire field. Field stringing out across the track. Up steps Olivia Solomon. Oh my goodness. Disaster there as they completed the first lap, Donald.
Yes, Cummings and Graham both seem to have gone down just now, and they are back up, but certainly the momentum that they would have had at that point, it will take them quite something to get back, and at least Cummings there and Graham trying to do that now, Terry.
Yes, two of the favorites to advance to the final. Cummings stepping up now. Graham still with some work to do. Cummings right back amongst the leading pack. But Olivia Solomon is now taking control of this race from the hometown girl, Annalisa Brown, as they come through the last 150 meters. It's going to be the Guyanese winning this first heat. But the race is on for third between Wajid from Haiti and Cummings. Cummings is on her way, overcoming that spill after the first lap, and is neck and neck between herself and the Haitian Wajid. No such issues up front for Olivia Solomon.
But I can tell you this, I'm sure that the Trinidadians and the Jamaican team management are already walking towards the jury of appeal room now.
Pulling out their $100 for the appeal.
Love to see the replay of that. Well, this is the finishing aspect of the race. The Guyanese there, Olivia Solomon. Lovely purple spikes as well.
Hopeful of another medal will be Annalisa Brown. See her right there on your screen. Michael Bascom arranging interviews for her.
So this is the picture here. Ashia Cummings on the inside, just behind the Grenadian Annalisa Brown. Kamoya Graham in between Wajid and the Bahamian Farrington. Cummings now finds herself about sixth at this point, and it seems as if Graham slipped. Not sure how, but that caused Cummings to fall. Can have that rolled back a bit.
We need to roll that back just a little bit.
But it seemed rather innocent.
Yeah, Cummings was boxed in. So she found herself boxed in at this point, and she's trying to navigate her way out of there because she can't just push past Annalisa Brown. So she's trying to come out of it, and let's see. She trips up on the Guyanese, actually, it looks like. Well, Olivia Solomon, she just kicks the back of her foot and falls forward. Into the next heat now, Anika Lowe, Jamaica, Rihanna Robinson from Bermuda, Tane Gardner, Turks and Caicos Islands, Falon Siraban, Haiti, Emma Frederick, Grenada, Jada Piggott, Antigua and Barbuda, Nyla Kerr from Trinidad and Tobago. She won the 1500 meters yesterday. And from the Virgin Islands, we have Safia Prasad. They are just about 3/4 of the way through the first lap of 2 here in the 800 meters. And Falon Siraban, 8th last night in the 1500 meters, is the one setting the pace for the field. Kerr tucked in behind her, right alongside Safia Prasad. Kerr taking care not to suffer the same fate as her teammate, as the rains are back here at the Kirani James Stadium. So they negotiate the first lap safely. Kerr just on the outside of lane 1. Also in the mix, Anika Lowe. She was 10th last night in the 1500, hoping for better fortunes in the shorter race. She moves up amongst the leaders. So side by side, it's Lowe from Jamaica, Kerr from Trinidad and Tobago. The two of them out in front. Jada Piggott has some interest in what's happening out there, and she too tries to step up. The young lady from Antigua and Barbuda, they're coming into the final 100, and it's going to be the 1500 meter champion Kerr who is going to come into the home straight first. She is up ahead, is Kerr, but Piggott not falling off the pace at all. She cannot, however, catch Kerr, and it's going to be the Trinidadian coming across first, the Antiguan in second, and from Jamaica, Anika Lowe. Those three, the position qualifiers, and they will advance to the final and wait to see how things shake out. I think it's going to be quite some time though before we see the start list for the finals, given what transpired in the opening race, and so we will not make any pronouncements at this time, just to say that the top three are safely through and will be part of the final this evening. In fact, tomorrow.
Nice qualification for the Trinidadian, looking to add the double to her 1500 crown last evening. Good run as well from the Antiguan.
Yeah, made a lovely challenge to the 1500 meter champion.
That's Jada Piggott.
Tried to see what she was made of. She's made of the right stuff. She was able to hold off the challenge and proceed to win the heat. We have Lion Samuel coming up from Antigua and Barbuda in this heat. We have 3 heats in the 800 meters for boys. In the first heat, all but one of the runners is appearing for the first time in the meet. Jadani Williams was 10th in the 1500 meters. So going through the start list for Heat 1, Nazir Johnson of Bermuda. He's going to be in lane 1. Markland Williams, Jamaica, in 2. Lion Samuel, Antigua and Barbuda. He's just 15 years old. He's going to be in 3. Terry Haynes, Barbados, in 4. Jadani Williams, Trinidad and Tobago, in 5. R.J. Roberts, the Bahamas. He is in 6. Markland Williams, the man to watch. He comes in with a seed time 1:55.03. The record, Gerard Mason of Barbados, 151.79 back in 2011.
Done in Montego Bay, Jamaica. So they're brought back. Rarely see that happening, the middle distances or the long distances.
Spoke earlier today to the mother of Tiandre Frett of the British Virgin Islands. She said that he's suffered a bit of an injury setback and wasn't able to be here today. In this event last year, the 800 meter run under 17, we saw Christopher Sammy from Trinidad and Tobago.
A yellow card shown there to the Jamaican Markland Williams for disturbing the start.
And Brian Scott, also of Trinidad and Tobago. They won the 1500 meters and 800 meters. Sammy went on as well to win the 3,000. But here it's Johnson, Williams, Samuel, Haynes, Williams, and Roberts. Out front right now, Roberts. And he's being closely watched by Markland Williams. They are followed in turn by Jadani Williams from Trinidad and Tobago and Terry Haynes of Barbados. Roberts now being overtaken by Markland Williams. And he comes right back, does Roberts. Immediately retakes the lead as they get the bell. Markland Williams up front for the Bahamas. Markland Williams, in fact, in second for Jamaica. RJ Roberts up front for the Bahamas. Markland Williams now in front for Jamaica. They head down the back straight. Williams, Roberts, the other Williams from Trinidad and Tobago, and Haynes from Barbados. Up comes Nazi Johnson. Nazi Johnson wants to make it a foot race. He's going to try to take this, but Markland Williams
laughing through,
unbothered. Every time RJ Roberts has surged in this race, Williams has just responded, glanced across and smiled as if to tell him, why are you making me work so hard, boss?
Well, I mean, if you're a 152.48 man at 800 meters and looking that easy, clearly you have a lot left in the tank, forcing the man from Bahamas to give it more than he would have liked. Especially noting that it's a top two that is sure to advance. I think at this point in time, the Bahamian could have relaxed. And in all fairness to him, he does look a little relaxed, but looking back at the Jamaican Williams,
that's a relaxation. Nazi Johnson coming up for third, and he'll hope that that time is going to suffice to allow him to get into the final. The man Luke Plummer in this heat. Luke Plummer, silver medalist last year.
Won bronze in the 1500 last evening as well.
There's confirmation there of the times from heat 1. See if we can get those for you again, but heat 2 coming up. Jermaine Shepherd representing Guyana, silver medalist in the 1500 meters. Jeremiah Wright, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he was 6th in the 1500. Najib Kelly from St. Kitts and Nevis just missed out on a medal in the 1500. He ran 4:13.23 for 4th place. Noah Kuten of Grenada, 15 years old, he's in lane 4. Luke Plummer, 1500 meter bronze medalist last evening, and last year the silver medalist in this event, the 800 meters in Trinidad and Tobago. And then Alec Simmons from Barbados, the spectacled Alec Simmons, is starting in lane 6. Even start. Najib Kelly getting out hard, and he'll look to cut in first. Plummer, though, unperturbed at this point, just sits on his shoulder, allows him to set the pace. Top 2 will advance. So he's pretty comfortable at this point, is Luke Plummer. Najib Kelly leading the race, and hometown boy Kuten is in third. Here comes the Guyanese, Jermaine Shepherd, looking to get in among the leaders. Still a pretty tight pack as they conclude the first full lap. Taking the lead, Plummer. Plummer being shadowed by Jermaine Shepherd. They would have seen each other last night in the 1500. They both got medals last evening. Here though comes Kuten. He is trying to force the pace. How will the two leaders, Plummer and Shepherd, respond? Plummer falls off the pace. Plummer needs to come back into this. Plummer is up there, stepping up. Shepherd tries to force his way back into the reckoning. Shepherd from Guyana. It's a battle between Shepherd, Kuten, and Simmons. Here comes Simmons, and there comes the man from St. Kitts and Nevis, Najib Kelly. He leaves it late. He started off very well, Donald, and then he left it late, but he charged through to take a very well-run second.
Can I say something though that I saw? Off the top of the curve, and you see it here, the runners behind Plummer all look like they're going all out. Look at Plummer, very easy. He knows a final comes up tomorrow, so he's cruising, but then he starts to realize that on the outside, the Kititian, Kelly, is making a move, but of all the runners in the home stretch, Kelly, the man Plummer, looks the more composed, and I think he has a lot left in the tank. But kudos to the Kititian. He gets through. Najib Kelly wins it on the line, 2:00.72.
Yes.
Plummer 2:00.76 in second. Simmons of Barbados 2:01.00. Shepherd of Guyana 2:01.24, and Kuten of Grenada 2:01.65. With one more section to come.
So our silver medalist, Shepherd from Guyana, is in danger of missing the 800-meter final tomorrow. Safely through, however, Najib Kelly and Luke Plummer. He will hope to be able to upgrade from a silver last year. Very good race there, and let's see if we can get another exciting one. Michael Surratt, Trinidad and Tobago. Bryson Anderson from Antigua, from Guyana, in fact. Bryson Anderson, Guyana. Kimani Newton, St. Kitts and Nevis. Cordell Monroe, the Bahamas. Janique Felix from Grenada, and Naja Wyatt. He ran the 400 earlier in this event from St. Martin. Double gun once again. What will it be this time?
So hearing the starters in the background, someone stepped over the line before the start. Yellow card lane for the Bahamian, you can see it there. Left foot well over the line. That is Cordell Monroe for disturbing the start.
Newton, Monroe, and Anderson should have a very interesting race along with Michael Surratt.
He's not happy, the Bahamian.
Points at Naja Wyatt. What about him? Very classroom. But sir, what about him? Everybody just settle. So wait for the orders. Surrey, Trinidad and Tobago, Anderson, Guyana, Newton, St. Kitts and Nevis, Monroe, the Bahamas, Felix, Grenada, and Wyatt, St. Martin. May not necessarily be as quick as the previous heat, but let's see how the athletes go. Monroe, now right there neck and neck with Wyatt. And Monroe holds on to the lead for the time being. Monroe, Wyatt, and Bryson Anderson from Guyana. Those are the three athletes up front. As we come around, we saw the athlete from St. Kitts and Nevis in the previous heat, Najib Kelly, making a brilliant run to win it. Can Kimani Newton, who is now tucked in fourth place, emulate his fellow countryman? Wyatt out in front now from St. Martin, ahead of Monroe. Monroe from the Bahamas. Third, Anderson, Guyana. Third may not cut it. You will want to be amongst the top two. Here comes Newton. Newton, we asked if he would emulate his countryman, and he is trying to do just that. Newton running up on the home straight, running up on the shoulder of Naja Wyatt, and he is going to have to settle for second, but he is safely through to the final, notwithstanding. So Naja Wyatt is into the final of the 800 meters. Under 17 boys, along with Kimani Newton, and we'll wait on the final times across the board to see how things shake out. Sub 2 minutes for the top two, the fastest of the three heats, it turned out. So what happens when you get good competition, Donald?
Get below that barrier.
And that drags, I think, the Guyanese in third into the final as well, and may just knock out his compatriot. Yes. Monroe also into the final. So it's going to be Kelly, Roberts, Plummer, Williams. And from this last heat, we have Wyatt, Newton, and then from Guyana and the Bahamas, Anderson and Monroe. High jump, under 17 boys. Hometown support. The boys under 17 high jump at 1.80 meters. Emron Anthony. Also over, Randall Monroe from St. Lucia. Deontay Joseph, representing the Bahamas. Joseph started at 1.70 meters. Monroe and Anthony both started at 1.75. From Guyana, Kimal Gishard. We had a clearance from Regan Jacques from the Cayman Islands.
So that's it there. Monticia Serenade from Grenada. 8.45 meters. Second, out of Curacao. Zaza France. 9.05 meters.
Do have updates as well from the girls' heptathlon competition. They would have had the shot put earlier. That has been completed. Tanique Vincent had the best throw of 10.34 meters. Zaza Franz of Curacao improved on her third attempt with 9.05 meters to finish second. The Grenadian Monticia St. Bernard, 8.45 meters. Sydney Douglas, also of Grenada, 8.45 meters for her as well. So on countback, St. Bernard had a better series. So she finished in third ahead of her compatriot Douglas. Kiori Robley of Trinidad and Tobago, 7.90 meters. Nesbitt of the Bahamas, that's Inaya Nesbitt, 7.81 meters. Seventh was Jurvienska Costa of Curacao, 7.51 meters. Brittany Barron of Jamaica, 7.12 meters, is eighth. And Kisan John of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in ninth. So after the updated scores will be reflected momentarily. This is their third event of 7. Of course, they'll have the 200 meters.
France putting herself in very, very good position. Had a solid high jump and a very good shot put.
Yeah, so that 200 meters run comes up at about 7:35 local time. Jump across as well to the girls' long jump competition. You had 18 competitors starting. Jose Johnson, the defending champion, has started off with 5.78 meters. The only 6 meter plus jumper in the field, and the defending champion. Terry Forbes, her compatriot, also of the Bahamas, who won silver last year, 5.56 meters. She's in second. They're followed by Deja Reed of Trinidad and Tobago, 5.35 meters. Shaylee Martha of Curacao, 5.27 meters, is fourth. Fifth is Mael Pemberton of St. Kitts and Nevis, 5.23 meters. There's a tie for sixth position. Barbara Maximin of St. Lucia, 5.17 meters. And the same for Clara LeBourne of Guadeloupe. And in the eighth position at the moment, Savanko Henry, the silver medalist from the high jump. She has 5.08 meters. That's a top 8 there in round 2 of jumping as we go back on track for the under 20 boys 800 meters semi-final.
Well, you saw the lineup there for the 800 semi-final. Just the 2 semi-finals. So the top 3 will advance from each semi-final. Joel Morgan, Jamaica, out in front there, along with Reneko Brooks. Reneko Brooks representing Barbados. Shoulder to shoulder coming into the first full lap. A little bit of a problem there for Grenadiers, Nicholas Frederick, diminutive lad, trying to force his way through. May have to go around on the outside and does right about now. But up front from Jamaica, we have Joel Morgan. Joel Morgan gets Ross Martin Jr. for company. Ross Martin Jr. from the Bahamas. They head down the back straight, still in a bunch. Up steps Kyle Alexander Reed. Trinbagonian man gives a stiff challenge coming round that bottom bend, and here comes the Grenadian as well, Nicholas Frederick. They only need to finish in the top 3 in order to advance. It's going to be the Trinbagonian Alexander Reed. Keep it down, he says.
Well, when you can do that to a 149 man, suggests that you're in good form yourself. And that's exactly what the man, Eliasu Ali, rather
Kyle
Alexander Reed. He studies in Jamaica, St. Elizabeth Technical High. Look fantastic here.
Specifically a Tobagonian, I think Clayton Clark would want us to say so, as well as Dolly Lucas.
Well, he and Joel Morgan had that battle at championships. Morgan won at champs, 149.93. Reed ran 159.0. So they're very familiar with each other. And Frederick throwing his hat in the ring, 153.66. The Grenadian, he's in the final.
Solid run there from Reed, Frederick, Morgan. Evan John will wait to see if he's into the final, as will Ross Martin Jr. They'll be watching the second semi-final. A little bit of a rooting interest.
Trinidadians enjoying themselves. Yesterday, Guyana in full flow in the afternoon session. This afternoon, it's Trinidad and Tobago's turn. I was going to say sun, but it's been cloudy and rainy all afternoon. They're making their own fun and, as usual, bringing the energy to the Carifta Games. I've not heard a lot of the Bahamian Junkanoo band since devotion this morning.
Yes, not as much as usual, but I'm sure we'll be hearing them as the meet wears on, especially when we get down to the relays. So one heat done and dusted. We've got the times in. The athletes know what they'll be aiming for, in particular those who finish down from the top 3. Adriel Mitchell, representing Grenada, is going to be in the mix. Anderson from Jamaica. He too should be somebody that we can look forward to seeing on the medal lists as the meet goes on. Whiteman, Trinidad and Tobago, only 17 years old. Carlos Brisson Keynes, St. Martin. Javon Roberts, Guyana. Benrico Pierre, the Bahamas. Love Joseph, Turks and Caicos Islands. Amari Brown from Barbados.
Javon Roberts, by the way, of Guyana, back in 2023, won the under-17 800 meters that year. He was third in the 1500 meters last evening as well, and will be one to watch. He's currently in 5th position, wearing that leg marker, I would say hip marker, as they go through the storming way, Terry.
Yes, Anderson and Whiteman, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, as has been the case for much of the afternoon. I think the 4x1 may have set the tone, but Carlos Brisson Keynes wants to have a word from St. Martin. He just takes the bell.
Prior to the Carifta trials back in Jamaica, Carlos Bryson Keynes, who studies at Jamaica College, had the fastest 800 meters time in the island for high schoolers. And after the trials, it was Joel Morgan and the man in fifth at the moment, Malik Anderson.
Anderson giving himself some work to do. Keynes up front for St. Martin, being chased by Adriel Mitchell, the hometown boy, as well as Whiteman, Trinidad and Tobago. Here now comes Anderson, moving on the outside. Level now in second place. But here is Javon Roberts. Javon Roberts effortlessly steps up to win the second heat. Let's everybody in front, Donald, do their thing.
Well,
knows his class, knows his quality, and moves up to take that heat. And also through is the young man from Barbados, Brown, as well as the Grenadian, Mitchell.
Malik Anderson is going to be beating himself here, finishes fourth. And he'll now have to wait to see if the time he did is fast enough to get him in as one of the two non-automatic qualifiers. As the rain continues to, well, the rain resumes.
I don't think it will be, you know. No, just about. Yes, just about. It should be.
So, depending on you for good news here, Terry.
Evan John of St. Lucia is on 1:54.46 from the first heat. Those two young men ran 1:54.23, I think. See, we're just awaiting an update on the second heat. So fourth place and fifth place may both make it from the second heat.
So 1:54.22 for Anderson.
There you go.
So that should be good enough. Clock downstairs not showing the fifth place as yet.
On 54.32, Leslie makes it for fifth place.
Well, that's for Anderson, actually. So not 2:2.32 for
3-2.
Anderson.
Still safe.
Yeah.
Still into the final where he'll want to run a smarter race. But shaping up to be a nice final based on what we saw here this afternoon.
Could very well get a sub 150 in that final. If all goes well, the record 1:48.95 by Kenroy Levy.
I know that record.
1987. You know, that was a year before the Class 1 boys record, that's the senior boys record in Jamaica, was broken some years ago. 1987, that was when that record would have been set as well. So that year seemed to be one of those years.
It's a Steth's man. Kenroy Levy. And that's one of the oldest records on the book. Right up there with our man in the triple jump.
Kareem Street Thompson and Jackie Edwards.
Jackie
in
Edwards
the long
as
jump.
well, among the women.
So competition has paused.
Rain
in the high
lashing down
jump.
now. And long jump as well.
It has paused in the long jump as well. So no action at the moment. The hurdles also being set out. The finals of the 400-meter hurdles will be coming up momentarily, weather permitting. The under 17 girls will start things off.
What we can do in the interim, Donald, is recap the shot put girls. Heptathlon, the third event. They have one more event for the day. Tanique Vincent winning with 10.34 meters. She extends her lead. She now has 2,307 points. In second place in the shot put and second place overall, Jaja France of Curacao, 9.05 meters, and she has 2,016 points, 2016. Robley of Trinidad and Tobago, she won the first event, but this time around she was just fifth. So she's been fifth in the last two events, the high jump and the shot put. Still hanging on though in third place overall. Costa though, they are separated by less than 50 points. Robley 1882 and Costa 1834. So Costa's 7.51 meters in the shot put allows her to keep touch. She's seventh in that individual event, but fourth overall. And Brittany Barron on 1,771 points. She's in fifth place. So still interestingly poised, and the young ladies will be looking for some big points in the 200 meters before they go and get some much deserved rest this evening and return tomorrow for 3 more events and the decision as to who will take that title. We'll try to get you scores as well from the javelin throw under 17 boys Octathlon. I think that may have concluded already. In the 4x1, we saw advancing to the final in the under 20 division, Trinidad and Tobago, the Bahamas, Grenada, Guyana, Barbados, Jamaica, Martinique, the British Virgin Islands. And that is shaping up to be a cracker of a final to close us out later this evening. Rain has been in and out here at the Kirani James. We would like it to be out permanently.
Or just a light drizzle.
Lots and lots of track and field action happening, not just here in Grenada, in the United States. The Stowell Gift tomorrow is going to feature 2 of the highest profile names that they've had. That's a world famous handicap race on grass in Australia. And they're going to have Sha'Carri Richardson and Christian Coleman.
Haven't they run already?
That's Easter Monday. It's tomorrow.
I thought they ran already. There's a video going around with Sha'Carri winning her race and Coleman barely winning his.
Ah, okay. Well, it is a handicap race, so
yeah.
That's to be. Well, then again, it's maybe Monday in Australia already. I'm not sure.
But I'm almost certain I saw that on Friday.
May well be.
So basically, viewers, what Terry is referencing, there is a particular race